Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 31st, 2020, and today's podcast will be going over the book The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Today's chapter will be Chapter 4, Examining the Bodies. Joined with us today will be Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and myself. If you got the book handy, it's on page 27. And what I'll do is I'll start off and I'll read the first paragraph, and then we can get the show started. Here's where it starts. Title: Examinations. The bodies of David, Comel, and Rania were removed from the house at 1:30 a.m. on January 18th and taken to the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. Rania's autopsy was conducted first at 8:20 a.m. Comel's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 8:30 a.m. And David's body was conducted last at 11:50 a.m. So that's the first section. Maybe, Greg, I can give a little overview here for the listeners. And so the bodies were discovered on the 17th of January. That is a Saturday in 2015. This was Saturday the 17th. But by the time the investigation was there, the photos were taken, the bodies were examined, and the crime scene was looked into. It crossed over past midnight onto the 18th. And so that's where it starts off with this chapter that really was taken out of the house at 1:30 a.m. the following day, which is now, we're talking Sunday, January 18th. And the crime was committed in Dakota County. And so the importance of this first thing here, it mentions that they went to Hennepin County. The Dakota County does not have their own medical examiner's office or coroner. And so what they do is they subcontract out to the neighboring county, which is Hennepin County, which is based in downtown Minneapolis. So that's a good setting here that you've set here, Greg, with this first paragraph, because it does, if there's any confusion there, the bodies were found on the 17th. This is the 18th, the next day, but still that same night, essentially. And so what they did was they brought them to the medical examiner's office, which I said earlier was contracted out through Hennepin County, and they did those 7 hours later now at 8:20 a.m., and then Comel, and then David's was done last. Just want to give an overview of that for if there was any confusion.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I did not know that. Is that regular? I mean, are there a lot of other counties that also don't, that...
The Hennepin County does their own, and then they subcontract out with Dakota, which is the one here, and they also subcontract out with Scott. Scott County is also next door. And so Scott and Dakota both subcontract out, and just rather than pay to have the medical examiner and examiner's offices, there's so few murders and homicides and things like that they just have Hennepin County handle all of that. But it is in a different county. They got to drive the bodies up there. It's another outsourced service for the county, and they just absorb that. So they account for 3 counties at Hennepin County. And so at the end of the year, they provide an annual report for Hennepin County, and it's really large because they've got to break it down for the members of Scott County, Dakota County, and Hennepin County. Even though they're doing they're doing them all, they do have to break that out. So their annual report is quite large. But once again, even in Apple Valley, the city of Apple Valley, there's only average of 1 homicide per year. So they're still doing deaths, suicides, and things like that. But actually, full autopsies like this, they don't have the staff or the funding to do it themselves, so they just hire it out.
Okay. Yeah, because one of the things I was wondering is, okay, the bodies are taken out at 1:30 a.m. The first Rania's autopsy doesn't start until 8:20. So again, I was just trying to understand if this is all proper, if everything that we're seeing here is just all proper. It just, to me, it seems like a long time, but I don't know if that's kind of standard, and maybe that's because they had to drive it, somewhere else, and maybe that's part of the
maybe,
reason why.
Maybe
I don't know.
Catherine would be a good person to start off with this, because I also don't know, but I'm just guessing that there was in a situation like this, there's still going to be a queue, a QUE queue, and once they get into the queue, maybe they're 7 hours later. Would it make sense that it would be that late? But I don't know.
Well, to jump in, I would assume that the reason why the first autopsy didn't begin until 8:20 is because Dr. Lelinski more than likely needed to go home and get some sleep. And I want to go back and notice, because according to the records and her sign-in sheet, she was there from 12 until 12:45. She left. Mm-hmm. It is also stated that the bodies left with her. Now, this is saying, and Greg, according to your book, you're showing that you found information where the bodies didn't leave the house until 1:30 a.m. That's, as we know, a 45-minute difference. But to get back to the point, I'm sure she probably just had to go home and get some sleep before the autopsies began, and that would be my best guess.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other points or any questions anyone has? Yeah, I'll have to look at that time and figure out where I found that time. It could be from Joe Cooksley's notes, so I'll look at that. The first autopsy is obviously Rania, and that is another question that I had. Okay, is that normal? Is it standard operating to if there is a crime and they need to do this for a couple bodies, do they do children first? Is it just random? Is there any logic? Am I thinking too much into this? Does it really matter?
It really doesn't matter, and it's just, they probably just said, let's do the child first. It's, probably what was, I don't know, easiest, or, but there's generally no rhyme or reason. They just pick a body and go from there.
And they have, this is the only autopsy, I believe, where there are 4 officers. I think in the other 2 there might be 1 or 2, but not 4. So I was also wondering about that. Again, is that just standard too? Did they feel some special need to actually be there during this one, and not the same need to be there when they're looking at Kamel and looking at David? I think there might be 2 for Kamel, and then for David, I'm not even sure if there is 1, if there's any cops in there. Yeah, there is. There's 2. But why 4? And again, maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but as somebody who just wants to learn about, what they do, and what are the proper things? Is it normal to have that many people in there? Is it a little intimidating for the people that are doing these reports to have 4 cops standing right in there, or is it just not a big deal?
Yeah, I can't think of anything or any reason why they would need 4 officers in on her autopsy. That makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to that at all. We don't know how big the autopsy room is. Is it a big bay? Are they individual rooms? We don't know, unless someone has been into the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office. So to have 4 police officers with 2 medical doctors, that's 5 people in a room, and that's pretty crowded. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. It's just crazy.
Okay, and Jessica Lelinski was the pathologist, and she was assisted by Mitchell Morey.
She's the medical examiner. The pathologist was not there, although they signed off on it.
Okay.
The pathologist is the one who's ahead of everything. That would be Dr. Lauren Jackson, but only Dr. Lelinski, the medical examiner, and Mitchell Morey, who is the assistant medical examiner, were in the room.
Okay, so that needs to be changed then, I think, right, in my book? She's the medical examiner, not the pathologist, because I wrote the pathologist. Can you explain the difference?
Yeah,
Well, the pathologist. Oh, I'm sorry.
unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine. I'm unclear on that myself. Go ahead, Catherine.
The pathologist is generally going to be the person who's going to be running the entire facility. They're kind of like the top dog. The medical, and I do believe they have to have extra education. And Dr. Lelinski is just basically a physician who has training within the forensic and this type of field. So she doesn't have as much education as Dr. Jackson, and Dr. Jackson runs the facility. So Dr. Lelinski would answer to Dr. Jackson. And so, yeah, she's not a pathologist.
Okay. Good to know there, too. The main thing, I think, that everybody should be bothered by, or at least should have questions on, I know this was a big question that came up, is how they positively identify this daughter. And it's listed as circumstantial. So,
okay. I'm sorry.
Before I read too much into that, go.
Well, I spoke with a coroner, and I asked them that same question. I'm like, is that normal? Is that standard operating procedure to identify, especially children, in that manner? And they said yes, because if they have two parents and all this other stuff, basically they kind of go, well, the circumstantial evidence will be the child is in the house, the child looks like the parents, the child looks like the photos. There's someone there to say, yes, that is our granddaughter, that type of thing. So they don't have to then do blood tests to say, okay, they don't have to basically do a DNA test, because circumstantially they are able to prove that this is Rania Crowley. So that is very normal.
Excellent. Another note that I have here about this one, unless anybody has any points they want to jump in there, still staying on the Rania Crowley autopsy. No suit or stippling. What does that mean?
It means she wasn't shot. She wasn't shot close up. It was from further away. Stippling would be left behind if the gun was close to her head. If it was up close and personal.
Okay, like 1 foot, 2 feet.
Well, it's hard to say, and that's the thing, is unless something is put between the weapon and the head, are they at a further distance, or is it just, I mean, with this type of weapon, I would find it hard to believe, like Sophia was saying, that the stippling and soot, they should have found something within her hair, you know. So obviously, but yet, and still, isn't her autopsy the one that says that there was a circular pattern left on her scalp? So that's the thing that didn't make much sense to me. You know, because if they're going to have a circular pattern, yet there isn't stippling or soot, why didn't they question that? And I guess that was kind of my question to them. One of my questions to them is, why didn't they look further into that?
If she was, I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out how far she would have to be, or does that mean that she was covered with something? If her face was covered, if her head was covered, could that be the reason why there wasn't any?
It could be either or, yet they still don't explain the, let's see, what does it say here? It says the wound is surrounded by an approximately 0.5 centimeter wide faint circular impression. I mean, I don't even see anywhere did they measure that up against the muzzle of the gun. I see they didn't follow that up at all, so we don't know. But either way, it's plausible that something was placed between the weapon and her head, or it was farther away. One of the two.
And it also
this is
says,
Stephanie.
go ahead.
If,
Hey, Stephanie.
like if a pillow was put in between her head and the gun, that would keep it, like, soot and the impression from the gun from being there, just to clarify?
Well, again, it would probably capture the soot and the stippling or the little gunpowder pellets that shoots out. But I'm not sure if depending on how thick of a pillow, if it's thick, it's not going to leave an impression from the weapon. So, I think right here in this situation, we're guessing, we're throwing things out to the wind and seeing what's going to come back at us, because there's really not enough information, and they just did not investigate this at all. I see nothing in any of the records or in any of the reports where they did any follow-up to this situation.
Correct. And they didn't test things for the gunpowder, so we don't know what covered her head, if anything.
Correct.
It also says that she was found partially decomposed with, it actually uses the words for moderate decomposition. So again, looking for a timeline of how long she could have been dead for. What is the range that we should be looking at? I know we've talked about this before, but I think it's a very important point. Moderate decomposition, especially when later it says that it's actually early to moderate decomposition in the same report.
Yeah, so early to moderate is going to be like right after death to maybe about a week. And with the rest of her decompositional findings on autopsy, when they say moderate, I'm assuming it's going to be getting closer to about a week in after death. She's starting to show some signs of decomp. So it's not obviously a fresh death where, okay, something happened, they walk in and, okay, this child is now dead, where, we now have some type of skin discoloration and some blistering. So, again, roughly about a week.
Wow. And so they would have known that too. And then how do they account for their 3-week story? I guess they're a separate agency, right? So I guess they don't really have to, but if push, they would have to say that the bodies were not there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then when you look at these autopsy reports, I don't see anywhere anyway, unless, of course, I looked past it, but I don't see anything in these reports that show that these bodies had been laying there for 3 weeks. They, that everything that's, when they describe the decomp and the condition of the bodies, when they're stating early to moderate, they're saying right there that it isn't advanced decomp, which is what you see in every single police report, advanced decomposition. And then these medical doctors are coming back saying, no, it's early to moderate decomposition. So right there, I find a huge discrepancy where the medical examiners kind of do not follow the narrative of the police officers.
Can I jump in for a sec? This is Dan.
Yeah.
A question is, what I've got is for Greg, at this point, this is the following morning after the bodies are being found. So at this point, was there only one press release given by Apple Valley Police just simply stating suspicious deaths, they're looking into it? They have yet to make this determination within, I think it was a 48-hour period where they said, we think the bodies are there, or a double homicide-suicide. But they didn't get into the narrative until later as far as the bodies were there for 3 weeks. So at the time of this, the medical examiner, they're looking at the bodies, and they don't know how long the bodies were there at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. It doesn't come in later till we get this 3-week narrative, but right now we're just getting some very preliminary verbiage that's inconsistent, I'll say, as far as, you know, the moderate versus early or late. But even the cops at the scene there don't know that, you know, hey, the bodies are there for, they just know they're decomposing, in the process of decomposing, but they don't know it's even 3 weeks yet, much less, you know, Jessica Lelinski on the scene. They're just looking at the bodies knowing that they're decomposed. But wouldn't at this point, too, Catherine, they would at least have it narrowed down by saying, looks like the bodies had been 7 to 10 days or 11 to 15 days. They would start at this point already narrowing it down regardless of what they get from police.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that these doctors should know, you know, when they walk in on a scene, they're looking at the temperature of the room, they're looking at, you know, the condition of the house in which they find the body or the scene in which they find the bodies, that she should have been able to say, okay, this is probably what we're looking at, and then not make an outright judgment, but she should have a really good idea, and then either it would be substantiated by the autopsy or she would find something different. So yeah, she should have had a pretty good idea. Even though she was almost freshly out of school, she still should have known.
Yeah, I think she would have been 30, 31 years old at this point. I looked her up today. I think she's 36, and this was 5 years ago. So she would have been roughly 31 years old. Does that match with being freshly out of school for her degree, her career?
Well, it depends on how old she was when she started, but I think in my research of her, when I looked at when she graduated the medical school and then when she had started working there, it was just, you know, it was either not too long ago, it was less than a couple of years.
Okay. Yeah, she was young, a young person at the time in her position. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had for that.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to see exactly when they mention, or if they mention, in the 5 press releases that they have, just trying to see if they mention how long the bodies were there. Just looking at it right now. I don't see it in the first 3. So, but that, again, goes back to, well, where did this 3-week theory come from? You know, is it because people hadn't heard from them in 3 weeks? They hadn't been seen in 3 weeks? I have a hard time with that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what they're going by, because a lot of people were giving false dates to begin with, because we know by the phone records and by following up and actually researching their testimonies that they were not truthful. But most of them were saying the last time they spoke to them or saw them were 3 weeks prior. So
The final press release, which is dated January 23rd, 2015, does state that, where is it? Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. So maybe that's what they're going on. I don't know, but obviously that's not it's not a good way to find the truth in this case.
That is not consistent with the findings of the autopsy. So, and
sticking to the decomp, to the moderate, early to moderate decomp, says that the livor and the rigor mortis were not found. The livor, the discoloration of skin; rigor mortis, the stiffness of death. Those were not found. So that again helps us. Mm-hmm.
And I wanted, I mean, the rigor comes and goes relatively quickly within, you know, depending on when it falls in. It usually does its whole course. If everything is consistent, 12, 16 hours, whatever, it's pretty consistent. But the livor mortis, you know, if she had been shot, if Rania had been shot and killed, and then if paleo had taken her arm after death, this young lady would have had livor mortis. Now, livor mortis is where the line of lividity, where there would be a marking of where the blood would then pool in the body upon her death. Wherever she laid and landed, it would have remained there, and you would have seen where that blood had pooled. Now, that is completely missing in all three bodies, which, you know, leaves very limited reasons as to why. So, again, why, even the medical examiner, why did the medical examiner not look up and follow, especially on a young child? Why is the young child, why is the livor mortis, why is that absent? It shouldn't be.
And then, even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. I mean, this is pretty brutal to think about, but again, we're just trying to figure out what really happened here. So does this contradict what they had just said, that there were no livor or
Livor
mortis?
Livor mortis is just where the blood pools, which is not the same thing as skin marbling.
Okay. And skin discoloration?
Correct. It's not the same.
Okay.
Like skin can go to a yellow color, a greenish color, that type of thing. That's what they're talking about.
Okay. And the slippage, what exactly is that?
That's kind of like, say, where little blisters or blobs or blebs, or what I think they're called blebs, where they kind of begin to fill with fluid, and then as they rupture, the skin will start to come off with it. It's, you know, again, all part of where it's getting closer to the moderate decomp phase.
Yeah, this was a really tough chapter because, you know, I have no experience with any of this stuff. I was constantly looking up these things, and even the stuff that I looked up, you know, I'd have to go back now and probably look up a lot of that stuff. This was very tough, not only because we're talking about a child, first of all, but just to try to understand this and to just stick to the facts as much as possible, because obviously, since I don't know that much, my mind can start racing. Oh, well, maybe it means this, or maybe it means that. And so I really tried to, that's probably why this is another short chapter, is I really just tried to keep it to what these reports are stating, so that people like Catherine and people who understand what is being said here, then I can bounce those ideas off of them, and they can help me to better understand without making me feel stupid too, right? That's always a good thing.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think you did a good job writing this, and I mean, please don't feel stupid. It's not always an easy topic to understand.
Yeah. Very challenging. So the examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging, and so I was expecting to find more. Expecting to find a lot more than what I found. Now, maybe this is just because this is the autopsy report. Maybe there's more notes. But this is one of the only mentions of quote-unquote scavenging by the dog. And I had a hard time with that, too, because the reasoning, I was just expecting more. Some of the reasoning why they said this, that there was possible animal scavenging, or is because the daughter's right arm was completely gone. I don't know how that necessarily just means that there is animal scavenging, or how that proves, or how that would even lead someone down that path, that there was some type of scavenging, unless they were told, unless they were kind of fed that. It just seems like they're just throwing out a lot of different stuff. And when we're looking at these documents, it kind of breaks their whole theory, that the dog did any of this stuff. But it gets worse. It's not just that. They also mentioned, the jagged and tattered skin of soft tissue defects where Rania's arm would have connected to her shoulder. So it's really hard for me to buy that the dog would eat any type of bones, swallow them, digest them, and whatever. But we're talking about a whole arm, even a 5-year-old's arm. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. And if the whole arm is missing, how would there be any jagged or tattered skin? Of course there would be, because the arm was pulled off, right? The arm was ripped off. So how do they relate that and know that that this was done by that dog? I was expecting to find dog teeth marks. I wanted him to say, look, we found dog teeth marks at the shoulder, so obviously, that's why it was jagged, tattered, et cetera, et cetera. So in a report like this, are they giving me everything that I would need, or are they just giving me the basics?
I mean, here it's like it's the basics at best. And we have to keep in mind that this is just what do they call it? And I think they just call this like the autopsy report, but there is a medical examiner's report. And that is where it's going to contain a whole bunch of the information, but as the general public, we are not privy to that. That is not part of the FOIA process. So, that's what I wish I could get my hands on, is the actual medical examiner's report. I want to see, because like you stated, not one of these autopsy reports mention dog teeth marks on any of the bones. I mean, if this dog is going to be gnawing and pulling, and especially where the hands are involved, they just don't pop off, which is what it seems like they want people to believe. They, be it the medical examiner's office or the police, they just want people to think that the dog grabbed hold of a hand, yanked, and the sucker just popped off. It doesn't happen like that. So the dog, if it truly had bitten and pulled off, there would be, it would be beyond obvious. They would be saying, okay, teeth marks, teeth scraping on the bones, whatever. And I don't see any of that. Like you were stating, none of that is mentioned in any of the reports.
If I can jump in for a sec, I think, Catherine, you'll agree with this, is that what I read into this by looking at this, it reminds me of the bloody footprint, that there's no evidence that it was David's, but they went through and said that, well, Comel had socks on, and it wasn't a child's foot, so therefore it must have been David's. I get the same type of logic while reading this. Her arm is missing, so therefore there's evidence of animal scavenging. Well, that's not the evidence we're looking for as far as when Greg got that report, he's looking for evidence. Was there teeth, claws, scratching, paws, evidence like that. But what they're saying is that there's evidence of animal scavenging because the arm was missing, and therefore how else would it be gone? So there's the evidence, and that's not what Greg's looking for, is evidence, specifically teeth marks, claws. How did it get out of that socket? And so us four looking at this, and I think we got others on the call too. I think Stephanie and someone else perhaps, but we're looking for. We are, as critical thinkers. That doesn't work as evidence. That's conclusion. That's a theory. If the arm is missing and the dog was there, well, the dog ate it. But we'd like to see them say, maybe the dog ate it, or perhaps the dog ate it, or it's possible that the dog ate it. But what we don't like, the folks like us who are critical thinkers, is when the medical examiner says it's evidence of dog scavenging. Well, there is no evidence of evidence of dog scavenging. Does that make sense?
I absolutely agree with everything you just said. And that's exactly it. We tend to get attacked because people say that we do a lot of conjecture. I mean, this is conjecture definition. You know what I mean? It's like, if everything that they are stating in regard to animal scavenging is conjecture. a dog was at the scene, parts are missing, therefore the dog did it. Well, like you stated, and we all know, that's not true, and there's no proof.
Is there a difference between scavenging and the dog being responsible for this, or is it pretty much the same thing?
It's the same thing. Scavenging would be the consuming consuming, taking, eating of an animal on a body. Predation, scavenging, depending, I think, on predation, I think, really kind of goes to the wild animals, and scavenging would be considered maybe household pets. But yeah, basically the same thing. It would be the eating or tearing at a human body by an animal in the home.
Okay. The only other thing I have on Rania is the fractured third rib. How does a rib get fractured, even in a child's, for a child's rib? How hard, how difficult would that be? Have we ever heard of any dogs ever breaking fracturing a rib? What type of force would need to be?
A lot of force. When people do CPR, oftentimes you can fracture and break ribs then. But when CPR is done correctly, you are pressing down. What you see on TV it's a joke. That's not true compressions. I mean, you are pushing down with everything you have and as fast as you can. There's a lot of pounds per square inch being put on those ribs, so they crack and they break. The same thing, especially in this area under the arm, there's no way Paleo could have fractured her rib. None whatsoever. And so a lot of pressure would have to have been applied to that section of the body to fracture that rib.
And where's the location of this rib, Catherine, for the listeners out there?
It says that it is under, let me see, I think it's under... Okay, the lateral right first to fourth ribs are showing, and the lateral right third rib is fractured. Lateral meaning the outside, so it would be the side of her. Okay. So basically where the under the arm would be, somewhere in that area where that third rib is.
And some have suggested on the Justice page in the past, years back, that maybe after she was shot, she fell awkwardly and maybe fractured it. Or was in an argument and her dad yanked her arm or something, and during a struggle that could have fractured it. And those are not examples of a fracture.
No.
At all. Okay.
No. If anything, if there was a struggle or a yanking on the arm, there would have been maybe a slight dislocation. But I mean, you would have to pull pretty hard, even for a 5-year-old. Up until like young children, 1, 2, it's easy to dislocate their arms. So that's why doctors will, a lot of times pediatricians will tell parents, don't hold your kids between you and swing them, right? Because that used to be a fun thing to do. But I can't tell you how many children every year come into the ER with dislocated arms because the parents were simply swinging their children, not doing anything to hurt them. And that's because the ligaments and everything truly aren't really set, so to speak. But in a 5-year-old, that would be extremely difficult to dislocate even a 5-year-old's arm, in the sense of, I mean, you would have to seriously yank and pull. And there is no evidence of any kind of struggle, or there's no bruising to her body that would show a struggle, ensued, nothing. So there's nothing to substantiate David dislocated her arm. I mean, her arm's missing too, but we know that who David was as a person does not fit with that theme or whatever. I don't know. I can't think of the correct word.
Is there any reason?
It doesn't fit with the narrative.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If the rib fracture and her arm being taken off was done before she died, there would be a significant way to show. I mean, there is a way to see the difference of if something was done before death or after death, like the way the blood pools and everything like that.
There would be more than a blood pooling. There's a brachial artery in there, and once that brachial artery is severed, I mean, you're going to have spewing and arterial spray, and there would be blood everywhere. Her blood would be absolutely everywhere, and yet we don't find her blood anywhere with the exception of maybe on the gun and on the knife. So yeah, there would be evidence of that. If it occurred within the house, let me put that little caveat in there.
So that tells us that this was possibly done after she died?
Either after she died or it didn't occur in the house.
Okay. But there's no way to tell, based on what we have here, if this was ripped out or whatever, whatever you want to say, that it was fractured.
If we'll put it this way, if they want to say that she died in the home, then the arm was removed after death.
But if she didn't die in the home, then it's possible it was not after death.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any reason why it would be the third rib and not the first, second, and fourth?
Probably because the first and the second ribs are going to be up higher to the clavicle. So they're kind of like a little bit shorter. And in the third and the fourth, that type of thing, it's going to be easier underneath the armpit to be able to either apply pressure to that area and fracture those ribs than it would be the first and second.
Is there one stronger? Are they strong? Because we're going from north to south, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
They're all going to be roughly the same. It would take the same amount of strength to fracture any of those ribs, but it's just where they're located within the body, and where it would be easier to apply pressure to those ribs versus the first or the second rib. The first and the second aren't going to be as accessible to that type of pressure where the third and fourth ribs would be.
Okay.
Catherine, I have a question. The theory right now that we're working with because of this arm being off is that someone killed Rania and then threw their foot, leveraged a human foot in there and then yanked it off post-mortem. And then the dog may or may not have scavenged on it after that. But during this autopsy, would the medical examiner doing it see a footprint or a shoe print or an impression in that armpit that would be noticeable, or would that be something that would have gone away, or what are your thoughts?
It's a little bit harder to bruise the skin after death because the blood ceases to flow upon death. Once that heart stops beating, blood stops flowing. And so you have to have like that blood going through that area in order for it to be, the vessels to be damaged and have that blood come out.
Okay, as opposed to bruising, how about an impression, like a boot or a hiking boot or a shoe or a tennis shoe impression? Would that be left behind?
And again, that kind of goes along with the same thing. You get the impressions by the damage that's done to the tissue, and is there going to be like, it would be harder on a fresh kill or whatever. Oh, I hate saying this because she's such a child, but I don't mean it that way. There's really no swelling that's really going on to leave an impression. There's really no blood vessels are going to be active to let blood seep through to leave an impression. So I think it's possible, but maybe not as probable. But yet, that doesn't mean maybe they saw something underneath when they pulled back that skin, but I don't see where that type of description is given to us in this report. This is really so vague. Maybe there was but we don't know.
And then my last question is, if this was taken off and kept by the killer or killers as a trophy, what would the smell or the stench be like? A body goes through the phase of stinking,
Right.
But would a body part, if someone kept that as a trophy, how well sealed or in kind of a plastic wrap or something, or buried? What would it cause a stench that would be noticeable? A body part?
Yes. Decomposition and when tissue begins to decompose and rot and stuff, it stinks. Even if you have like a small piece of hamburger, like say you have raw hamburger the size of a hamburger patty, and you left that out, that's going to smell horribly within a few days. It's the same thing with the body part. It would smell horribly. However, if it's wrapped up enough, or was it stuck in a embalming fluid or something else stuck into a jar and something that would preserve it, then that could mitigate the smell. There are ways to mitigate, but it's not easy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other points or anything on that before we move on to Camille? I mean, I had a few questions, just personally, I guess. We're just, well, why would her arm need to be taken out? And if the dog is going to eat the arm, why not eat both arms? And there's just no logic to any of this dog theory, which again, all could have been proven if they just would have done some testing. But I don't understand why would they need, if there is foul play, and I think we all agree that obviously if David is not guilty, then somebody else did this. Why would her arm, specifically her right arm, need to be taken from the scenes? Was there something that the police were going to find that would have showed a sign of struggle? I mean, personally, to me, the fact that her arm is missing is a possible sign of a struggle. The fact that you guys have clearly pointed out about the third rib, how is that not a sign of a possible struggle?
Well, I think it's possible. I think it's very possible that something was that could have given the police or the medical examiner a hint or a clue as to who truly did this. Did they leave their DNA on her arm? Was she trying to get away and then they accidentally scratched her or something? There are lots of different things. Was there, I mean, who knows? Everything at this stage is just a big guess. They could have easily have left, somehow their DNA could have been left on her arm to where they couldn't have gotten rid of it, or was her arm taken because David was somewhere else, and then was that a form of torture for him? Look what we're doing. We don't know. And yes, I know that's an extreme, but it's just, another example. We just don't know.
And the point, and Catherine, you have a good point that we don't know, and there could be 15, 20 different examples why. But the main thing to focus on for the listeners out there is that a arm could not be pulled from the socket by a dog, correct? So there's human intervention in there at some point of this whole scenario. Some have gone so far to say that after 3 weeks of decomposition, there was not much left of the skin or the bones, and paleo did not have to try that hard to rip it out of there. The point we're trying to make on episodes like this on this podcast is the fact that the socket, after 3 months of decomposition, or after 1, or after 2, whatever, the dog would not have been able to pull a girl's arm out of its socket regardless. So some human did it, and that's the catch. Yes, there certainly could have been some torture involved, or evidence of torture left behind that warranted the killers requiring to get rid of that, or it could have been a trophy. It could have been, who knows what kind of symbolism. Maybe it was left behind. Maybe it was a coded message or something. But we could talk forever on those possible examples. The fact is, and the fact that what we say the Apple Valley Police Department did not consider is that the dog could not have done it. When I spoke with lead detective James Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department in the lobby, I said, what happened to that arm? And he said, well, I'm assuming the dog ate it. I said, but where's the bones and, you know, everything else? And how could the dog have done it? Well, I don't know. The arm wasn't there, so therefore the dog ate it. And see, we get back into that same thinking of what we're missing here is critical thinking. It couldn't have happened that way. What could have happened and what actually happened, I don't know, and we can only speculate. But if the arm cannot be pulled out of the socket by the dog, well, then we got an issue. And some say, well, then David did it before he killed everybody. Well, that's possible, but probably not very probable. The problem is someone pulled that arm out, and why? And so that's we're trying to get at the facts here, the facts, and steer away from the speculation. There could be a dozen reasons why that arm was missing. The point is the arm was gone, and it was pulled out of the socket, and something that paleo cannot do. So that's the question, is why. And so obviously with that broken bone underneath that armpit in that rib, I think there was some leverage used, and some can speculate, well, maybe Kamel did it during all this, and maybe David did it. Well, maybe so, but then where is the bone? Where is the bone remnants? Where are the bones? They're not in that home.
And not only that, with the police trying to say that paleo took that arm, they have no idea when that arm went missing. Was it right after death? Was it a week after her death? Was it 10 days after her death? You know, because if they want, well, first of all, and like you were stating, a dog cannot pull that arm out of the socket, you know, even 3 weeks. Even if they were correct and it was 3 weeks, that still is not enough to be able to allow that dog to pull the arm off. But since there's no indication and no proof when that arm was removed from the body, we know that a dog definitely cannot do it right after a person dies. We know a dog cannot do it a week after, 2 weeks after, 3 weeks after. And so I'm like, where do they even get this, that the dog pulled it off? When?
Correct. And there's, evidence could possibly suggest with that rear slider left open and unlocked and ajar that the killer or killers made one, if not one or more visits post-mortem to that scene and could have taken it then. But the point is still, who took the arm and why? As we know for sure, it wasn't paleo. So that's the good thing that we've got here with a book like this with Greg, is we're pointing out facts. We're not looking at the speculation and the possible theories. Police investigators have got to get over the fact that that arm was pulled out of the socket. A crime took place, not by the dog. So that's the thing that we're trying to point out here, is that this is, not only was this girl Rania executed, what I call a single gunshot behind the left ear. That's an execution. And this is a 5-year-old girl in kindergarten that was executed. That's how disgusting this case is. And now we add to that an arm missing, a broken rib. This reaches all new lows when we get into this. And we haven't even gotten to the autopsies of Kamel and David yet.
Correct.
That's how shocking this case is, in my view.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yep, I agree too. You're right on. It's well stated. Dan, I know you gotta jump off here soon. I do believe that when Kenneth Maines also found, he talked about the third rib too, right? That was one of the things that kind of stuck out to the private investigator that you hired.
Yes, he had two comments. One was the arm was missing, and he thought that was strange, is all that he really said. You know, he didn't expand, he didn't research it further, he didn't write anything more about it. He just said, oh, that seemed more or less, to summarize, he said in his report, oh, that just seemed odd. Well, this certainly is odd. But then when I went back to a follow-up and I gave him a list of questions that required follow-up. One was I said, Kenneth, how do you explain a fractured rib under the girl's armpit of that? That would not just get there. That would not just happen. Something would have to be done. He goes, yeah, I agree. That's something that I would look into, further, or, if I was actually hired to be a private eye in this case, to delve into it, that'd be something I would look into. So it raised his antenna, but the arm missing, he just simply said was strange. So.
Have you posted any other stuff about his about the second follow-up? I don't know if I've asked you that or not.
With Kenneth Maines?
Yeah, with Kenneth Maines.
Yeah, I think there was a list of, I don't know if it was 10 or 12 questions that I asked him, and then he did write back. He wrote back the answers to those questions, and then I posted that. This would have been last summer or last fall. I could certainly repost it because we're getting a lot of new members in the group, and that may be something to look at. But yeah, and I don't have much. And like I said, Greg, I do have to jump off here in a few minutes, but I don't have many questions. I think on the David or Carmel, but the Rania one was very interesting just because of those points. And we do have to remember too that her shirt that she was wearing was pulled up, kind of yanked up above her, kind of up on her chest. Her chest was exposed, and so. But nothing, as far as there's been no evidence of any kind of sexual assault on any of the victims, but her shirt was yanked up like that. And I think once again they say maybe the dog could have done that or whatever, but very, very shocking, the whole scenario with Rania, I think. Very disgusting.
Yeah, because there's nobody else's clothes that are pulled up or anything like that. And, I mean, all that they would have to do is say, well, yeah, the dog, it looks like the dog, we found dog teeth, or we found something to show that the dog had done that. They don't even talk about that. There's many things that they don't talk about, almost like they were just hoping that people would never look deeper into it. And people would never get a chance to see the
plan, to not have anyone do any further research. And when we looked into where she was buried was another thing too, because it came back that said that Rania was cremated, and then we find out that her ashes were split in two sides, and so that both families could have her ashes. The Crowley family, the grandparents, and the Alam family, the grandparents. And after asking the Alam family when they received that and where it is to this day, they said they just recently got it. I think it was a year ago, which means there's a 4-year gap, 3 or 4 years later before they even got it. And Dan Crowley Sr. he had it in his home, and I'm not going to say that he refused to send it, but they said they've been asking for it and they wanted it, but he still had it. And then finally, I think he just sent it FedEx down to Texas for them to have. But even that was there was confusion in who was supposed to have the remains and how they were supposed to get there. But nonetheless, she was cremated, and both of the remains were put in half, and I think they were buried with Comel later, obviously, or next to her body. Who knows where that is, but there was evidence at one point that they were saying that they were going to be buried together. The ashes were combined. And so there was a lot of confusion with that too. But officially, I think both families have half of Rania's remains, but she was cremated. So there's no chance to go back either with to exhume a body to look into some of this further research because the body was cremated.
Yeah, and I had, I had asked Camel's sister's friend, or the friend, how do you make sure that those are actually that it was actually Rania? Now that it's cremated, how do they make? Is there any way to verify that the ashes that they got are actually hers?
And I think that's a good question for anyone getting cremated, and maybe Catherine can expand on that. Do you ever know you're just given ashes? Who knows whose they even are? But you're right. Did Dan Crowley Sr., mail off someone else's ashes to them, and so he's got the whole thing? I highly doubt that, but whatever he got, he was still sitting on for a couple of years before he mailed them off. And I think there was some, expense related to that, and it was expensive, and they didn't want to do that right away. But the whole thing was fishy with the remains. They were sitting in Dan Crowley Sr.'s house, both sets of Rania's remains.
So there had to be some level of trust between the two families that, okay, at least we know that we're getting Rania's, that that it actually is coming from Rania, that the ashes are hers. So I guess that shows that there is some level of trust between the two sides of this family, who have been mostly quiet throughout the whole thing and might not even know a lot of this stuff. And they might be listening now. And it might be a good time for them to go through these documents, to look at them for the first time, if they haven't. And they might have some of the same basic questions that we're all having now.
Yeah, and I think, too, I wouldn't be so sure about that level of trust. There may have been a little or maybe a small amount of trust, or maybe perhaps no trust at all, but I do know that it took repeated efforts to get Dan Crowley Sr. to mail those down. And it wasn't until he actually did it, when it got exposure on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, when we really exposed that, is when he finally followed through and did it. So, I don't know if he, I wouldn't even say that we have evidence to show that there was even support between the families as far as trust, I should say. He may have done it begrudgingly, but it's because we brought it up and voiced the concerns that really brought the action to take place.
All right, Dan. Well, I know you gotta jump off here. But
good luck, guys. Thanks again for having me on.
Thanks,
Thanks
Dan.
for all your help.
All right, bye-bye.
There goes Dan. All of this is his fault. He started all this, and yeah, that's it. Any final thoughts? Anything else anybody wants to say on Rania before we move on to Kamel?
Actually, I'm going to have to jump off too.
Okay.
But it was great speaking with all of you.
Thanks, Sophia.
Have a great weekend. What's left of it.
All right.
Okay.
You too.
Bye.
So Kamel's autopsy happens 10 minutes later after Rania's. When Rania's begins at 8:20 a.m., Kamel's begins at 8:30 a.m. And just as a different note, we also see that David's doesn't start until 11:50. And again, that was another question that I had. Well, why are they so, are they doing the victims first and then they're going to do David's last? Is there any rhyme or reason to that, or is it just kind of random? Just, okay, well, let's do this one first. Maybe I'm thinking too much into that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just think they just it was just luck of the draw and said, let's just do them in this order. I'm not sure if it really meant anything. But I see where you did get pathologists. The reports do state, so, don't change your book because you're leaving it according to where their reports are. And it does list Walensky as the pathologist on Rania's autopsy, and then Mitchell Morey on Kamel's. Although I will disagree with that, just based on after speaking with some medical examiners and coroners as to the difference between a pathologist and a medical examiner. But I wouldn't change your book. Leave it as it is.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe that's just how their template, they just have a template and they just put whoever's looking at the body, they put that there.
Yeah, that's what I think.
for Mitchell Morey. So he's going to be the only, if you look at Kamel's autopsy report, he's the only one there.
Yep.
For that one. That's listed for that one. So that was another thing too. It's I just wondered why that is. So he's there. He sees the first one. 10 minutes later, after Ranya's autopsy starts, Mitchell Morey goes to do the autopsy on Kamel. Is there a reason? I mean, could they have waited? Or?
Well, I mean, we know that an autopsy takes a whole lot longer than 10 minutes. So why Mitchell is even on Ranya's autopsy, I have no idea. Because again, it takes a while to do one, and then 10 minutes later, he's starting Kamel's autopsy. So they had actually had both of these going at the same time. Really, both autopsies at the same time.
Right.
Maybe
and they also
they
have
just
two
figured,
of the cops. Maybe they figured what?
Maybe they figured it would be if he's not actually a pathologist, maybe he's put as the pathologist on Kamel because she was already on Ranya's.
Yeah, he's listed as an assistant medical examiner on David's. And yeah, so every time that he signs, that's what he is. He's
the only thing
assistant medical examiner.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe what they're referring to as pathologist on their report is the medical examiner who is actually conducting the autopsy. That's the only thing that makes sense by looking at this. Walensky was doing Rania and Morey was doing Kamel.
All right, so Kamel, during her autopsy, Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there. So they were also with Ranya's. And so now you have probably, I'm assuming then Jim Gummert and Tommy Booth probably stayed with the Rania autopsy while these two cops go to the Kamel's. And I never really understood why they would need the cops there. What are they doing there? It sounds like they're just kind of there.
They don't have to be there. There's no rhyme or reason. I mean, they can be there maybe because they feel they want to follow through, but they don't really giving the doctors any information. I mean, their input is not needed during an autopsy.
Now, wouldn't this help them see that a lot of the allegations are wrong? So at this point, these four officers, Gummert, Sean McKnight, Brian Bone, Tommy Booth, after being here present for this, shouldn't they start looking for somebody else?
You would think. That's what makes sense.
I mean, they're here. They have no excuse to say, well, we didn't know. We didn't know about the fractured third rib. You guys were there. We didn't know about whatever. No, you guys were all there. You four should know everything that you need to know that shows that there are still many, many questions, still many things to follow up on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kamel was identified by the dental radiographs and the tattoos, so that's how they ID'd her. She weighed 85 pounds when they found her, which is a big difference from what she normally weighed. So if we're talking about, the bodies being there, a dead body, how much weight does a body lose within a week, within 2 weeks, within 3 weeks of sitting there on a living room floor?
Do you know how much she weighed normally?
Yeah, it's in the 94 pages of police reports, and it is different than what they found her at. And I can pull that up, but I think it, obviously you want to be careful with women's weight, but I do believe it was different than what was on her, what's in the 94 pages. Let me just look at that here. So there's David. Kamel was 130. She's listed as 5'4" at 130 pounds in the 94 pages of Apple Valley Police document.
Wow, that's
But here, she's 85 pounds.
Yeah. I mean, we know that the human head, and again, I mean no disrespect to the families, and I hate to be so graphic, but I mean, we know the human head weighs roughly 10 pounds, but that even, you add that onto it, and that doesn't even come close to her stated weight.
Right. And I think David has something very similar. Let's see. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. So does that show how long she's been dead? Does that help show?
I'm sorry, I had to go close my windows because someone's riding an RC car up and down the street. I'm sorry, what was your question?
So what I was wondering is there's one note that says that her body cavities contain small amounts of decomposition fluid. Does that help show how long she's been dead for, how long the body has been there for?
No, and that's, since it says small amounts, that really still fits in with where the rest of the body decomp is. What do they say? Moderate. I think hers strictly says moderate decomp, whereas David and Rania say early to moderate. But yeah, it fits in with the rest of it, with the moderate stage of decomp.
Okay. Let's see. Kamel was shot twice with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. So this looked like a double tap. That was the way that I read it. These two shots are very close. So I don't know. And that would kind of line in with some of that quote-unquote rapid fire that we've been hearing about from some of the neighbors in a previous chapter where they had heard several rapid fire shots. So I don't know.
But, the two gunshot wounds to her head, I mean, that would be like pow pow. I mean, that would be rapid fire. And if they're hearing multiple rapid fires, there just isn't enough projectiles found within the house to say that had to have been the same event. So I think it's safe to kind of go past that theory and let that theory lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably why the police never followed up with that theory, because it doesn't mesh up with what was found at the scene to have them appear to be the same events.
Right. And they're also, I believe they're two separate dates too. So two different people are hearing rapid fire shots on different dates.
Exactly. Now what page,
no, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what page were you reading where it talks about the gunshot? I have her autopsy in front of me, where the entrance wounds are in the occipital region. Where are you reading that from?
Oh, let's see. I wonder if that was from. That was probably in the. I wonder if that's the external examination. And I was reading. Oh, from page 4, I believe, of Kamel.
Okay.
I think that's where it is. Yeah, there's some of that stuff there. I remember it was with the gunshot. Wasn't really mentioned.
Yeah, that's
on
talking,
the
yeah.
open.
Page
Yeah.
I mean,
3.
not that it matters. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I mean, that's very important. Page 3, is that where it is?
Yeah, in page 3 of her autopsy under external examination, it says the head consists of a portion of skull which includes most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone.
Okay.
There is... Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
The scalp is absent.
Yeah.
That bothered me too. Yeah, all the soft tissue is gone. The hyoid bone, and yeah, it's just gone. Everything is. It's just weird.
How is the neck stable though? Like, what does that mean? It says the neck is stable, but most of it's missing. Like the
Her vertebral column was still there, so I'm assuming that probably whatever part of the vertebral column was still there. It was still connected. It was still all part and together. It's not like part of it was hanging or disjointed or anything. So it was stable. In other words, it couldn't be moved really easily.
okay.
Yeah, so brain tissue was gone from the skull. How is that? I mean, canine scavenging.
Yeah, because when you look at this, I mean, there's still occipital bone there, which you know that the C1 is going to be inside that occipital portion. So it would be so basically there was really not going to be, nor was there any damage to that vertebral column.
We also see irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. That's really the only mention of canine scavenging. In Rania's, it's not listed as canine scavenging. Now that could just be because we're talking about two different people doing different reports, right?
Yeah,
one is saying animal. Yeah, how they were wording it. Right. Most of the head and the hands were missing, and that's a big one. You know, when I tell people that, especially people in law enforcement, you know, you can see their eyes widen when you start talking about what is missing. The heads, most of the heads and the hands are missing. It's not something that should be taken so lightly, and I think that's one of the big reasons why we were expecting the investigators not to guess so much on what happened and to just either say, you know, we have proof of it or we don't know. And those are simple things too, very simple.
Yeah, when you have people who have knowledge of crime scenes or bodies or death or decomp, you know, medical people, police officers, people who actually have a history within these workforce areas, looking at these autopsy reports, they're going to be like, excuse me? This doesn't make sense. But when you have the average Joe Blow citizen who doesn't have a background in these areas, they're going to take it at face value at what they say and go, oh, well, they say that, so it must be true. And it's like, you know, that's where I think a lot of times where cases are allowed to remain the way they are because the vast majority of people don't know and don't understand. And that's what departments like this who don't want to investigate or choose to cover up, whatever the case may be, that's what they're counting on, is the general consensus of those who have no knowledge. that they can tell them anything they want. And since it's coming from a person in a position of power, they're going to believe them. And unfortunately, that's true more oftentimes than not.
Most definitely. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. And here, multiple bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of this report. Amongst this bony material are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. When they say irregular, what does that mean? Is that...
It could mean several things, but more than likely they were either broken up. Somehow they were not the shape that they should have been. However, they got that way.
Like damaged, or I mean, from a gunshot, or
put it.
Yeah.
You know,
regarding animals, go ahead.
Again, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. We don't know if.
Okay.
My stance has always been that another dog was in this house because of the amount of white hair found everywhere, and Paleo did not have that much white fur. So could it have been due to another dog chewing up bones? Possible. Could it be due to were part of their facial bones, you know, broken up? Could they have been beaten? Possible. You know, there's just so many things that it could have been, but we don't know what it was. So, because they don't know what caused it, they just put irregular.
So this could have been tied to blunt force trauma?
Depending on the bones, yeah. On what they're talking, which bone pieces and fragments they had, yeah.
Interesting. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and the, I can't pronounce that, laryngeal cartilages are absent due to...
Where are you?
I'm reading from the book. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. The
laryngeal cartilages.
Laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. So they're blaming all of that. That's a lot to blame on the animal scavenging. And it's not really stated why they blame that on the animal scavenging.
Yep. And again, I want them to explain to me how a dog could get to her larynx if she's lying face down on a floor. How did he get to her face to eat it, but not the back of her head?
Can't.
Yep.
Not possible.
Exactly. They can't, and they don't explain that.
Right. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating. So bloating, how does bloating help with the decomp rate?
That is a definite sign of moderate decomp. That's what happens when the gases start to build up in the abdomen due to the tissues breaking down.
Let's see, hair was found on Kamel's right sock and anterior left leg. I thought that was kind of weird too, because it's not really, I mean, it just doesn't say what type of hair, human hair, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Hair everywhere.
I take note of that because when I was reading your book and I came across that, I went to the reports and I made note, because what I find interesting is her... Because, again, my theory has been that she was positioned and placed there after all of this, and that the bodies were then staged once everything was done. Now, how is it that hair can be on the anterior or on the front part of her leg, the leg that is lying on the ground, but the posterior, the back part of the leg that is exposed to the elements and to this dog who's supposedly tracking all this hair and debris around the house, the hair isn't there. It's only on the front that is lying on the floor.
So does this show then that her body was actually moved at some point?
It doesn't necessarily show it, but it's a good indication that something's awry with their theory, because how did that hair get on the ground? And like you said, it doesn't necessarily stay, and they don't know whose hair. Was it David's hair? Was it her hair? Was it Rania's hair? They should have, again, you would think they would go, okay, there's hair on the anterior portion of her leg, and that was on the floor. So whose hair is that?
Was she's walking on somebody's hair? Or, yeah, I don't understand.
Drag her leg across somebody's hair. Yeah, I mean, and then if hair is on the floor prior to her being there. Now we know that from looking at photos of how she kept house prior to this incident. Now people tend to look at the police photos and they see stuff all over. And your first thought is, wow, they weren't very good housekeepers. But that's what the police did. And, they tend to tear things up as they're doing, collecting evidence. That's all normal. But when you look at her other photos of their house prior to that, she was actually a really good housekeeper. So I find it hard to believe that this hair would have been on the floor prior to, just due to a lack of housekeeping. So how did it get there? And that is, that just jumped out at me when I was reading this chapter in your book.
Yeah, it says her left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. And of course I had a hard, like, what do they mean by frayed? What is it frayed? But I guess it's kind of like, I guess like ribs, kind of. I mean, when I think of frayed, I think like those.
A fraying is where if it's knitted, which it probably was a knit weave fabric, where it starts to come apart. So it starts to unravel. Okay.
And it was weird because it was the left sleeve, not the right sleeve. We know both hands are missing. So that was another thing. I would expect it to be frayed on both sides, but maybe not. Maybe it's just more related to the sweater than anything else.
And again, you bring up an excellent point, because her left hand and arm is underneath her body, according to all of the reports from the police officers who were on scene. So that portion of that sweater was under her body. And like you said, her right hand was outside of the body. And the dog supposedly ate her right hand, but that sleeve is not frayed. However, the one under her body is frayed. And the dog can't even get to it. And they don't even bother to look into that further.
This is all stuff I think will hopefully one day help the case get reopened. I also found that it was interesting, still at the bottom of page 29 here. I think this is the last thing that I have on this page, but that she was wearing a Gray State shirt. And the reason why that was important is because we had heard so much about how Kamel didn't like this project. She wasn't for it, et cetera, et cetera. I just found it, I didn't, from reading David's posts and from looking at all of the stuff there, it seemed like, she was his biggest fan. I didn't get the view that she was jealous of the whole Gray State project, that she felt that, slighted by it. I mean, she's wearing a T-shirt. I don't know. I just did not get that feeling that she had any issues with David's project.
And I agree with you, because everything that is filmed of her while they're doing the, David is doing the filming of the trailer, she is smiling, she's excited, they're talking, she's having a great time. I don't see one look on her face that says disgust, boredom, or anything. She's in it like everybody else. So, yeah, and I agree with you. Why would she wear a Gray State shirt if she's angry or jealous? That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't fall in line with their theory, so I guess they just leave that out too.
Yep.
He had her reading the script. There was that clip of her he's like, so what'd you think of it? She's like, I wish I could watch it instead of read it. That's the only thing I hated about it. It seemed to me like she was, like you stated, his biggest fan. She was the one pushing him to do this. She was helping him. If she felt slighted by it in any way, she wouldn't have read it. She wouldn't have been standing with a computer on her head during filming. She wouldn't have been involved in it in any way. She wouldn't be happy about it either. Like, it's visibly, anybody who watches the videos with her in it, she's happy and smiling. She was promoting him, really.
Right. And then,
she
was quitting. Go ahead.
She was a model on the...
That's right.
For the T-shirt. It showed a picture of her smiling and with the front of the shirt, and then kind of looking back, showing the back of the shirt. If she didn't want to be part of it, he wouldn't have used her for that. He wouldn't have used her in the little snaps throughout his filming for the Gray State.
Yeah, well, I would go one step further. Just with that is, if David was jealous, if he was so jealous of her and all that stuff, I don't think he would let her do that. I don't think he would want his wife on a poster with a T-shirt, posing like that. So that to me was just more proof that he was not as jealous as some might want us to think.
Right.
Okay. Any final words on Camille?
Yeah. One thing I do want to add before we move on to David is we know that according to the toxicology report, Rania was clean. There was nothing in her system. We know David was completely clean. They did the toxicology report. We'll talk about that when we get to him. But with Camille's, hers was clean with the exception of salicylate being found in her system, which basically is just aspirin. So, again, she is clean too. There are no drugs, no alcohol in their systems at all, none. And when they're doing the toxicology reports on their liver, since they're doing here, this will follow through to David's as well. But with Camille, when they do toxicology reports, toxicology on liver, they use the liver because it tends to hold in drugs longer, because medications and everything tends to metabolize in the liver. So it will remain in the liver a lot longer than it would blood and urine. And when the liver drug tests come back completely clean, they had no alcohol, that means no absinthe, no marijuana, no drugs, nothing in their system, with the exception of Camille, who had aspirin.
And wasn't she prescribed ibuprofen?
That I don't know.
There was some found at the house. Yeah.
Yeah, like on the in one of the drawers there was prescription for Camille of, I don't remember if it was $750 or $800.
Basically,
but
yeah,
it was ibuprofen.
She was taking something very natural like aspirin, a pain reliever, and that was it.
Right.
They are clean. So the marijuana being on the dresser and that staging of trying to make it look like they were potheads is out the window. Their toxicology reports prove that's out the window. The theory that David was, loony and crazy due to absinthe, out the window. He had no alcohol in his system whatsoever. So all of those theories, all of those stories can be put to rest, according to the autopsy reports.
Interesting. Love it. Thanks for bringing that up too. I think that's a huge point there.
Yes, thank you. I've been wondering what that is. Salicylate.
I mean, David had, I think he had back issues. He had some problems. So I was really expecting to find that here. I was expecting to find him on some painkillers or something like that.
Yeah, something, because when the IED exploded and it damaged his legs and hurt his legs and his back, you would think, because he did state that he was in pain. However, I think he treated his pain with exercise, because he was always exercising.
That's true. That is true. So for David, his autopsy begins at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th, 2015. No, that's not correct. The second press release happens at 11:40 a.m. on January 18th. 10 minutes later, at 10:50 a.m. is when David's autopsy begins. So by this point, they have already accused David of being guilty of killing his wife, his daughter, and himself. And 10 minutes later, they start to go over his body, which I did think that was, I don't understand why they were so quick to just, like they really needed to get the answer out first. But generally, we would want you to research first and then get the right answer, not just a answer. Go ahead.
Right, and the whole thing is that they had no results from anyone's autopsy. Toxicology had just been, being done and collected, hadn't even been sent off yet. They had nothing, and then they just go ahead and they start calling it murder-suicide. And in fact, you, I know you disagree with me saying this, but I'm always like, because that Chief Reichsgold or whatever his name is, Chief R. He plainly states in again, in one of those newspaper articles things where he says within 2 hours they knew. And it's right. They talk about jumping to conclusions. You can't walk into a house like that and say, oh, okay, we know what this is. I don't care how much you have. You need to investigate it.
That would have been nice.
Would have been.
Would have been logical, but not a lot of logic in a lot of the stuff we're seeing here. But yeah, within 2 hours, within 4 hours, that's just crazy. There's no way. There's no way that they could possibly know.
Especially when they leave the house without, well, they still to this day don't have the bullet that killed them. So how can you walk out of a residence and say he committed suicide, but not retrieve the bullet or the fragment that killed him, or even anything? They just Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting frustrated all over again.
Sorry.
Well, they didn't have his bullet, and they didn't have the one tied to his daughter either. So
correct.
They are consistent in that basis. They're consistent in missing bullets.
That's it. Look at the bright side.
At this point, look at the bright side. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I had so who puts all the things in the body bag? Like at the crime scene, do we know that?
I don't know if that's the BCA. I'm assuming the BCA.
Or it could have been also the assistant that it's the name we've only heard or seen a few times, that Dr. Lelinski's assistant that showed up there with her. It could have been that person as well, or was it the police? I thought I read somewhere. Now I can't remember.
Yeah, you're talking about Greg Spandl.
Yes.
Greg Spandl was the medical examiner investigator who was with her. Yeah, he's there, and that's it. He's done. His
But
investigation is over.
Trying to figure out how the two mandibles got into the same bag.
Well, because the reports state that the bones, and this is, again, a good question because there was a mandible found on top of the blue blanket, but where? But the reports state that any bone fragments, whatever was closest to that body, was collected and sent with that body. So that's probably why those mandibles were closest to her, so they just collected it and stuck it with her. And then, you know, let the medical examiner figure out who belonged to who.
That's right. Let's see here. I was just looking at some of the questions in the chat room too. So here we have David, the pathologist was Jessica Lelinski, and Mitchell Morey is back. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone are both there during this process. And they have David weighing at 128 pounds. And again, that's going to be different from what they have him here, which is 180 pounds is what they have in the police files. So that's a big difference.
That's a huge
so very important. What would cause that? I mean, and maybe they're going by, well, I'm assuming, like, where did they get this 180 from? The 180 has to come from his driver's license?
Yeah, I would think so. Either his driver's license or any medical records that they were able to get. But
that's still a big difference on 20.
Yeah, when you look at him, he may not be a tall man, but he is a very fit, muscular man. So muscle weighs more than fat. And so, you know, well, okay, a pound of fat is still the same as a pound of muscle, but you know what I mean. He was very fit, and he had to have weighed a whole lot more than 128 pounds or 138 pounds. So why didn't they check that out?
Right.
I had it in my head that Kamel was 120 pounds and he was 185 pounds.
That's close. That's close to what these documents say. So it's a big difference.
128 pounds for David, not Kamel. Oh wow.
Yeah, Kamel was 85. She was found 85 pounds. Normally, they said 130. David was found 128 pounds. Normally, at about 180. So that's a big
Is that
difference.
normal for them to lose that much weight after death?
Not in any of the dead people I've ever seen. If they were 150 when they died, they were 150 a week later, you know? I have no explanation as to why the drastic weight loss for either one of them.
Well, I would think drugs, you know, but again, we're looking at the tox, and there were no drugs in their system, so
they were completely
doesn't make sense.
clean. Yeah.
They were in the process of making food. So I don't think they had any issues like that. I don't know. There's no answer for that.
Yep, none.
You assume that it would be in their system. I mean, Pop's found in the house, so you assume it would be in one or the other system. But toxicology coming back negative for that.
And again,
well, why was it even open if it's not in either of their systems? Like, it's common in somebody who overdoses.
Well, and again, that all goes right back to the police not investigating, because especially when the toxicology reports came back, those take longer. But the moment they came back and they were sent to the police station, the police should have then looked at that and said, okay, there was marijuana open on their dresser. There was a bong in the bathroom that looked to have been cleaned right away or relatively within a certain time frame. But everything on their toxicology reports come back clean. They are clean of everything. So that then tells them the scene is staged. They should have then gone to look to see, okay, why was this placed here? Who placed that there? Because people who smoke pot, but then, you know, kind of collect it and save it for later, aren't going to leave it open and just sitting out.
No, they don't. If you're about to smoke, you would have it all out like that.
Right.
It being left like that points to a scene interrupted. But
or a staged scene.
Yes, or a staged scene. It's sadly nobody followed up on this. If David was alive and that came back negative, they would have done more follow-up so that they could continue to prosecute him and have him in jail for this crime. None of that was done. None of the things that you would normally see in cases like this, we'll say, where there's, I think they're called family annihilators. Like a person who just kills their whole family. Just snaps and kills their whole family, to take them to court and show that they did this crime. There's follow-up questions, there's testing upon testing upon testing to prove what they say happened so that any judge or jury is completely clear on what happened and why that person needs to be put in jail.
Right.
With them saying David did this, there's no... it's almost reminiscent of like 1930s era detective work. You know, oh, well, they're all dead, the dog's alive, so the missing body parts are from the dog eating it. And the gun's by him, so he must have done it. Case closed. Like, there's no...
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to jump back to a point you were making, and then maybe we should probably get back to the autopsy report. But I think this goes along with the autopsy and with his mental status. The fact that they keep stating, and that Captain R in the little sloppy-mentary was stating, oh, well, we think he just snapped. That is an extremely rare psychological event. There was no evidence of David being under stress. There was no evidence that he was had flashbacks. There was no evidence that he was under anything that would cause him to have a reason to quote-unquote snap. And for someone to snap without reason generally doesn't happen. So nothing, and we know it wasn't due to alcohol, we know it wasn't due to drugs, we know it wasn't due to flashbacks or PTSD, we know all of that is fabricated and not true. So
right.
There is no rhyme or reason for him to have been accused of this crime. None.
Right.
Right. It also says David was identified by the dental records and the body tats. The problem here that I'm having with the identifications is the date that these reports are done on January 18th. The bodies aren't positively identified until January 21st. So I'm having another problem with that. How are they justifying this? At this point, the bodies, it sounds like the bodies should have been identified on January 18th. The positive ID is not mentioned in the AVPD press releases until January 21st. And some could say, well, maybe they just waited until January 21st. Yeah, but they have, there are other AVPD press releases that say that the bodies have not been positively identified. So I'm trying to understand this logic here. if they haven't been identified, is that because the Hennepin County Medical Examiner hasn't told the Apple Valley Police Department yet, even though the Apple Valley Police Department are in these autopsies, so they're there, so they know that the bodies have been identified? Why are they still saying after January 19th, January 20th, January 21st, that the bodies have not been positively identified?
Well, there's a difference between being tentatively identified and then positively identified. And they went on looking at photos, and the bodies were in the house belonged to. So tentatively, yes, those were more than likely the victims. So they can be identified as. But the positive, without doubt, identification comes after the medical examiner office then gets a copy of his dental records from the dentist. They make comparison with the teeth that they have, and then they can make the positive identification.
Gotcha. Makes sense. David's autopsy shows early to moderate decomposition, and that's evidenced by the skin discoloration, the marbling, slippage, blistering, and the mummification of the left hand and feet. Now, the mummification of the left hand, everybody can see what David's left hand looks like. There is an image, BCA 4777, shows you exactly what David's left hand what his left, I don't want to say a sign that his left hand was making, but you can see the condition of his left hand. And it is a very curious left hand, I think.
Well, yeah, and
one
then
of the more weirder things.
Here's the problem I have with that, and this is what I just sent to in my email to, what was his name, Tom Lydon, the one who did his little expose in the news.
Yeah.
And I have not heard back from him, not hide nor hair, and this was my second email to him. But I pointed out to him, and I sent him both photos. When you look at the photo of the bodies, I did some lightning and zooming in on that hand, and then you compare the position of the hand in that photo to the close-up of that photo of the hand being next, like the photo you're talking about. That hand is in two different positions. The first one with the body's just lying there with his arm outstretched. The right finger, the index finger, is not next to the thumb like it is in the close-up photo showing the OK or the 666 or whatever the case may be sign. So who moved the finger? And that's why I asked Tom Lydon. I'm like, shouldn't you be asking who moved that finger? Here's the photo where it shows his fingers are all up and outstretched. Then you have a close-up where the right index finger is now touching the thumb. Who did that? These photos both were taken when the police got there and then during their time they were there. So the only people in that house to move that hand were either the police or the BCA. Who did it and why?
It wouldn't have
let's
snapped.
see, anything else? It wouldn't have what?
The pointer finger wouldn't have snapped, like, off or broken in some way when it was moved?
Rigor mortis had already been gone. The fingers would have been pliable.
I didn't know that.
Well, and I did read somewhere, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I'll go find that for our next one. So when I find it, then we can talk about it next time.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I do want to kind of wind this down here. Getting pretty close to the end here. I know this has gone a little bit longer, but that's okay. We're almost done with this, just looking at David's head. So due to the condition of David's head, they were unable to determine the entrance, the pathway, and the trajectory of the gunshot wound. So that shows that they tried, right? They tried to find the trajectory. No, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. They just looked at it and said, there's no point of even looking to figure it out. That's pretty odd. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Kamel had more gunshots, so I can understand not being able to figure out where the entrance or exit was for her. But if he just had one, I mean, Randy was shot once, and it was pretty cut and tie to see where it came in and where it went out. If he was just shot once, shouldn't it be like the same?
Well, there's a difference because with Camille, it was they could find the entrance wound, and so they were able to determine the trajectory. With David, they only had an exit section, so the entrance wound. That portion of the skull was not found, and so they had no way of knowing how it entered. They only know how it exited. So that could be why.
Which I think is weird, looking at the photo of David's head, right? I mean, even though it is kind of back and it's kind of hard to really see or to close up on, it's like it looked to me like more of the left side was missing of his head than the right side. So I always found that kind of weird, how they were able to find the exit.
Well,
most of the left side of his head was missing.
But see, the left parietal bone was still attached. So that's the left side, so that was still there. And so they know where it came out. But since when a bullet is shot into a head, it could easily bounce around. So you can only know if there's an exit wound where it's coming out of. You don't know where it entered. Now, the exact opposite is true of Camille, because they know where it entered, and they might not necessarily know where it came out. So they can determine how the weapon was positioned against her head to cause that entrance wound. But David's entrance wound is missing.
Gotcha. And I think what we're going to find next is, I mean, Catherine, when you were reading this, is this what led you down the blunt force trauma? I mean, is there anything that we're seeing here that lines up with the blunt force trauma that you found clearly in a couple of those photos, the crime scene photos?
No, nothing in the autopsy reports. In fact, that's why I went back to see, going, okay, this photo in this skull piece clearly shows blunt force trauma. So I went immediately to the autopsy reports to go, okay, they had to have mentioned this. But there is no mention in the autopsy reports at all, at least not here.
And
now, it's in the extensive, thicker medical examiner report. We don't know, and we will never know, again, because by law, those are not to be released to anyone other than the families. The families can request, but anybody else can't.
But wouldn't that stuff be some of the basic things to mention? I mean, there's no reason.
Well, yeah.
Well, I guess there is a reason not to mention.
Exactly, because when they mention the larger skull piece, they just say that this large skull piece that then articulates well with the remaining calvarium. You would think that they would mention that the skull piece has indentations on it, but they say nothing. Not at all. And the indentations are clear. I mean, a 2-year-old could look at it and go, oh, look, there's marks. Compare that with a regular skull cap, and then you look at his. And, I mean, you know, I hate to say this, but a 5-year-old could tell you that there's something wrong with David's scalp. Or I'm not, sorry, not scalp, but his skull.
And so these skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5, is that would the image of the blunt force trauma, would that fall in line? Would that fall into this category, 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters?
Well, what I did.
Or is that something different? Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, wait a second. Were you trying to ask me? I don't think I understood.
Oh, I'm just saying, so, where is it here? They were mentioned that skull bone fragments were found.
Mm-hmm.
And does that line up with the blunt force trauma image, or is that something different? And is
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
size?
Yes. And what I did, and I know this isn't exactly scientific, but it's all we have at this point. If you look at the photos with the skull piece, they have a little measure marker tape thing, correct? And so what I did is I took a piece of paper on the screen, and then I took that and found out how much their centimeters were on that, and then measured it out on the picture of the scalp. Again, this is not scientific, but it's all we have at this point. And the dimensions were exactly that. For that skull cap piece was exactly what was found, and then that fit, that articulated well and fit with his calvarium.
Interesting. So this is where it says separately a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment with a rounded defect along one edge with apparent internal beveling. That's pretty interesting. I noted that for some reason, but I can't remember why I noted that now. Rounded defect. I guess that was the rounded defect. So that would be, I guess I was trying to figure out what that rounded defect was. Most likely.
Well, I'm assuming that would have been either an exit or an entrance wound. It would have to be of some sort, but, or we don't know, could it have been from whatever weapon was used to hit them? They don't even, you're right, they don't even clarify. I'm reading that right now on page 3 of the autopsy report, and it just states rounded defect. But what type of defect?
Right.
Was it a complete round circle? And if it was a complete round circle, then they would have stated if it was a gunshot exit or entrance wound, because it would have had beveling. They don't speak of beveling, they just say rounded defect.
Oh, these guys. Let's see. So examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. And I guess that was, it's mentioned here. So if it's mentioned here, that it's got to be tied to David, right?
Oh, that's okay.
I would assume so.
This goes back. Okay, I want to clarify now, because there were 2 mandibles found with Kamel, and I remember I stated that there was one on the blanket. It wasn't the mandible that was found on the blanket. It was the maxilla. And so that's why. Okay, I get it now. So now we don't have. I haven't seen any photos of the mandibles, but we have definitely seen that photo of the maxilla, which is what they're describing here. That was transferred with David. But they don't say if it belongs to him or not. It was just in the evidence bag, because that was on his body and next to his body, so it was transferred with his body. But they don't state who it belonged to.
And the maxilla is the upper or the bottom portion?
Upper. The mandible will be the bottom, maxilla is upper.
Okay, and the one found on the blue blanket is a...
That's the maxilla. That's what they're talking about right here.
Okay. Looking at the image, though, it kind of looks like David's maxilla is still there, right?
I did not see a maxilla on his photo. The whole front part of his face is gone. It's gone.
It kind of looks, I'll have to go back and look at that again. But where it's found, I mean, that's nowhere near David's head. David's head is, if you're looking at you're looking through the front window, if you're standing in front of the Crowley home and you're looking through the window, the maxilla on the blue blanket is found to the left, next to the bloody wall, but David's head is facing right, next to the Christmas tree.
Correct.
That's a long way for it to get over there. I mean, it's just...
In an odd place, the dog had done that just to leave it there.
to leave it right there.
With no evidence of him gnawing on it or chewing on it, it would just drop it right there? No. It looks placed. Again, that looks staged as well. In my opinion.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
How hard is that to remove from a human head, from a human body?
Extremely difficult. It's hard. That would not be an easy thing for a dog to do.
That's disturbing. This report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, the neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone. I think at this point I was just so frustrated with what I was reading. I could not believe that they were blaming the dog for all of this stuff here. And it was very, very frustrating. So I just decided to just list all of the things that they were blaming the dog for.
Yeah, and not only
testing, without anything. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg. I keep cutting you off. I'm so sorry. But it's interesting that they blamed Paleo for so much of this stuff, but yet this is one very picky dog. Very discriminating taste. It's going to choose just this, the hardest bones of the body, over what is easy to get to, easy to remove. But let's go for the hardest bones, and we're just going to eat them all up. I'm like, wow, really? Okay. How gullible do they really believe people are? I don't get it.
I don't either. I mean, you can see his left hand. Those fingers are they're just there. They're up there. You know, it's very easy to take those, but instead, the dog apparently only goes for David's right hand and doesn't touch the left hand. Again, it's baffling. Yep. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. So does that line up with animal scavenging?
I'm trying to find that on the report.
The report.
Wait, that's internal. We need external. Okay, I'm sorry. What part are we reading? The remaining. Wait, where are you?
Yeah,
oh, it's actually regarding the missing right hand. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. That to me does not say. And my first thought process on that is not dog scavenging. That could be consistent with a pulling away of a hand, or pulling, same thing like with the arm. Did somebody pull that hand off that? And I see nothing here that says dog scavenging.
That's very curious then.
No, especially with the smooth ends of the radius and ulna. If a dog is going to be chewing on a hand to remove it from a body, if it could do that, there would be teeth marks. It would no longer be smooth. There would be, gnaw marks on those bones, and there's nothing. It's smooth.
It's smooth. That's a key. That's a key word too. That it was smooth. It's like, wait a minute. It says jagged, I believe, for one of the other body parts, but for this one, it's there's nothing mentioned like that. It's really weird. It's really odd. There's nothing consistent in this. So,
I agree.
I think that's about it. Unless you guys have any final questions here, we can go ahead and shut this podcast down. I did anticipate this one being a little bit longer because of all this, and because I knew I had 1,000 questions that I was going to ask you, Catherine. And you were able to answer everything for me, so thank you again. Thank you again for joining us here.
Oh, no, thank you for having me. The only thing I really want to reiterate, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, is I really once and for all want to put to rest the theories out there that have been going around about David being, drinking on drugs, and that's what caused him to do this. According to the toxicology reports, which were the samples were taken from his liver, tested from his liver, he was clean of all alcohol, all drugs, everything. His system was completely and totally clean. They will check the liver because the liver tends to hold on to drugs and stuff more, because that's where things are metabolized, is in the liver, so it will be stored. And since the liver tissues were clean, he had not in anywhere, any time prior to, close to, near the time of their deaths, and I'm talking at least a month or two, maybe longer, prior to that, did he have, especially pot, that for sure was not in his system. Not prior to their deaths did he have any alcohol. He was clean. She was clean. Other than aspirin, Rania was clean. So those who are saying that the toxicology reports show them wrong.
Awesome. Great points. Stephanie, any final words before we shut this down here? Did we lose Stephanie?
Did we lose her?
We might have.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very, very much. And next time we'll come back next month. Remember, we do these on the first of every month. This was the first live podcast that we've done. So I want to appreciate everyone, all of your efforts, all of your help to get the case reopened. That is the goal here, to get justice for this family, to let people know that David Crowley is not guilty, has not been proven guilty, and will never be proven guilty. And next month we will come back here and we will discuss the living room chapter. So I hope you all join us for that. God bless you all and have a great Sunday. Okay, Dan, take it away.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 28, 2020. We'll be reviewing on this podcast number 6 of the book, The Gray State, written by Greg Hernandez Jr. Joining us today will be Catherine, Greg, and myself for this episode. How is everyone doing today?
Awesome.
Doing great.
Good. Well, we've got an interesting chapter to cover here. Greg's book is, for the new listeners out there, it's a 16-chapter book detailing the Crowley case murders. And this chapter today is called The Living Room. And because most of the details took place in the living room, this is going to be one heck of a chapter to cover. We may have to break this down into several parts, but we'll try it. We'll see how far we get here today. I'll start off by reading the first paragraph. Blood spatter in the living room was, quote, mostly on ground, according to BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD-40 handgun, which is item 1A, with a rubber Hogue grip sleeve was found cocked on the living room floor, quote, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of the 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. Now, the nice thing, if you're following along in Greg's book here, this is page 35 of the book. Once again, it's chapter 5 of the book. And Greg adds the sketch, the police drawing sketch, the handwritten sketch below in the book that shows the layout of the individuals and the bodies there. And remember, we have to keep in mind that the CAD or the drawing, the computer-aided drawing, number one, does not match what that was really at all. So that's another thing we could cover. But that's the first paragraph, Greg. You want to get us started on some of your questions and comments?
Yeah, I think...
Or Catherine. Let's start off with Greg.
Sure. I think, obviously, the biggest question is to make sure that this is where the crime actually happened. Now, I can't prove that it did or that it didn't, but this is where they say that the crime happened. And I think the most obvious reason why they say that, obviously, is because this is where the 3 bodies are found. This is where the gun is found. Everything seemed normal until a lot of people started mentioning blood and the lack of blood. And I was still very skeptical and still trying to give the police the benefit of the doubt. Well, you know, maybe the blood isn't there. Maybe we're just not seeing it. And so it was pretty interesting to hear people's views once they started mentioning velocity, you know, blood and where the blood should be. How come we're not seeing more blood? And I still went back and thought, well, maybe we're not seeing it, maybe because it's on that blue blanket. Maybe because it's on the living room carpet. That carpet, I do believe the carpet is a little deceptive, and that there might be more blood on that carpet than we could see through those cameras. And the police obviously were not using the best cameras. I think that's clear too. But so that was the first thing, was to, you know, I kept going back and saying, well, you know, why are we having so many people, so many different people with so many different views on this case that are all saying that they don't think that the crime happened here? So what I wanted to do is just kind of document what the police were saying, why they think that the bodies were here, why they think that the whole crime happened here. They pretty much are saying that these 3 people were killed here, in this room, in this spot where the bodies were found. They do not mention that the bodies were ever moved, which leads me to think that the police think that how they found these bodies were how the bodies were found when they died. I guess maybe that's the wrong way to say, but the way that the bodies were found when the police saw them, according to what they're saying, they died right here in this spot. I don't see any evidence in their documents, in anything that they give us, where they are even open to the possibility that these 3 bodies might not have died where the bodies were found. And on the surface, that seems like, okay, that's possible, but when you start digging into it and start getting deeper into it, start looking at the recliner, item 34, and you can clearly see that somebody's blood is on item 34. Well, that's not anywhere near any of these 3 bodies. So that was the first thing that helped me understand that at some point, one of these bodies was actually moved. And of course, go ahead.
Then I think too, when we get into this discussion further, Catherine will be able to help us out. Greg, you and I have both, backgrounds with very limited with crime or crime scene investigation and backgrounds, whereas Catherine really is going to bring this to a whole new level. But we can point out at this juncture the anomalies already. The gun, even though it was mentioned to be listed on one instance fairly close to David's left hand, and another instance about a foot away from David's left hand, the thing we have to keep in mind is that David was right-handed, never fired a gun with his left hand. So the question is not, was it wrong that it was 2 or 3 inches away, and another detective said it was a foot away? The problem we have is, why was it next to his left hand? Now, it obviously couldn't have been near his right hand, because David's right hand was missing from the scene. There was no right hand. Comel had both of her hands missing. Left and right hands were missing from the scene. So they assumed, of course, by looking at that, to an elementary detective, a very beginner investigator would look at 3 bodies and say, yes, this is obviously where they were shot and killed. Obviously, the gun was right there. David did it. Done deal. But as we look further, as Catherine will get into here in a minute, the blood spatter that's on the scene, which is very limited, is all medium velocity. A handgun produces high velocity. A handgun produces blood spatter on the ceiling, on the walls, on the furniture, like in a mist form all over the place. We have some medium velocity on the hardwood floor, very little on the carpet, and the only spot, like Greg mentioned, that had huge amounts of blood actually got soaking on the bottom of that recliner cushion is where no body was at all. So, Catherine, if you could start off with some of those things. I know Greg was alluding to a secondary crime scene. That's when a crime took place and a secondary crime scene was used. Now, we know the bodies, of course, were found here, but the evidence does not suggest that these 3 individuals were killed here, which means we have a secondary crime scene. And that's what I'm going to give there for the lead in there, Catherine. But can you give us more of the details with your background and some of your folks that you've talked to that are experts and professionals in this field?
Sure. I mean, you guys are both absolutely correct. The thing that I noticed with this sketch and this drawing, when you look at the number 1 and where they describe where the handgun was found, the several inches and then 1 says a foot, where you see where his left hand would be, it would be way up in the air. And the gun is nowhere near that hand. And, it would be way up there toward the top somewhere. But it is instead down by his hip and his waist. So that's way farther than a few inches to a foot from his hand. So we know that right away that their description of where the gun is found is incorrect, inaccurate. Something is, either what they state or the drawing. One of these 2 are absolutely incorrect. And also, you guys are right. When Comel had 2 gunshots to the head, that would have produced a lot of spray, a lot of high velocity spray on the couch, especially if she were killed there. On that couch, on the floor, it would have been everywhere. On the ceiling, like you stated, they would have found her blood, I mean, it would be ridiculous what they would find. Same thing with Rania. She was laying, or so they say, either between this sketching shows her lying between her mother's legs, and then of course on the photo it shows her lying on top of Kamel's left leg. And we know that, again, Rania did not fall naturally. These are not, generally speaking, natural positions where people would end up if they were shot. You don't usually end up on an arm like that with another above your head. You don't end up with, like David with his arms, one straight out, one up in the air. None of this scene makes sense. And so supposedly there are a total of 4 gunshot head wounds in this living room, yet there is 0 blood evidence to back up that theory. And right away you look at this and you start to read what they write and you're like, something's fishy. Why would they write this? And maybe they have an excuse, like Greg was saying, he wants to give them the benefit of the doubt, and that would be great. I would love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but yet they're remaining silent. Every time I try to reach out, they're quiet and they refuse to answer. So it leaves us to only go with the evidence, and the evidence tells you a story far different than what is written in the conclusion that they came to.
I think one important thing here, just taking a few steps back, that I found interesting, point number 3 here, is that the gun was found cocked. Now, I don't know if maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I did make a note of that. I don't know if that's, again, if that's normal, if that's how we should expect to find this gun.
Well, and that's it too, because I think he had a Glock, correct? I think it is the spring. I don't know much about handguns. I just know I find one and I shoot them at a range and I have fun. That's about all I know.
That's all you need to know. Yeah.
But when I look at this handgun, it's not it would always be quote unquote cocked if you chamber a round. And from what I understand, there was a round in the chamber. So is that what they're talking about by being quote unquote cocked? But that's an automatic thing. As soon as you shoot, the next one comes up. You shoot, the next one comes up. So, again, like you said, why would they write that? It would be expected to find, something in the chamber, especially if there are extra bullets in the magazine. That's correct. Just weird. I agree with you. It's weird.
Is that more, this is Dan, Greg, if you're talking about a revolver, it would need to be cocked or in a cocked position. This is a semi-automatic handgun with a magazine. And like Catherine says, once you fire that round, the next one automatically loads. Not to say it's cocked, though. Is that, once again, I don't have a background in this. Can Catherine expand a little more on that? Or why would they use that terminology, I guess?
Yeah, that's a good question. And like you're saying, I like how you use the revolver. You take a revolver I have a 38 as well as a 9mm. My 38, on the very first one, you have to pull back that, I lost what it's called, the hammer. The hammer. You pull back that hammer, and then when you fire it, you don't have to keep pulling it back to continue shooting. So that would be, once you pull that thing back, whatever it's called, maybe it's not a hammer, I don't know, but you pull it back, that would be considered cocked.
Okay.
So, but on a gun like a 9mm and the Glock, same thing. When you pull that slide back, and it's called chambering around. So when you pull it back, a cartridge, a bullet, then comes up into the barrel. And then from that point on, you don't have to do anything other than shoot it. And once it's empty, then you put in a new magazine or refill it. So this is just, like you guys are saying, to word it this way, it's just weird.
Yeah. The other thing, I guess, getting back to the blood a little bit, that it was mostly on the ground. So, to me, that, again, somebody doesn't know anything about this, just looking as a complete outsider, I've never studied this stuff and never really looked into it. I'm trying to understand it, and that's another purpose of this book, is so that I can bounce these ideas, bounce these thoughts off of people who do, and try to learn more about what we are seeing here. But the fact that the blood was mostly on the ground, does that indicate that all three people were on the ground when shot?
It seems to me that that's what they are inferring, or implied. I'm sorry, that's called implied. They're implying that. Yet, again, the evidence doesn't support it. However, I want to jump to what you were saying about the rug, how the rug had different colors, you know, and it did have some dark brown. And I could see where maybe when you first walk in, you would go, okay, you know, it would be possible to hide some blood within that brown color on the rug. However, it's not all brown, and that blood would have gone everywhere, and yet you don't see the blood spatter patterns on that rug. And there would be a lot of brain matter, especially since Kamel was shot twice in the head. There should be brain matter all over that. Well, of course, then they're saying the dog ate it, but the dog couldn't go around eating all of it. They would find something, but, you know, they found nothing. They didn't even do the like a string. That you can follow blood spatter patterns by using strings, using lasers, or sometimes they use these sticks. I forget what the sticks are called at the moment, but they had a lot of options to figure out where these people were standing, what happened, but I don't see any of that, especially on this drawing. There's no mention of anything.
Yeah, it was implied that the bodies were almost shot execution style, as if the individuals shot them from above in a downward trajectory, causing the blood to be down there. That certainly could be what happened. Evidence doesn't support that, but we still have the David Crowley suicide shot, which was up into the ceiling, which means even if the other two were killed by someone pointing the gun down, allegedly David at them, would result in that blood on the floor. David's would be all over the ceiling. And like you said, Kamel, I think, was actually shot. Evidence supports that she could have been shot 3 times. And so if they're all in the down position, I could see that the blood being down there on that floor, on that hardwood floor, it would make sense. But it doesn't explain David's. You find the gun in the left hand. He's right-handed. It's already cocked. He allegedly shot himself from a kneeling position or something, a sitting position, into the head. The bullet found in the attic after it goes through the sheetrock and the ceiling. And that bullet wasn't even there on January 17th when investigators completed the investigation. I think on the next day. This bullet was not found until February 18th, or that hole in the ceiling. So it's another month later. So we've got so many discrepancies here. But yes, it was it's very interesting. I think it does look like there was some blunt force trauma possibly in the area, because it does look like medium velocity versus a spray or a mist coming from a high velocity 40 caliber weapon.
Exactly.
And we haven't even brought up how loud that weapon is yet. So that's not for this chapter, but the neighbors there are very close proximity, and no one heard any of these alleged shots.
Correct. And two, to mention the blood, when you look at David in the photo, all of his blood it's like almost makes a perfect line down the center of his body on his left side. Now, he supposedly fell backwards, according to them and what they are implying. He shoots himself, falls backwards. Well, that doesn't explain the amount of blood on his shirt, and only on his left side. It would have been all over his back, or maybe some on his front, but not in the pattern that you see. And so, you know, I'm just like, okay, nothing. You look at the photo and you're just left with, you know, whoa, what really happened? And then when they start describing how they find things, and then they can't, you know, the story or their writings and interpretations of what they are seeing, you know, it comes close on most things, but on the important things like body position, weapon position, it's not agreed upon in people's reports. And that is another odd thing that I see.
Yeah, one question that I now have about the blunt force trauma is there any areas of blood, and I think we've talked about this, but I just want to clarify this. Are there any areas of blood that specifically show proof of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Okay.
To the right of Kamel on the hardwood floor, and then when the blood spatter patterns on the wall behind them, like where the chair was, there's that wall behind them. There's a proof of blunt force or medium velocity blood spatter that hit that wall as well. So yes, there is that proof.
And what about the blood on the top of the recliner? There's actually hair and a little bit of flesh piece that are found there.
Yeah, that's weird. When I look at that part right there does remind me, and that is where I could see where maybe the dog had kind of maybe threw up or gagged and it got stuck there, or it could have also been flying off either during, a hit or a gunshot. Who knows? But again, there are a lot of what they call void patterns. So you have all of these massive injuries to the head, which is highly vascular. Lots of bleeding would be going on. Lots of blood would be showing, brain matter, bone. It would be everywhere. But we don't really see that. But we do see lots of areas where there's nothing, but then a medium velocity blood spatter pattern, which tells me that there was some type of, I don't know, covering tarp. I don't know, but something was put in place that captured and caught a lot of the blood, because the patterns aren't making sense to the injuries and where the injuries are located.
So this is Dan. Catherine, what do you think the odds would be of this being the sole crime scene as opposed to a secondary crime scene, something being laid down, a mat, a canvas, a painting mat, or something that collected the gunshot blood, but was not there during the alleged beatings that obviously did take place there? Or do you think the blood that was there could have been staged to make it look like a beating? Or is that authentic blood from medium velocity beating?
Yeah, the blood patterns that I see look authentic, like it came from an actual injury, someone hitting somebody in the head, so to speak. I'm just throwing that out there as an example. However, I think both instances are correct. I agree with you, like you said at the beginning, that this is also like a secondary crime scene. I don't believe that they were all killed in that living room. There's just not enough proof. There is no blood that they showed from Rania or David in the living room, correct? It was all Kamel. Am I wrong, or did I remember that incorrectly?
I think you're mostly right. There were some that were, well, we're not sure, right? It's like, well, it could be two or more, and we can't rule out Kamel or David, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, all that talk, and however, there was nothing that from any of the blood that they tested that stated, okay, this belonged to Rania, other than like on the knife or on the gun. I'm leaving those out. I'm talking, like the blood on the floor, the blood on the walls. They took one swab of the writing in the living room, but that's pretty much it. They, the rest of the blood did not seem to be tested. However, what was tested only belonged to Kamel. Now, so that tells us then where were Rania and David killed? Because if their blood isn't in that living room, they were killed somewhere else. Or it could be just the primary crime scene. Somebody put up a tarp and killed them all there, but the tarp or whatever that they used was not really sufficient, so things got through, and the people who did it just didn't care that some of it was there. However, my best guess is I tend to agree with Dan that at least one of them was not killed in that living room, and so it's like a primary for Kamel. I believe Kamel was killed in there, so primary for Kamel, but it could have been a secondary for David and or Rania. So I kind of think it's both, if that answers your question.
And so I got a quick comment there. It does, the evidence that we see is, looking at the facts, it suggests that Comel was beaten by blunt force trauma, blunt force instrument in that living room. May or may not have subsequently died or was shot at that point, but was beaten in that living room. That's what the evidence suggests. The problem is there is no baseball bat or tire iron or anything in that residence that shows proof that something was. So if this was done by a third party, they obviously took that weapon with them. Correct?
Correct. And if David had done it, it would have been sitting there. You know, they would have found it.
Well,
you know.
see, that's the point that we have an issue with. Is officially the official narrative is David did all the shooting. David killed his family and then killed himself. But if he beat someone, Comel in this case, his wife, with a tire iron, baseball bat, or something, it would be in the residence. It's not, and that's just the fact.
Correct.
That's not a theory. It supports the fact that Comel was beaten in that living room. May or may not have died there with gunshots, as we know, 3 of them. But there's no instrument that caused the beating. And the problem was there was a knife found at the scene, which we'll get into in the next paragraph or two. That seems to be an afterthought from the investigators.
Correct. And that bothers me as well, because when you have, you know, missing limbs, you don't just and they just automatically jump to the dog did it. So they had a really good patsy to blame everything on, so they didn't really have to do the work. You know, but yes, that knife being there in the open position next to a body with all 3 of their blood on it, and they, like you said, it's to this day it's an afterthought. They never looked into that knife.
That's right. I think it should also be noted that we were talking about the bullet that was tied to David that didn't have blood on it. So I think it's safe to assume that they don't have any bullet that is tied to David. I mean, what are the odds that item 57 killed David and then there is no blood, but only DNA found on it?
It's impossible. It's totally impossible. So, you know, again, how the wounds were on David's head, they know that there's an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that the trajectory of what the bullet would take would not be to go from possibly right to left and then turn around and go what is it, east to west, south to west, or whatever. You know, that it would have to do a complete switch, turn around, and then shoot up into the ceiling. It's impossible, absolutely impossible.
Let's see. The next thing I had here was how close would you have to be to get blood into the barrel of the gun? It was an interesting thing where we kind of found out that in the last podcast that, you know, there's no gunpowder or anything like that close to any of the 3 bodies. Am I correct in that? Right? There's no evidence that shows that any of these 3 were shot from close range.
On a few of them, I'm trying to remember who it was. There was no, there's no gunshot residue that they found. However, and what is in the barrel is called blowback. So in order to get that blowback into the barrel of the gun, they would have to be relatively close. So with it being that close, one would assume, especially with Comel, with 2, at least, we know 2 gunshot wounds to her head, but like Dan said, there's a 3rd bullet fragment with her blood on it. So, you know, with the evidence, and we have to go with what only the evidence is showing us, is that she was shot twice. So there should be gunshot residue on her hair, on her clothes, and, you know, somewhere it should be there. But yet it's mighty convenient that it is missing throughout the entire house.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things, too, we mentioned early on before we found out the the hands were missing was we asked about the gunshot residue. If David did this and shot himself, shot everyone else, the evidence would be on his right hand gunshot residue that could be tested, showing that.
Mm.
And we don't have that because the gun was found next to his left hand. The only hand that was on the adult. It's the left hand. It was sitting next to his left hand. But at this time now, his hand is all in a leathery, decomposing stage 3 weeks later. And so they were not able to test that. I don't believe it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then you're talking a close-range gunshot, back of the head execution style. For instance, you would have that stippling, I think it's called, or the powder burns into the skin, showing that that gun was fired with 1 to 3, potentially 1 to 3 inches away. But we don't really have that either, because with the heads being missing, so we can't tell who was shot where or anything, much less. So we don't know if they're from a distance, from close range or not. So I think any kind of testing like that is also now inconclusive for the most part, because we can't get that information.
Correct.
We literally can't get that information. And so that's where we're stuck to. But I was confused too, like Greg had pointed out, there was a blood-like substance inside the barrel of the gun. And if that is common or not, as far as the blowback coming back into the barrel itself, I find that strange.
Yes, that is. It's very common if the gun itself is held close to the body, but especially like the head, you would expect to see blowback. So yeah.
Okay, but there's no way. That's not the question. Okay. I got nothing else on page 35, but mentioning that, staying on the blood in the barrel, how does the blood get to the magazine? Now, that would definitely not be related to blowback or to anything like that, right? That's somebody reloading
Right.
the gun with bloody hands.
Exactly, and that again, it's like this scene, this evidence is giving them so much information. Someone was bleeding prior to that magazine being picked up. Whoever blood that was, they were bleeding prior to, obviously before they were shot. So this is, again, like you said, it does not go from shooting somebody to a thumbprint on a magazine.
Yeah, and the DNA profile, the blood that was found on the magazine did match David. Now, it said 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. So if Kamel's blood was everywhere, I had kind of thought that it would be an open and shut case, that it was Kamel's blood on that magazine, but it's not. It's David's blood.
So, okay, then that right there, oh my gosh, I mean, I've read that so many times, but it didn't click. But that right there tells you that David was bleeding prior to that gun being loaded. He was already injured. So what, do they want us to believe he went and hurt himself? He's bleeding, he's doing that, and he's going to load a magazine and then kill himself in his belly? None of that makes sense. That evidence right there shows that there had to have been someone else involved. And when you look at that print in that blood, it's a pretty good, clear print. You can clearly see ridges and valleys. And yet, from what I was reading, is that they were saying there wasn't enough ridge detail for them to determine whose thumbprint that was.
Correct.
And I don't know how they can do that, because there are ways that they can, recreate it, and that print looks pretty darn good. It's right in there. It's not smeared. Nothing. Clear as day. How come they couldn't, figure that out, whose it was?
Well, I think it would be good to compare that bloody print to the one bloody print that they could tie to David, which was on the note page found in the office bedroom. So that one, they were able to tie David's left middle finger to the notepad, but like you say here, we got a clear ridge detail. It looks, I mean, it looks like we could almost give that to someone and they might be able to figure something out. I don't know, but that's an interesting question. I'm gonna have to look more into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to go back to the question once again. How many rounds did that magazine hold?
Right.
Yeah, it held 12. It held 12 rounds, but you know, when and I think mine holds something like that as well. But you know, I was always taught, you know, don't worry about that 12th round, because you know it can get really hard and really tight to get that in there. But you know, this David's a young guy; he's probably pretty strong. So whether or not he loaded all of his magazines with 12 rounds is to be questioned. But when you look at the other magazine that was in the safe, that one only had 11 rounds in it. So it just kind of makes me think that he didn't put that 12th one in just because it makes it harder. So you don't waste your time. If you're going to go fast, you know, you don't want to waste your time trying to shove in that last one. You just load what you're going to do. And this is just, I'm talking practice-wise. You load it, and then you shoot it, empty, you load it. And so it's either 11 or 12, but my best guess would be 11. And in that case, it seems like you can count and account for all of the projectiles. But I could be wrong. Don't take my word for that.
Here's a good point, Catherine. For the sake of argument, let's say he had 10 in there. Whether it held 12 or had 2 in the chamber, he only fired allegedly 60 shots that day. Why was David reloading anything? The next question is, why was David bleeding at all? Is the question.
Correct.
He allegedly shot his daughter, his wife, and himself. None of those situations involved him bleeding. So now we get back into this torture or a beating situation. Who was beating David, or what took place that caused David Crowley to be bleeding in the first place? Not even yet to ask the question, why the hell was he changing cartridges, magazines? He had no reason to even swap it out. So why was that thing even out, much less why was his blood on it? So what we get here is more and more evidence of a staging that took place, where errors were made. Correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And just going back to the gun, unless you have anything else on that.
No, go ahead, Greg.
Just going back to the gun, the presence of blood was found on the grip, on the slide, on the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger and the magazine. Now, DNA results show blood from 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. So that led me to think, well, yeah, of course, David Crowley is shooting people. He's shooting himself. His blood should be there, right?
Correct.
But with the magazine, with the blood being found, his blood inside of the magazine, and there are several blood spots, too. There isn't just one on the magazine. So that was another interesting thing, too. But it's important to note, just looking at the DNA results that show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, that the blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And on the trigger, it's like, but where on that trigger? Because if David had shot himself, his finger would have been on that trigger protecting it, so to speak. You know, it's there, you pull it, and then it goes off. So his blood, how did it get there? And was there a print on it? You know, what did it look like? I mean, I have so many questions about this, and yet I can't find the answers in any of the reports. Because if it's on that trigger where your finger would be, that means that someone else had to have had their finger on that trigger with David's blood on their hand. Because David would not have, again, why would he have blood on his hands and then pull a trigger? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Well, the only thing there, Catherine, is that whether or not he was bleeding, which we have evidence that he was, the other question is, David in this situation may have had other people's blood on his hands. For instance, the blood writing on the wall, that was Comel's blood that was written Allahu Akbar in capital letters in the living room wall. So he did have blood on his person. It just wasn't his own. But at one point he did. He was bleeding. So he did have other folks' blood was around, correct? Now, he had other people's blood potentially on him, according to the official narrative, I'll say.
Yeah, that I haven't read yet, so I guess I need to go back and read more on that. But I mean, what they are assuming is that, you know, David did write on the wall. However, since they could find no discernible ridge detail on any of the writing, that means to me, that means that there was a glove or something on that hand, because there should be ridge detail, especially where the hands first touch and then slide down. But when you're looking at, you know, the writing on that wall and how the fingers are, they don't look like the fingers of a hand that is attached to a body. You know, because that index finger is kind of wobbly and it's all over the place in some parts. And then other parts, they're like close together. So
Correct.
again,
And sorry, I didn't mean to assume that David did it. I meant according to the narrative. So they're investigating that he did all this, but yet we do know that David did not write anything, in fact, on the wall, with a glove or not. It was nothing tied him to the writing on that wall. So yet the latex glove or something was used by the person or individual doing that writing on the wall.
Correct. And I didn't even think that you were inferring or implying, I'm sorry, that David did it. I didn't take that at all. I got exactly what you were saying, because it's like, you know, he obviously was bleeding. And so how did the blood get there? And why is he bleeding? And that's kind of my question, too. It's like, why is he bleeding prior to picking anything up? If, you know, they're trying to say he did it and he picked this up and loaded that, well, why was he bleeding? And they don't answer that question.
Yeah, there's 2 points that I mentioned to people that follow the case, and just kind of want to put a summary of it, believe it or not. I tell them there's 2 things. There's 2 instances where one is where there is blood of David's where there shouldn't be. That's in the magazine. David shouldn't have been bleeding at all if he killed himself. And there's no blood where there should have been blood. The bullet that killed him, not a single drop of blood, not a microscopic piece of blood was on that bullet fragment. And so that's all I think that folks need to know to put 2 and 2 together on this case. 2 things that are almost physically impossible, that are, for the most part, physically impossible. That's all that the elementary user following a case like this needs to know. Then you get into the rest, and Greg has done a great job putting all this together in the 16 chapters of the book, is outlining all of the various dozens of inconsistencies. And so what we have here is a very troubling case when it's all said and done.
Yep. Agreed.
So the only other thing on the magazine is that there was 1 round found in the chamber of the gun, and there were 2 other rounds, 2 unspent rounds found in the magazine. Latent prints were not found on these 3. So that was the other question. I guess, you know, whoever loaded this gun, wouldn't there be something? Wouldn't there be DNA? Okay, maybe not latent prints, but wouldn't there be David's DNA on these unspent rounds?
Yeah, there should be prints, and I mean smudged, they would be smeared, but there would be prints and there would be DNA, there would be something on those, because you have to pick them up, put them in there, and then shove them in. Pick them up, put them in, and shove them in. So they should have found something. If it was David, because David wouldn't go around going, okay, I'm going to clean this and put it in with a, you know, a hanky or something. You just pick those things up and shove them in.
Yeah, and I would have to go back to see if they looked for the latent prints and didn't find them, or if they just didn't even bother to look for it. I guess I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
Based on what they did. Only other thing, maybe. Well, no, there's a few more things here, but with the gun and the magazine, it's also stated that there were hairs and fibers found, and so that was another weird thing. Made me wonder. Well, okay, how did hair and fibers get there, and could the blunt force trauma be associated with the gun hitting someone's head? Maybe it's not that deep, but obviously the hairs and the fibers got there on the gun and the magazine somehow.
Yeah, I did talk to my coroner friend about that, and they stated that the impressions on the skull piece on the floor do not match that of the butt of a gun. So they said they do not believe that was used to beat at least David. We don't know about Kamel. So and then yeah, it's like the hair and the fibers. I mean, obviously, again, whoever picked it up had blood and had that person's hair, and then they transferred it to the hand. You know, the hand. I'm sorry, I can't think. I'm just so tired. But okay, where the hand
part? So the question is, blunt force trauma is a very violent act, and I like to use examples of a tire iron or a baseball bat where someone's winding up and swinging with full force, full velocity. Now, are reviewing with the evidence on that gun, like as if someone was, for instance, pistol whipped or something like that? That's not high. That's not wouldn't relate to blunt force trauma to that extent, as far as the seriousness of the indentations we found on those bone fragments that were hexagon in shape. So I don't think that was the case, but are you alluding to maybe that one or some of these victims were maybe just pistol whipped a little bit as far as the beating?
Yeah, I would think so. Maybe they were pistol whipped, or I mean, that's the only thing to me, because if you look at the back of the gun, it kind of does look like that. The back of the grip of the gun, it kind of looks like maybe somebody was hit over the head with it. Now, yeah, I don't want to say that it's tied to the blunt force trauma. I think you guys have made some great points there about, you know, obviously a gun in general being pistol whipped is not going to be categorized as blunt force trauma. Is that correct?
Oh, it would.
It would.
Yeah, if they found proof, blunt force trauma is pretty much anything other than, you know, it's running into a wall would be blunt force trauma. Falling down on the ground, and if you bust your head open, it becomes blunt force trauma. So it's just, you know, injuries basically to the body.
I see.
And I think just to clarify that is the pistol whipping, for instance, if that was and if that did come into play, I don't think it played a major factor, if at all, in this particular case. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This was a violent, the impressions left on someone's skull are violent. Violent attack, not just a backhanded swing with a pistol in your hand. Which may, I don't want to rule that out, but I don't think it came into play with the blood coming out, the spray, or the damage to the bones from that, although it could have been.
Correct.
Pistol whip could have been involved, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and maybe it was that they don't write, and nothing tells us that, but it's easy to transfer blood and hair to the grip of the gun if you have blood and hair on your hands. But like you were saying, Dan, this was very violent, and it was very personal. So, yeah, that's all I have to say with that.
Now, should we move on to the knife?
Oh, that knife.
So it did look like the knife was open and in the locked position. There was blood, and there was human blood on it, which means someone was being cut or tortured or sliced up. Who knows what was taking place? But it did look like his was cleaned or cleaned off or wiped. But there's a little hole on the blade that it wasn't. So someone once again missed that, and when they swapped it, it did come back with blood. So what role did this knife play in this event? Thoughts, Captain?
Yes, this is the thing where I wrote one of the officers, or maybe it was the chief, and I'm like, it's the only piece of evidence that they had that contains the DNA and/or blood of all three victims, and that should have been playing a major role. They should have looked more into this knife, but they just discarded it, pushed it to the side. Let's note it because it's there, and then we're just going to ignore it. This knife really, I see it as a major key piece of evidence. And why didn't it go further? That is, I would just love to have that answer. When you know, again, it has the DNA in the blood of all three, and all three are missing limbs. So, and they're showing, you know, evidence of, you know, something with a straight edge being applied to their body. So why didn't they look into it? I'm just like, this frustrates me. The knife frustrates me.
Well, I think here in the closing minutes, the one thing, Catherine, is that I do believe it held all of that information. The DNA, it should have been explored further and really delved into, but because it didn't fit the narrative, I think they had to move on. And like I mentioned earlier, it was basically treated as an afterthought in the police report. It was just there, but in a normal case, a holding knife with a locking blade with blood on it, it's going to raise some suspicions in any case. And here it was just mentioned in a paragraph or two, and it was moved on. So I think they eliminated it because it didn't fit the official narrative of David shooting everybody, because now you have to explain why a knife was used and why a knife in that room had all three of their blood on it, and it was wiped and cleaned off. If David is going around killing people and knifing people, would he take the time to wipe that down? That's the question. So once again, we've got errors in the staging of this scene. And to say, the missing body parts, we've got 3 adult hands missing. Now, I'm not sure about this myself, but could a knife have aided or assisted in that? Probably, more than likely. But I don't think actually finishing the job with those ligaments and tendons and whatnot. And then you've got a 5-year-old girl's arm completely missing. That would include the shoulder socket, ligaments, those strong muscle pieces that I don't know if a common knife would have done those things. So we've got some serious questions here as far as what role did that knife play. It obviously played some role, but it couldn't have done the damage that has been accounted for. I think that's where we see that broken, fractured rib of the 5-year-old girl, that third rib down on her right side, just under that armpit of hers, where
Correct.
the arm was missing, alludes or allows someone to say that evidence does suggest that that arm was ripped off by a human with his foot lodged in there for leverage.
Correct. That's exactly what the evidence is saying to me. I totally agree with you.
Yep, and the sad thing with all this is these individuals are out on the loose and walking about freely in public today, and that's what I don't think folks understand from a big picture perspective.
Yep.
This is Stephanie. I just wanted to say I have been going over all that paperwork. I printed it all out, and I am so glad you guys brought up how weird it was that the knife was just pushed aside, because that is just right there one of the biggest pieces of evidence in this case, yet they dismissed it completely, it seems.
Yeah, it's like they didn't even want to talk about it. The knife is not
right.
mentioned. It's not credited with anything. I think if people would have known that from the very start, that there was a knife there, I think it might have raised more questions.
Yes.
Definitely.
And then, as Dan was saying, these people are just out there, and online, there alone is so much evidence of them making these sick jokes about, oh yes, we did this and we mixed the blood with water. And why would anyone, if they truly believe David was guilty, why would they ever say something like that? That's horrible. You know, if they really cared about that family and their extended family, why would they put that out on a public forum for anybody in the world to see?
Yeah, that was absolutely horrible and tasteless. I'm glad you finally joined. I'm sorry that I probably took up a lot of the time, and thank you for being here, Stephanie. I really, really appreciate when you're here. But I gotta hit the road here, so I'm gonna jump off. But thank you, everybody, and we will next one.
Oh yeah, we'll be
cover
back.
more of this.
Yeah.
It will be.
Yeah, I was a little late today.
It's okay.
Welcome, Stephanie. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
But yeah,
Thanks
the
for
last
joining
thing
us.
I've got to say before I got to jump off as well is, does the limitations of that reference to that knife prove a law enforcement cover-up? I don't think that it really does, but there may have been pages upon pages written about that. And the question is, when the final report was written, all we get is a paragraph, was that eliminated? Was that redacted? Was that stripped?
Yes.
You know, I'm
Yes,
not
because
saying that
there was.
They did their homework on it, but why did it not make the final report? And there, I think, is where you start to see a little bit of the underpinnings of a cover-up involved in this entire escapade.
Yes.
Completely agree.
Yes, especially with all the current stuff going on over there.
Yeah, the knife is really out of place.
I got to jump off as well. Thanks
All
very
right,
much.
thank you, Danny, Catherine. Appreciate that.
Thank you guys. It's so nice to hear you.
Yeah, nice. Thanks for joining, Stephanie. Thanks, Greg. Bye, Dan.
Bye, guys. Stephanie, go ahead and stay on if you want here. I think we should cover a little bit more about this knife and kind of explain, because I think a lot of people just have not heard about this. They just simply don't know. This knife was found closest to David's left leg, similar to where the gun was found, closer to David's left leg. And obviously, he's not going to put both of those there. There's no reason for the knife to be found. There's no reason for a knife there, first of all. Second of all, it's so out of place. But the fact that, you know, the knife, which is item 8, is found very close to item 1, you now have 2 possible murder weapons, possibly.
Right.
But so when they looked at the blood on this knife, the blood came from a mixture of 2 or more people, according to the DNA results. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors of the mixture, but 99.9998% of the general population could be. So they're saying that the blood had to have come from them, from 2 or more people. That's pretty interesting, and it's pretty interesting how little, you know, again, that the knife is actually mentioned. Item 8.1 is the blood swab inside of the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade, and blood is not present on the handle of the knife, which I also found very interesting, that the blood was not present on the handle. Which kind of makes no sense. You would expect that
If David had shot them and removed her hands, which is the only way I can possibly come up with how they came off, he would have had blood on his hands. And touching that knife, there should have been blood all over it. There was I think there was hair found on it too.
Yes, yeah. Item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. So there's no blood on the handle, but there is a hair sample. We don't know whose hair sample that is. It's never explained or never, you know, they don't go. There's no hair test done, period, that I've found to explain whose hair, because there's hair everywhere. And not one
it's not
test.
just like fake hair, or excuse me, it's not just like human hair. It's also synthetic hair from that stuffed animal.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of that all over, and there's like cotton fibers that I guess came from the animal, the stuffed animal as well. And that's all just like mixed in everywhere. And that that I believe is from paleo. You know,
Yeah.
it's completely possible that he just,
And
him
there's
being
also
alive
dog hair.
really just, yeah, and there's dog hair too. Him being alive, he was able to take every single piece of evidence and move it around, except the things that was blamed on him, that the things that he was accused of doing don't make sense. Like this
Right.
knife. It should have David's fingerprints
It should have.
right
Yeah.
on there if he's
Mhm.
the one who had it. Now, if someone who had gloves on was touching it, I still don't understand how there wasn't blood on the handle, but it wouldn't leave fingerprints if you had gloves on.
Right.
And it's completely, when you're looking at where the knife was found and where the
Mhm.
gun was found, it really just looks like somebody tossed them there, to me,
Yes.
at
So
least.
I'm zooming in on item 8 here for the viewers that will see this later, and then where item 1 is, and you can clearly see, they're both next
like
to
right there.
Yeah. It's so out of place. It's just so weird. I don't know. I mean, even if somebody was staging this scene, it still seems like why is this knife here? Why is this knife left there? It just leads to so many different so many rabbit holes, I guess is the easiest way to say it. But
what you end up doing in looking at this case is trying your hardest to come up with every possible solution, even going down the route that he is guilty, and doing this, you're looking at this crime scene and the pictures, and it's like, okay, why is that there? Why are those two right there? Looking at the difference in the reports between each officer, between even the slightest little differences, that could just be coincidence, but all of these rabbit holes end up leading you down the even bigger assumption that there's a giant cover-up here. And I really, really hate saying that because I don't agree with a lot of conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of truth in these so-called like crazy people that just, they've lost their minds and they're just believing these things for no reason. There's a lot of truth in it. Like the Philip Marshall, that case, there's quite a few holes there.
Yeah, there are.
There was, the name escapes me right now. I just started looking into this woman who, in Minnesota, oddly enough, not by Apple Valley, but around, I don't even remember the county, but it's in Minnesota. She supposedly killed herself and her son, and the ex-husband is nowhere to be found. And there's just a lot of holes in it. It doesn't make sense, but it's been looked at as a suicide. And I mean, yeah, it's possible, but there are things like with this case where there's things there that shouldn't be there. If David used his hands to write in Kamel's blood on the wall, there should be his fingerprints on that wall.
Right.
All over the place. I mean, Kamel, and Ranny were the only ones in that house. Everyone can attest to that. Everybody in the family, the friends, can attest to, oh yeah, they secluded themselves. They stayed secluded, which means there shouldn't be any other DNA samples, hair samples, fingerprints, nothing in that house.
Right.
You can tell that they cleaned because, I mean, even with one dog and two adults and a child, if they didn't clean, that place would be a wreck. So they cleaned.
Yeah, they there was a lot of questions about that, about how the house looked, and some of the comments that I've seen, oh, the house looks dirty and this and that. But, well, we also
There's
have
a point to where it stops, though. Like on certain spaces where you'd expect there to be continued dust, there's a clean spot, or in some of the pictures in the living room of the floor where you can see like blood spatter and hair, there's almost a clear line in several of the pictures of where it just looks like somebody cleaned up to that point or picked something up. And I don't know. I'm not quite to the point where I understand completely how all this happened, but it's just odd. Even the smallest things, like there not being blood on this handle. Why isn't it there? And as a good investigator, if they are doing their job the correct way, following what they're supposed to do, why didn't that bother them? And if it did, why aren't there notes on how much it bothered them?
I always wondered why, with the knife open, because at first I didn't know that the knife was actually open, and I didn't know that it had blood on it. So I learned that much later. But just looking at the knife, I was like, well, why is there a knife there? It's not really mentioned. And then, well, once I found that the knife was open, then it was like, wait a minute, that's a clear sign that there is possible, quote unquote, a possible sign of a struggle. That's one of the biggest, clearest signs. And it's not like it's in some other room. It's in the living room. It's right there where these bodies are found.
Right
How
by
is
the
that
gun.
not? Right by the gun.
David.
Right next to David. Right.
And
not,
it's weird.
Not next to Kamel. Not really. There's no way that
not
it was
somewhere
next
else.
to her. No, it is right by David. Yeah.
Like almost like they were specifically trying to say, hey, he did it, because they didn't leave it on the right hand side of him where his hand was missing.
Right.
They specifically left the gun, item 1, and this knife, item 8.
Item 8, yes. Very,
on
very
David's
close
left side.
Right. That's
So
all.
he wasn't left-handed.
Exactly, and they knew that. I mean, it didn't take them long to figure that out. Even when we asked Detective Gummert, do you think David shot with the right, or do you think he was right-handed or left-handed? It was pretty simple. They knew that he was right-handed. There was no indication at any time that he was ever left-handed. So they're right there. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Now, I do want to wrap this up. I do want to get your final thoughts here. I want to finish up just a little bit on the latent prints that were found on the gun, because there were some that were found there. And there was a latent print found on the magazine. So the latent prints, and I'm reading from page 36 of the physical book, and I don't know exactly what page it is for the digital version. I apologize for that. But latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison. 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. Now, LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to the latent print results, no known palm print for David Timothy Crowley was submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on that gun. So that just proves they could not put any palm prints, any prints of David on that gun. Yeah, they had David's blood. David's blood was on that gun. It was also inside of the magazine of that gun, which, like how we talked about before you joined our call, we had talked about, well, how did David's blood get on the magazine? He must have been bleeding. So obviously,
But did he take it out to reload or something?
We don't know. We don't know. But again, it's like, well, how did his blood get there? If he took it out to reload, how was he wounded? Who wounded him first? That's another great question there. So that we know that there was a bloody print found on the gun, on the handle of the gun, but they could not tie that to David. Now, LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too cannot be tied to David due to the limited quantity and quality of information in the latent print. So, nothing. Nothing there. Nothing that shows that David Crowley did any of this. Now, she also says, here we go, Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall. These are from the BCA, I believe, about this latent print. He agreed that it could be one or two prints. And that was another thing. There could be multiple prints on that gun. And they say, which was unusual. Coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. So here we have the first and the last place that I've ever found that there were two prints here. Now, that doesn't mean, first, like, well, two prints by two different people or what? We don't really know, because what we know is if they could not tie that print to David Crowley, then it's possible, not saying that it's true, but it's possible, maybe not probable, but it's possible that there were one or two other prints by one or two other people on that gun. Or maybe it's David's and they just couldn't conclusively say that it was his, but there were multiple prints on that gun. So I don't.
Yeah, I thought maybe it could have been Kamel's, because it was her fingerprints on the gun safe, the touchpad thing.
I think it was her DNA.
I thought maybe.
Right?
Oh, was it her DNA?
Yeah, I think it was her DNA, not her prints. I know that there wasn't blood found on it. I think it was
like
her
just
DNA.
A nuclear DNA swab.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Right.
But so I thought maybe it could have been hers, but if you go through the reports and look up with the item number and everything, it doesn't say whose it, like they just couldn't figure out whose it was.
Yeah.
And
basically.
that I don't.
And somehow this is all supposed to show, well, it's nobody. We couldn't find anybody else. It all goes back to their theory. They couldn't find anybody else, so it must be David. But yet here we have all this proof that it wasn't David. It wasn't him.
Yes.
It's somebody else.
If this was just like the process of elimination, well, okay, it was just these three in the house. Gun's here, knives here. He must have done it.
Right. Without any of it. Yeah.
That's something that a normal person who doesn't have any detective, police, forensic, medical, anything like that, someone who just, is, I don't know even what type of person that is nowadays, but even somebody who's interested in watching the CSI or NCIS or, just true crime shows would look at that and go, okay, well, if it's him, then his prints are going to be here, here, and here.
Right.
So then you go to that, but his fingerprints aren't there. You've got unknown DNA samples that didn't belong to Kamel, David, or Rania.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't they follow that? Why didn't they find out whose it was? They had enough to sample to find out it wasn't those three. So was the whole sample destroyed in doing that, so they couldn't run it in any of their systems? Right. I'm really confused by this, because especially in this day and age, we are able to literally track people because they're carrying a GPS device on their person.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cell phone. But we still have cases like this that the police closed and said it was. They are confident that David was the perpetrator of this crime. So why are there unanswered questions?
There shouldn't be.
If you close a case, there should never be any unanswered questions, because those detectives aren't supposed to close a case until they run down every little rabbit hole. When they open up a hotline or a tip line to call in,
mm-hmm.
they have to run down every single lead, even if it's a fake. So why didn't they do that here?
Right.
Why was this case closed if there are so many unanswered questions? And why aren't the detectives willing to talk about it? Why aren't the detectives willing to explain their thinking in this, you know?
That's right. And I want to get your final thoughts here. I want to shut this one down. We're going to come back. This was podcast number 6. We're going to come back for number 7, and we're going to talk about the bullet casings and the bullets, and we're going to see if they line up, if they all match, right? They find these many casings, and they should find these many bullets on the same day, not days later, not months later. But let me get any final thoughts here before we close out this episode.
I'm wondering if, given the current stuff going on in Minnesota, if maybe this case is going to get some investigation by someone. I don't know who at this point would, but someone needs to look into this case, because if you've got a few thousand people who don't have any detective or police background finding all these inconsistencies, why weren't the police able to do it?
Correct. That's a great question.
They said he just snapped. He had PTSD and he just snapped. These things on the wall, everything at the crime scene, that was just his parting shot to his wife. Yet she was his world. Kamel and Ranny was his whole world. Like, if you look back through well, I don't know how much you can look up now, but if you just search through and find David, like the stuff actually written by David or the videos done by him, you can see how much he loved them. And it doesn't make sense how he could have just snapped and out of nowhere done this very heinous, hurtful thing. Because if someone does snap, there is a history of it.
Right.
Whether or not anybody wants to believe that, if David had some kind of PTSD stuff, Kamel would have written it. Kamel would have written about it. Everything I've seen and read about her, she seems like a very, very intelligent woman. I don't see how she didn't write something somewhere, you know, but that could also, maybe that's something else that's not been shown to the public.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and we touch a little bit on that in the book later on when we talk about the guy named Mitch Heil, who served with David Crowley, who was his friend, that has made it very, very clear that David did not have PTSD. So yeah. I'm going to go with that, and I'm going to, take that. I'm going to weigh what Mitch Heil says compared to what everybody else is saying. Nobody was saying David had PTSD while they were working with him, while they were making money with him, while they were making, while they were riding the coattails of David Crowley. Nobody had any problem with David having PTSD. But as soon as he dies, it becomes a convenient excuse, which I don't like, because there are real people, real soldiers out there who do have that. And not just soldiers, but we're just talking about soldiers here.
Well, especially in the military, it is looked down upon for them to go and get counseling.
Oh, yeah.
Just like if you were in a mental hospital, you wouldn't go to your job interview and go, oh, by the way, I was in a mental hospital, just so you know.
Good point.
That's not something you would ever disclose unless you absolutely had to, like in a personal relationship or, doctor to doctor, something like that.
Good point.
David, with Mitch Heil knowing David as long as he had, you would think that he would have been the first person, him or Danny or Dan Sr. One of them.
That's true.
Would have said, or even Allison. One of them would have said, no, we know he did this because he's struggled with this for a long time. None of them had any inkling of that. None of them said a word about it. With this whole Gray State movie, while it was, you know, stars and dollar signs in everybody's eyes, David was a great guy and everybody believed in him and everybody was behind him. And then after this happens, the people that David was distancing himself from changed their ideology from always ask questions, always look deeper, never stop till you're satisfied, to stop, don't go there, trust us, we know what's going on, you don't need to look further into this. That's weird. That in itself is weird. You don't act like that if you don't have something to hide.
Well said.
Well
said, my friend. I think that's
really
that's a great...
appreciate you having me call, even though I was quite late.
That's okay. I think you're our good closer here. You usually close out the show with some great thoughts here. I think that's a great place for us to shut this one down, and we'll come back, and I hope you join us for number 7. We're going to be talking about the bullets and the bullet casings, and we're going to make sure that everything turned out correctly. So if you've read my book, you will know we're still on the living room chapter. We only got through about a couple pages here, but we will come back next month. And thank you, Stephanie, again for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Until next time, God bless you all, and we will be back here next month.
Welcome to episode 7, The Living Room, part 2. The Living Room, part 2. And this is the book called The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. We'll be reading through certain pages today of this. The section we're covering today is going to be chapter 5 in the book, which the chapter 5 is called The Living Room. And today we'll be starting, if you're following in at home, on page 37. With us today is Greg Fernandez Jr., the author, and also researcher Catherine Michelle. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, this will be interesting because this chapter, Greg, as I think it was wise to break it up into several parts. There's so much here, and I see that you'll be having it up on the screen as well for those following at home. The page numbers are different on the PDF file, but I'll be reading from the book here. But there's a lot to cover here, and each one of these paragraphs is important as well. I mean, extremely important. Do you agree, Catherine?
Absolutely. Yeah, we could probably spend the entire time on just this.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover here. So, and hopefully we'll have others joining in on the chat room, and possibly asking questions and commenting. And if not, feel free. You do not have to provide comments or engage, but certainly feel free, as there's a lot to cover here, and hopefully can provide some insight on there. Today is July 26, 2020, and it's episode 7, part 2. So I'll start off with page 37. There's a paragraph called Cartridge Casings. Based on the firearms report completed May 22nd, 2015, the gun, item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. Item 2 is a cartridge casing found at the corner of the east edge of the carpet, near the recliner. Item 3 is a cartridge casing found on the east side of the living room, hardwood floor, next to a short wooden stool. Item 9 is a cartridge casing found on the south side of the living room carpet. Item 30 is a cartridge casing found on the living room hardwood floor closest to the south wall. Item 36 is a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand on the south end of the living room carpet. And item 37 is a cartridge casing found on the west side of the living room carpet next to a couch. And so that gives us the location and the numbering sequence of each of the table tents for the investigators that they set up next to each item. Where would you like to start here on this one, Greg?
Well, obviously, I think the main thing here is to see where each casing was found, and can that help us understand where each person was shot, where each you know, where the shooter was standing, whoever the shooter was, where the shooter was standing, and does that help us understand that?
And maybe
so that was my big question.
And before we start with that, Catherine, do you want to explain to the viewers, and some may be newer, we're getting lots of members to the group, the difference between a bullet fragment that was fired from the weapon and a bullet or cartridge casing that gets ejected from the handgun? In this case, it's a .40 caliber Springfield handgun that's used here in the case. But what is the difference, if you were to summarize the difference so the listeners can get a visual?
Okay, the casing is just that. It's the metal jacket, so to speak, that holds the projectile. And once the firing pin hits that projectile, it kind of shoots out the projectile. The casing, then it comes out of the casing, which then becomes the bullet projectile. And once it hits something and then either shatters or mushrooms or does whatever it does, that becomes the fragment, the fragmented piece. And then the part that then was holding that, you know, so it could be fired, is then ejected out of the gun safely, and that is called the casing. So, and generally, and generally speaking, the casings will eject in a pretty predictable pattern, maybe a foot or two, sometimes 3 feet away from the gun where it's being held, and it usually ejects to the right, or if you're left hand, you know, it will eject one side or the other. And so it can, as long as those casings are not moved, you can come within a certain amount of certainty where the person was standing who fired the gun. You know, when you combine that with you know, the entry patterns and stuff like that on a victim, you know, where the bullet actually entered a body or a surface. I think we're gonna, where it's like on the floor, they would be, if they had done the trajectory path, they could have told everybody exactly where the shooter was standing when that bullet was fired into the floor, but they did not do it.
Okay, so we've got 6 here, and this is where they were found when police came, the 6 cartridge, the casings that were ejected. And we'll get next on the next section into the actual bullets and the fragments themselves that were fired, or the projectiles. But here, the important thing here is that there is 6. We don't have reason to believe that they were moved, but we have to put a but there once again. We can't look at anything in this case and assume anything in a case like this. But a typical situation, if David did all the firing and shot himself to end his life after killing everybody, there would be no reason or no motivation to move or handle or do anything with these. Now, if the killers came in, which we think is probably most likely the case, they also probably wouldn't have had a reason to move or alter or handle any of these either, although we can't rule that out. But right now we're going under the assumption that this is actually where they left. And like you said, in a uniform, consistent pattern, they'll eject either to the left or the right. And this is all the same handgun, so we can kind of help narrow down where the killer or killers were standing when whoever it was firing the weapon. Is that a fair analysis for the listeners?
Yes, and also I've gone back and watched some of the videos that David recorded of him. I believe it was him and Danny August Mason, like they're just out target practicing. And I have watched the trajectory of where the casings ejected from the gun, and they always ejected to the right, maybe about 2 to 3 feet from where they were fired.
Okay.
So my big question for the police officers would have been the casing that was found near the window. I believe that's the south wall. Is that the one that was by the window on the floor?
That's the south wall. That's the
Yeah.
The window was on the south, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that means that the person who fired it had to have been standing facing probably close to the Christmas tree, so to speak. They would be in that direction. So, you know, it should be obvious to the police that where these casings were found do not match up with someone who's, you know, committing, you know, murder-suicide, because they're trying to, from what I read in the reports, the police reports lead me to believe that they feel the bodies lie where they were shot. And these casings prove the exact opposite. There's, you know, how do they explain that casing getting over there when his gun ejects to the right, and that is clearly way far to the left next to a window, and the bodies are way over to the right, you know, 4, 5, 6 feet away, so, you know, maybe more, 7 feet away. So.
And we do believe that when the investigators got there, I don't think that much thought was put into. I think that they were in the habit of retrieving those cartridge casings, and the next goal should have been matching it up with the number of bullets found, and then a true investigator then would take the next step to start doing the math and the geometry as far as where they were fired, where they were found, and where they ejected to. But in this case, I think they just found where they were, they packed up and left and thought David did it, assumed he did it and left. And what we'll get to later in the show is that the numbers don't even match, which is red flag number 1. But the first part of the show is just the casings. So, Greg, do you want to go? Should we go through where they're located, or one by one, or which one belongs to which person? I know at one point we did a little matrix of these 6 casings, and the number on the investigative table tents, along with matching up with where the bullets themselves, the projectiles, went, and we kind of matched them up there. And that's what I found that I had to do, and other listeners might be the same way, where they want to match it up to see what went where, but as far as helping with a visual. But we can start at any point here. We've got them all numbered in the book. Greg, you've got them bolded, each of the items, as far as where they were, and we could go through which, by the location of the casing, which body it was related to, or where that one ended up. Or should we continue on to that next section in the book and then come back and tie these numbers out? What's your recommendation?
Whatever would be less confusing for the viewer, I guess, for someone who is, you know, who doesn't know anything about this, trying to get a good understanding of it, of where each casing was found. Maybe we just go and start there.
All right, and that makes sense. I have 2 questions or comments here before we move on, and maybe this will spur some more comments in the comments section as well. And maybe, hopefully, Catherine will have an idea with this. It rang a bell to me when she mentioned where that one was first found. And what I've got is 2 questions. Item 36 is actually a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand. Now, the reason that jumps out to me is, Catherine, you had just finished saying that that it'll eject out probably 1 to 2 to 3 feet away. It just wouldn't be inches, and so that is question number 1 that I have, unless it relates to the firing of another of the bullets. But there wouldn't be a situation where it would land just inches from your hand. Now, we do know that David was right-handed, and the fact that this was near his left hand, which is also where the weapon was, raises another whole slew of questions. but that's my first topic. Now, the second one is Let's see, I had 2 questions, and boy, I just think I forgot it here.
Well, can I address the item number 36 real quick?
Yes,
The one that
go ahead. Yes.
Okay, and when you see on the screen here where Greg is pointing to where item number 36, the casing was found, and then 30, which is the one that was close to the wall and the window, I mean, these are the perfect examples of what I'm trying to point out to others. And you are correct. How did that get inches from his hand? Especially since his gun ejects to the right. Where these casings are found clearly show that a person was standing facing the exact opposite direction of where the bodies were lying. You know, the bodies were lying sort of northwest. The person had to have been standing southeast. So, you know, they're directly behind them, according to this drawing and where they're finding these casings. And so you're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense if their narrative, if they want their narrative to be right, they need to explain how that happened. And I don't see anywhere where they've explained how any of the casings ended up where they are. You know, just, again, does not make sense.
And I'm guessing, too, I just remembered my other point, but I'm guessing, too, if any of those had fingerprints or if they were handled as far as staging, my first bet would be the one laying inches away from his hand was more likely the one placed there on purpose in the staging of all this. The others, they may not have went through the effort to do that, but obviously someone laid it right there because it doesn't really make sense at all. The other thing I was thinking of for the newer listeners out there and the newer members and who may not be gun enthusiasts per se, these casings, because they'll jump out and they're round, if they land on the hardwood floor, there's also potential to roll and end up somewhere that they may not have landed. But the ones that landed on the carpet or something like that, it's going to relatively be where they ejected out. Now, when we get into the bullets, that's where those can be lodged some places or ricocheted or bounced. But the casings themselves are just going to land where they land. But in the case of the hardwood floor here, the ones found on the hardwood floor may have done some rolling to get to their final destination, would they not?
Correct, a little bit. They wouldn't have traveled too far, but you were right. And they could have bounced a little and then rolled a little, but it wouldn't have been too far. About where they land is still going to give you a pretty good general idea of where the person was standing when the weapon was fired. I mean, you can't pinpoint it exactly because of the reasons of what you just said, but again, if the casing is way far to the right, that, you know, up or whatever, you know, the person can't be standing down where they have him. That's okay. That was confusing. Never mind that example. But I think you get it.
But we do know that all the shots were fired in that living room. If we assume that there's nothing as far as casings found in other areas of that house. And if they were planted, they were all planted there. But everything is consistent here with the living room as far as where they were found. And so the first question for if you were for the new listeners and new members out there, we do know that 3 people were found dead in that home. So right off the bat, there might be questions with those just following the case now is why in the world would there be 6 to begin with? Why would there be 6 at all? Were people shot more than one time? And we're looking at the autopsy results with Rania, the 5-year-old daughter. There only is one bullet that went through her body, and so she was only shot once. David was obviously only shot once, if that's all that we know of, and the official narrative says he did it himself. But Comel is a different story. There are his 2 gunshot wounds in her head and 3 bullet fragments that have her blood on it. So we know that she was shot 2 or possibly 3 times. If she was shot 3 times, we know that Rania and David were shot once apiece, and we know one bullet was down in the basement. So that at least matches up, at least matches what could have been. If she was only shot twice, we are still off by 1, potentially. So that might be the introductory question for some of the folks that are newer following this case. I know the case is 5 years old, but we're getting a lot of new people. The math right off the bat might be hard, but I think when we get into this next paragraph in this next chapter, it may start to make a little more sense, perhaps.
Well, I've been looking into this for 5 years now, and I'm still confused about a lot of this. So I sent you both a little rambling, trying to understand, exactly what was found where. Why aren't these bullets matching? Because when I first read the 94 pages, I thought the math added up. I thought it added up. You have 6 bullet casings and you have 6 bullets. Any way that you slice it or dice it, it's just not working out. There's something missing. There's something, there's definitely something missing there. So just looking at also what is tested, I need you guys just to clarify for me, because I have this one question about this. You don't test casings, is that right? Because obviously we're looking at here, it doesn't look like there was any testing done on these casings.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. They generally do not test the casings.
Do you know why? Do you have any idea why they wouldn't test the casings?
That I do not know. That's a good question. So I'm sorry, I don't know that.
I think the only, and I don't have a background in this at all, but I think, Catherine, the testing would be limited to grabbing 1 or 2 of the 6, or maybe even all 6, and then matching that up with the firing pin of the weapon to make sure that the weapon found at the scene actually fired those bullets which ejected out in the firing pin. But I think there's nothing else to do as far as investigating that. It's more important to come up with a match, the number of bullets at the scene of a crime and the bullet casings. But I agree that there's nothing to really research, unless if you're looking at fingerprints or if there's any prints on those. There never should be a fingerprint, I guess, really on the casing.
Well, it is like when you pick it up and load it. So
yes. Yeah. So you would have it at that point, but not after the fact. But that's as far as, I don't know if there would be any type of investigation. The investigation would be heavily on the bullet, on the fragment itself, on the projectile, because that tells you everything that you really need from a fact-based investigation, as far as the DNA, the blood, the contents, who it came from, what swabs you can take from that. But as far as the casings themselves, there's nothing really there to do anything with.
Correct, and to keep in mind that the lands and grooves are in the barrel of the gun, and the projectile is what goes through there and then picks up those grooves and those markings. Yes. And the casing itself is just ejected. But yeah, I agree with you.
Now, as far as how they're numbered, how they're labeled, I'm just going to pull up this map here, and please let me know if anyone in the chat room, if you're still hearing me echoing. I'll definitely fix that. But what I'm looking at right now, where is it? So, okay, so is there any reason why number 2 is labeled number 2, whereas you have some of these other bullets and other things, casings that are found closer to item 1? I'm just kind of wondering, do they just go by where they first find it, where whatever they see first? How do they number these casings?
Good question. I cannot answer that. Captain, do you have a?
I have no idea either. Their numbering, it makes no sense. There's no rhyme or reason to my brain anyway. And it may make perfect sense to them, but yeah, I'm with Dan. I have no idea.
And maybe they work from the inside out, but like Greg said, that doesn't make sense either, because some were actually found closer. But I think they label the evidence, and at that point they are just going along with those yellow table tents and setting things down. And the key to remember here is, once they set them down by the item, then it can no longer be changed, because then they're locked in. That number is that number forever. Item 7 is always going to be 7 for the entire investigation. So I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason as to how they come up with those, or they just start setting things down. But
yeah, because there's so much evidence in the living room, and then they go from item 1, where the gun supposedly was located, and then jump to almost the kitchen. It's like, wow, okay. So I don't get it.
Right, because item 36 and item 37 are at least 36 is a lot closer to item 1. But I guess if they're entering from the kitchen area, maybe that's why, they see number 2 first, they see 3 second, we can see where number 9 is, so maybe maybe there is a rhyme or a reason to it. I was just curious about.
And perhaps two detectives, each to grab, the first guy grabbed the first 10, and the next guy grabbed the next 10, and they started laying them down perhaps out of sequence. But I don't know how that is figured in.
Oh, Greg, it makes perfect sense what you just said. If I'm following pattern now. Okay, now it makes sense to my brain. Yeah, if they're coming in through the back door, and if they're going to be numbering, who knows? Maybe their first item was to start putting down the flags next to the casings. That was their first one, or I don't know. But when you look at it on the screen and then the numbers, it does go in sequence from the back door. So that's interesting. That could be what they did.
I think the echo is now gone, hopefully. Okay, so then you have, so they don't do any testing on these casings, so there's, we're just gonna note where these casings are found. You have item 2, you can see where item 2 is found. Then you have item 3, which is behind the recliner. It's kind of an interesting area where item 3 is actually found, where that casing is found. Now, there's no way to tie each casing to these bullets either, right?
Correct.
So it's a lot of guesswork. And again, if we're going back to show that within 24 hours, there are, or we could say 4 to 24 hours, they're already thinking cases is solved, they have their suspect, etc., before they have any of this stuff, before they have any of the DNA, and before they even have all of the bullets, and maybe all of these casings too. But, so we have 6 casings that they find. So that's item 3, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. So based on that, we can guess that they are assuming that there were 6 shots.
Correct.
So they must be looking for 6 bullets to match those shots. And there's no reason why they wouldn't, as far as I'm concerned. And that was the most troubling thing, is that they are very clear on what they found, here. So that's all I have on the casings. If you want to move on, unless you have anything else on those.
No. I'm moving ahead now to page 38 for those following along, called spent cartridges. The spent cartridges found on the west side of the living room carpet on January 17th, 2015 are labeled item 42, 43, and 44. And so we've got 3 already of the 6, and keep in mind now for the newer listeners that they are different numbers. Now these are separate pieces of evidence, the casings and the bullets themselves. All 3 spent cartridges were found close to the living room couch with hair on them. Test results for all 3 showed a single-source DNA profile matching Comel, David's wife, while excluding Rania and David as possible contributors. So this is where I meant earlier, of the 6, we've got 3 bullet fragments that relate directly to Comel. And so this leads us to evidence supports that she was shot 3 times, one could argue. Anything more on that, or should I continue to the next paragraph?
Well, can I point something out here? In all 3 of these, like you just state, and what Greg puts is these were the fragments that had Comel's DNA. Now, when you look at the map, or the little sketch drawing, their CAD drawing, it shows that item 40, yeah, you were just there. Yeah, item number 43. There you go. Yay! Item number 43 is that fragment is to the left of where Camille was lying, and she was shot left to right. So if that had exited the right side of her temple, why is that fragment on the left side of her body? And I believe item 44 was underneath her body. So how does that happen? And again, same thing. They don't explain any of this. I mean, right away you're looking at this going, wow, there are a lot of problems with their theory and their narrative. And I would really like it if they could explain it, because again, maybe I'm just not understanding their process. But from this point and looking at it from this direction, item 43, that fragment should not be to the left of her body, because if it still contained hair and blood and tissue, I highly doubt that the dog licked it and picked it up and dropped it. I know a lot of people tend to blame the dog for everything, but I don't see how that would be possible. So,
is that more proof that that Camille's body was moved at some point?
That's my stance, yes. To me, it shows that she was definitely moved, because where these fragments are landing, it does not make sense with her body position.
And we have to keep in mind too that her arms were underneath her body in a crisscross fashion or something, which is also not the way that you would fall if you were shot in any type of scenario. Would it not?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
The other weird thing that I think about these bullets is that they mention item 31, so they call item 42, 43, and 44 bullets, but item 31 is called a bullet fragment. So I was thrown off about that too. So is item 31 a piece of 42, 43, 44, or is it still considered its own bullet? Because if it is, then why don't they say that they found 4 bullets instead of 3?
I think Catherine should answer this one.
And I'm ready to say that, wow, that's a great question. I didn't catch that. And you know what? I don't have an answer. I think that's something that they should answer. But in the photos, does it look like a really large fragment itself? I mean, like the rest of them? Or does it really look like just a piece?
It really looks like just a piece, and I think I have an image here in the book. Let me pull that up here for the viewer. But it does look, if you compare the images of those bullets, it does look very different. I'm getting here to it. It does look very different from item 31. Item 31 almost looks kind of smashed in. I don't know how else to describe it. But it's a very curious bullet fragment compared to the other 3. So that's, again, it's like, okay, even if you add in item 31 as a 4th bullet, the numbers still are not adding up. So yeah, everybody, I'd love to get people's views on that, about what item 31 is. Is it? I mean, we have to assume, based on what they're saying, on what they're writing here, that it is not, item 31 is not a bullet. It must be a fragment. I had wondered if maybe item 31 was maybe part of item 45, the one that shot into the ceiling, because of where item 31 is found, going back to this map here, is very similar to where the defect in the rug is that goes into the floor and goes down into the basement. So,
but with the amount of hair that I saw in that photo that you just had, and what was entwined in that fragment piece, you can see it, and yet 45 has nothing. They can find. Sorry, hold on a second, my neighbor.
So for the listeners out there, keep in mind that these are hollow point bullets, 40 caliber, and so what they do is, when fired, they will shoot out and then hit something, come into contact with whatever it is it's hitting, and then mushroom out. And so, and that would be the bullet or the projectile or the bullet fragment. Now, what Greg is talking about here is possibly the bullet or the projectile splitting off or splintering, and you may find several fragments of that same bullet projectile that had come off or became no longer part of that same object. So we could have more than multiple fragments of that bullet splintering off and breaking off and landing in different spots. That's what Greg is talking about. Is that correct, Greg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that could explain where the numbers of the things do not add up. There might be one that broke off. Now, I know it does look like that your next paragraph, Greg, you go into detail about how much they weighed, the grams, and maybe that would help us with this section as well.
Yeah, if you want to read that that paragraph, I'll pull that up here right now too.
Okay. So item 42, this is the one that had Comel's blood. Item 42 weighed 167.96 grams, contained a blood-like hair, and a hair-like substance, with expanded damage to the nose of the spent cartridge. So now we get into item 43. This one weighed 179.56 grams and also had a blood-like substance, but no hair. The nose of the cartridge was damaged and partially exposed. A blood-like substance was also observed on item 44. This spent cartridge weighed 130.24 grams, with its nose listed as damaged. So the first two, item 42 and 43, were roughly the same as far as weight. The third one, item 44, is much less.
So that really does kind of give credence to what you're saying, Greg, that maybe a piece of that one did fly off somewhere, and it's all the same bullet. It's just fragments.
But it would have to be one of the bullets close to where item 31 is, right? And the only one that's even close is 43. And 43 weighed 170. So 43 weighs the most. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Even item 45 is, you know, if it was part of item 45, that's still, it's one of the.
Or it came. Well, 44 is the one that weighed the less. So the 31 could have come from 44. Where's 40?
Right.
Yeah. There's 44 and there's 31. But then again, you know, if fragmented and they're moving the body, did they step on it and did it get on their shoe? I mean, we don't know, and it's really hard to tell, you know.
Right. We can only see where item 44 was, and I'm circling that here next to where Comel's body was found, compared to where item 31 was, which is all way on the other side, closest to the south wall, on the other side of David. So that fragment would have had to have done a hop, skip, and jump all the way over the knife, over the gun, over the blue blanket, over all of that stuff in order for it to make sense. Even if item 31 is tied to item 45, the bullet found in the basement, it's still not adding up for me.
Yeah, I don't believe 31 is associated with 45, because 45 would have to be pretty much intact the moment it hit that carpet and then hit the floor. I can't imagine it going through hardwood floor, through, you know, the ceiling, although it's just, you know, very simple tiles, and then into a drywall. And so it would have to have some major velocity to do all that. And if it was actually 31 and 45 were the same, that meant it hit something first. It hit her body first before going through the floor, and I don't think it would maintain any of that momentum if that had happened. But you're bringing up such a great point. And again, this just leaves the question wide open, and they don't look at this. Her body is feet and feet away. Her head is feet away from where that fragment is found, and on the opposite side of where the bullets were, you know, ejected from her head, and they don't question this at all.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
Disturbing, very disturbing. So I'm pulling up just the sketch drawing
Yeah.
of where kind of Kamel's body was, so we can see where where the top of her body was compared to where this item 31, which is way
Correct.
over on the other side. It's, even 42. I think, well, okay, well maybe it's tied to item 42. That's on the other side of David too. There's some weird. There's a lot of problems with that. Lots of problems with that. That makes it hard for me to try to justify what they're saying here, which is what I've been trying to really do. It's not working out. It's not working out at all. The weight. So that was the main thing about putting in the weight of these bullets, is to try to see which one it could possibly, that item 31 could be tied to. And even Derek in our chat room is saying he thinks 44 seems like the most likely one.
Yeah.
But again, there's a problem with that distance is the only thing. I don't know if item 31, doesn't look like I have the weight of item 31, but you can tell it's definitely tiny, and I don't think that they put the weight in their documentation, but I'm going to make a note of that to go and check the weight of item 31 just to get a better idea. So again, it's not
because
adding up.
Even item 45 up above, the weight of it was 173 point something grams. So that was pretty much telling you that that 45 was the entire fragment. And so, yeah, the only one in
45 didn't hit anything, didn't hit anybody. There was no blood, no DNA. There's nothing like that found on item 45.
Correct. It just went straight through the floor. Yeah.
Right. Whereas item 31, I'm just going to look that up again. I don't know if there was any DNA or anything found, or if it was even tested, to be honest. I think a lot of us really thought that we would get these DNA results and there would be a lot more testing than what we found here, and that's disturbing, very disturbing, at the lack of the DNA tests that were done here. Let's see if I can pull
And for those listening as well, the footnotes that Greg has in this book is very good. At the very back of the book, there's a source list of each of these chapters, and we're in chapter 5 now, and it shows which footnote, which lab report it was found on, and which page number it was. So it lets the user or the reader, go back and cross-reference.
Which has been very helpful, by the way, Greg.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That was I really hope that helps people to make it easy for them to just go and research whatever that sentence is there. But item 31 was not tested. I'm making a note of that to put that to add that to my book too, because why wouldn't they test that one? It seems pretty odd that they wouldn't do any DNA tests on item 31 as a bullet fragment. Maybe because it was a fragment, not a bullet. I don't know. Lots of problems there.
Yeah, can I talk about the very last paragraph you have under this section where it talks about the DNA profile in Joe Cooksley? Let's see. Yeah, then it should be, that next paragraph.
For item 45?
Next one underneath.
Okay.
You scroll up, there you go. Yeah, that one right there.
Okay.
Where it says, additionally, Joe Cooksley discussed running trajectory tests on the spent cartridge of BCA Special Agent Chris Olson. He didn't feel it was necessary, Cooksley wrote in his notes. Now, because I've always questioned why they didn't do any trajectory tests whatsoever on anything, which they should have done on the blood and everything else. But I find it interesting that he makes a note of only asking for this one particular item only. And of course, why did the agent say no to, they should have just done it on all of them. But, this tells me that they were fully aware of trajectory testing. And so why it wasn't done is my huge question to Joe Cooksley. Since wasn't he like the head from the BCA? Wasn't he kind of like lead?
Yeah, he was the team lead. Throughout.
Yeah. Yeah, so I really found that interesting. So when I read that, I have that highlighted in your book. I all marked up, starred, and everything. So I'm like going, they did know, and they were fully aware that that's what they should be doing, and they talked about it, and then said no, they didn't feel it was necessary.
What? I mean, what? And there's no explanation of why they didn't feel it was necessary.
Yeah, because I could have told them exactly where the person was standing when that thing was fired, and if they were standing, were they kneeling, what position was the person in who fired that round into the ground, and that could have given them a whole bigger picture of actually what took place, and they don't feel that's necessary. And then Cooksley is like, okay, I have a huge problem with that.
Yeah, because this shows that they didn't do any trajectory tests, even though we have some people who were early on saying that they did do those tests. Dan, wasn't that mentioned, some strings pointing from somewhere? Wasn't it mentioned in the article, the City Pages one? Or it was mentioned somewhere about they went into the house 1 year later and there were strings still up. We've seen pictures of the house 1 year later.
Yeah, that may have been was that the Alex Wilkinson article on the New Yorker, or was it the Corey Zarowski article from the City Pages?
I'm not sure. I lean towards the City Pages one, but I'm not 100% sure.
I can pull it up quick. Go ahead.
Okay. But I thought that was, once again, I was, expecting them, I was expecting once we got these documents that we would see that, they would be able to kind of line up. Okay, David was standing here, and he shot Kamel here, he shot his wife here, and he shot himself there. They don't have any of that.
And we know that's not true. We know that whoever wrote that completely fabricated that entire thing. How do we know that? Because we have photos of that house. We have photos of it just days or a month after. We have photos of it from after the cleaning crew took out the floor and painted over the wall. There are no strings anywhere. So if they weren't there a few days to a few weeks after, they certainly didn't see strings there a year later.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. Before we get started here, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. Download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Very interesting. Yeah, that was just one more frustrating thing there. That they just didn't feel that anything was actually necessary. And what did they think was something necessary that they should do? There's not that much. They felt it was absolutely necessary to blame David for everything, but aside from that, it's hard to find anything else.
Yes, exactly. All of the evidence, as soon as they walk in, the evidence is pretty much screaming triple homicide. These people, all three of them were murdered. And then it to me, and this is my opinion, but to me it seems like then they go out of their way and then they have to convolute what they're finding to create a narrative, and then they have it and then they stick to it, and then they will only find something that could almost back up their narrative and then just walk away and tell everybody, you just have to accept what we're telling you. And the evidence is telling telling me at least, that what they are saying is it's an absolute lie. because these are officers who know better. So to me, again, my opinion, I feel these officers are on purpose lying about what they're seeing and lying in their reports and lying in their conclusions. But why are they doing that? If they have no monkey in this circus, why would they go out of their way to blame a deceased person for a crime that the evidence is showing is impossible he could have committed?
And do we have Stephanie? Does Stephanie have a chance to join us yet? I don't know if she's here or not yet. But Stephanie, if you are there, go ahead and just let us know that, or else we'll keep moving along here. But so they leave the house with 6 casings, like we've talked about, 4 bullets here. So we've talked about item 42, 43, and 44, all tied to Kamel, to nobody else. There's a single source DNA on them. I mean, it just that's baffling.
Yeah, the fragments they left, 3 with Kamel and 1 with Ranya's DNA, and nothing of David. They didn't leave with anything from David, and they've never found anything that connects David to a bullet.
Now, keep in mind that the test results were not back yet. So when they left that first day, they had 3 bullet fragments, right, or 3 or 4.
Correct.
3 or 4, and they assumed that it was 1 for each person, and they were happy with that, and they left. Then they get the results back and say, well, 3 relates to Kamel, 1 relates to Rania, and we don't have any for David. Well, now we're at red alert level 3, third time that things don't make sense, and now we don't have the actual magic bullet of the mastermind, the killer, which is, in my mind, that's the most important bullet to have, and they never had it. Well, they got it a month later. But at the time that they left, just to point out, they did not know at that time whose bullets related to who, and they just know that they had 3 in possession that were 3 or 4 that were bloody. Let's put it that way. The other one in the wall wasn't, but they still, like Greg said, it didn't match the number of casings. And the investigations that I have been researching, you always have to match those up. And so now if you're out in the woods shooting, or out in the countryside, you're of course not going to match them up. But inside of a house setting like this, a residential area, you should be able to account for all of them.
Correct.
Unless they're, they should all be there. Typically, a single gunshot, you'll find a single casing. 2 gunshots, 2 casings, 2 bullets. In this case, they had 6 who walked out of there with 4, or even one could argue 5. But the answer needed to be 6, right?
Correct, exactly.
So that's what the first level of frustration is for us citizen investigators, is just how come that wasn't addressed on day 1? Then when they get the lab results back, they realize they're still missing the 1. And so the questions on that I have, and I'm certainly no detective, but are those questions then raised by the detectives up to their boss or their Sergeant Gummert? And does he say, oh, let it go? Or does he push back and say, you know what, I want you guys to look into that further because it needs to tie. There needs to be the equal amount. That's the kind of conversations that I'm really interested in. Or do they go up to the police chief or the captain? Or does any of this even get up above Gummert at all? Or at this point, are they either in on it and they don't care, or do they have their answer and they don't care? That's my kind of questions as far as what level of conversation took place around that in their detective meetings, when they got together to meet, put all this together. Did any of these questions even come up is my question.
Yeah, and you bring up such good points, and it could very easily be argued that because and I know it's only one article, but this is what happens when you allow someone to quote you and then don't correct it. But when the chief stated that he knew within 2 hours, that David was guilty. And he hadn't even, I don't even know if he, according to the login sheets, I don't think he was there. However, they didn't write in their notes, there was no note mentioned where, we're missing a fragment. We have this, they just list, okay, what was found, there's actually nothing tying it together, so they're not doing that police kind of investigative work. So when they walk in, they have their narrative, and so the argument can be made that once they found out their narrative it just ran down the drain, but they're going to stick with it because they've already, by this point, put their foot in their mouth and blamed David to the public. They're not going to go back on that now, regardless of what the evidence is saying. Again, my opinion, and I'm saying this is an argument that could be made. So they are then just going to stick to their guns and just say, nope, he's guilty. Don't tell me, don't show me any proof that he's innocent because I said he's guilty.
And whereas I would argue that may be the case, but with these detectives like this, with the training that you go through, and in the city of Apple Valley, there is an average of basically 0 or 1 homicide per year. Here you get 3, and now you get to put your education and your training and your college education behind you to say, let's really dive into this. I'm guessing one or a couple of these detectives, I don't want to call them lower level, but they are, as far as government's concerned, would have gone back and says, well, we still need to tie this out. This is what we need to do. I know that's publicly, obviously, he did it, is what they may have been thinking, but 1 + 1 still needs to equal 2. So I think at the detective level, I would have to guess that sooner or later someone brought that up, that some of this stuff doesn't match. Now, we know that it never got any farther because you get this chain of command issue, much like the military, where you don't go over and above your superior. And if he says shut it down, you shut it down. But my gut tells me that there were some questions asked at that point, and somehow they all got negated somehow. And they said, let it go, or we don't have the time or energy to spend on this. My gut tells me that someone along the way would have said to another detective, well, don't you think we should run this past Sergeant? Or go to Gummert himself and say, what do you think? Why aren't we doing these basic elementary steps in a huge murder case such as this? Now, homicide detectives are taught from day one, from the very first course they take, treat every suicide or homicide, treat every dead body as the murder of the century. You cannot take lightly anything. You treat it as if it's going to be mainstream news, headline news in the national news. You've got to treat every single homicide like that. In this case, it didn't appear to me that anyone really gave 2 shrugs of the shoulders about this case, and they were on to the next thing. And maybe that's where my frustration, I think, comes in, because that's the sense that I get, that nothing was treated with urgency. Nothing was treated with, you know what, let's go back and double check this. Let's get some assistance. Let's get some extra help. Let's get another set of eyes on this. And so my only conclusion is that he was either shut down from the beginning, or no one cared, or they were all in on it from the beginning. And any one of those situations, I have trouble with those answers. The fact that these are public employees, public servants working for your city, and this is how they act.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the whole thing is, like you said, this is when they walk in, all they know at that point, and all they can say with certainty, are there are 3 bodies on the floor. And to assume murder, suicide, and then stick to that agenda regardless of what that evidence starts telling you as you're walking around, labeling it, marking it, writing it down, and then supposed to be investigating it, and then as the evidence starts to show you this is a triple homicide, and yet ignore all evidence and stick to whatever the narrative, how that narrative came to be and who came up with it. There has to, I agree, there has to have been some other officer that jumped in and said, this isn't making sense. We need to look at this again. And, I don't know how they work that chain of command. And as you can probably tell, I am not a chain of command follower. I am always that employee that says, no, you're wrong, if it's wrong. I'm like, no, you're wrong. And I'm not going to say it's right if it's wrong. So for me, I'm like, where are those officers? Where are they now, and why are they not speaking up? They had to have had questions. They had to have looked at that and said, you know, maybe I could do this independently, or my boss is wrong, or something.
And just to jump in here for the listeners, once again for a visual, I guess, my background, my degree is in accounting, and my training is to account for everything. So I think that's why I take some of this kind of more of a zero tolerance level for some of these mistakes. If I was looking into a case of embezzlement or some bad checks by a small business that were written, and my boss said to me that we have $100,000 of missing funds, checks were written totaling $100,000 that we can't account for, and I come back and say, well, I have 3 checks for $25,000 each that I can account for, which total $75,000. If my boss says, okay, that sounds good, now we have proved the $100,000, I would still say, but we haven't. There's still one other check out there for $25,000 that we need to account for that must have been written, must have went somewhere, must have been cashed, and cleared the bank somewhere. You need to track that down. We have to account for every check that's missing. You can't, and so that's where I get stuck from my background, because it's, for instance, my boss saying, well, we know that $100,000 of bad checks we've got 3 checks, there's probably 1 missing, but that's good enough, let's move forward. And that's where I say, but you don't. You'd never ever go forward with that. If, for instance, in an embezzlement case, you would never do that. In this case, you're dealing with bullets and fragments. That number needs to tie out, and it doesn't. So my question is, if this is their background as detectives, who raised that question, or was it even raised? And my worst question yet, which has really let me down, is if the detectives did ask their boss, that's James Gummert's responsibility as their sergeant to say, you're right, go back, find the missing. We need to prove the case. That's his job. That's what he is paid for. That's his responsibility and his accountability. What I think happened was he says, we're close enough, let it go, let's move on to something else. And that's where my anger level rises, when I assume something like that took place at a city public servant.
Exactly. Oh, I feel it. And, you know, it's part of my background too, the last job I had, because I'm not working anymore, was a document control manager. I tracked documents. I created documents. I created a database to track the documents. I did all of that. I had to keep track of massive amount of information for a lot of different government contracting facilities that do defense work. Now, if one of our larger clients, you know, which I'm tracking it on a particular program we're working on. Now, if I had just told them, well, here's line, and they'd say, hey, where's line item such and such? I don't know. It just kind of, we lost track of it. You know, people in R&D don't know, so blah, 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 blah. Would that customer be okay with that? Not at all. You have to, like you were saying, same thing with accounting. You have to keep track of everything, explain how it got there, why it got there, why is it part of this, and it better fit in with the rest of what is going on. And when I'm looking at all of this data, I'm looking at all of these reports, and they do not line up. Nothing lines, okay, not nothing, that's never used definitives, but the majority of it does not line up. And so these are huge red flags for me, and that's why I'm questioning every little thing I'm looking at, because by trying to make it, how it seems like they're trying to make it fit, it's almost like the opposite ends of a magnet. The more you try to push it together, the more it's trying to force itself apart, if that analogy makes any sense.
Yes, it does. So, well, I mean, what we keep getting left with here is it coincidental that there were just some random mistakes made along the way? And I think the answer more and more is no. There's no way, because this was done so poorly. Correct. That you can't come to that conclusion. We can only be left with it was either done on purpose or it was covered up, because what was the word? I've used this word before. The I'm not going to say the Keystone Cops, but the inadequacy of this entire thing was so bad, these guys could not have been this stupid. Exactly. So the problem is they did it on purpose, which could be the case. I can't rule it out at this juncture. Or they did do their best work, and it was shut down from someone on the chain of command higher than them, which also a very good possibility, or the last possibility is everyone on this effort did the best they could. I don't see that. I cannot, right now we can't say that happened. No one could be this dumb on an investigation that they failed this many times.
Exactly. A couple of them, would make
Correct.
sense.
And that's not even a shot on the detectives on the department. That is, that we have so much evidence of failures that we're beyond the whole point of, are these things just coincidentally wrong? So now we're really going down a bad road, because the only two options left are they know about it and they didn't care, or they covered it up on purpose.
Exactly.
So we've got some, and this is a triple homicide involving a 5-year-old girl, which I don't think people understand the magnitude of this horrific event. I'll leave it at that.
Right, exactly. And I can only imagine the officers who first got there, well, actually any of the officers, so just anybody who walked in and saw that little baby on the floor. I can guarantee that every last one of them was just struck through the heart. I mean, you can't walk into a scene like that and see a child and then just go, oh, okay, well, whatever. So how did they go from seeing that innocent on the floor to being okay with not following up with all of the evidence? How can they, how did they do that then, and how are they continuing to do that today?
And how do they sleep at night is my question.
Yes. Yep.
So all fair questions, I suppose.
Yeah, I think another point is that these officers knew that they were leaving the house and they didn't have all of the bullets that they should have. Obviously, that's not SOP, right? That's not standard. So that goes back again to what you're saying. It's just like they can't be that dumb. Why would they leave the house? First of all, if they know that they leave the house, which Detective Sean McKnight actually recognizes that they knew that they could not count for several bullets that may have been fired from that gun. If they knew this, why... First of all, okay, so where does that lead them? Did that lead them to start looking at missing bullets, missing this, missing that? Because it doesn't sound like it, because they had no intention of coming back into that house. From everything that we're seeing here, it looks like they had no intention of coming back into that house once the crime scene was done. Once the cleaners were inside, they were pretty much done.
Yeah.
And yet we know that they will have to come back to that house twice. But I don't understand that. If they know that these numbers are not adding up, unless they're doing some Common Core math or something like that, these numbers are just simply not adding up. How do they justify leaving the house without the same number of bullets matched to these casings? And
Greg, the only thing I can say there, and Catherine, you can chime in. I had done a couple of interviews with the retired detective that's no longer working, but he reiterated to me several times that the general public has got to remember that this is just a job for these detectives. They still want to go home. They want to get to bed. It's been a long day. They've been at this crime scene the whole time. They've got a wife and kids to go home to, spouse. They're not going to stop everything just to solve a flipping crime. They have a life to live, and they're getting a paycheck. So they want to get home, get into bed, and maybe they'll get up the next morning and look at it, but it's a Sunday morning. He made it sound like, you don't stop everything to solve a crime. You've been there extra hours. You're probably looking at your watch late in the evening, and you want to get out of it. Now, I don't like that tone, I guess, but he said that is what it is. You're there to get a paycheck and put food on the family for the table. You're not there to solve the crimes. Not many detectives are interested in being Sherlock Holmes and becoming famous for their job. They just want to do their job, punch the clock, and go home at the end of the day. And so I think that also is partly true from some of these detectives. I can't assume that's the case, but this was a fact that it was a long day. on a Saturday. All day long they were there. And so now it's in past midnight. Does Sean McKnight care if they're a couple bullets short? I don't think so. And that's a sad sight, and I don't think the public understands that, but a retired detective that I spoke with says they're there just punching the clock like the next guy. They do not want overtime, just as an office worker does not want to be told by their boss, we need to come in this weekend and work. Very, very same, very similar. So did they say, hey, boys, let's wrap it up, let's head home, and you know what, let's get a fresh start in the morning and come back and look for that bullet? I don't know if that actually took place. I tend to agree with Greg that I think by the time they packed it up that night and left, they were into the concept that, the BCA was going to handle the rest, and we were going to be more of a filling out forms and assisting on the rest of the investigation. But the main heavy lifting was essentially done. I don't know if they had thoughts of coming back early the next morning after getting some shut-eye to continue the investigation. I believe they wrapped it up. I have no way to prove that, but I also don't think that these guys lost any sleep that night wondering if they're going to find the missing bullets or not. They may have lost sleep for the sight that they saw as far as the mental images, but were they worried about going to bed that night and not having the right amount of bullets? That's the one thing, that's the concept that I fear the most, because this is not a normal job. Being a policeman is not a normal job. You are a public servant. You are a servant to the public. You decided to take this oath to get into this line of work. The rest of us didn't. We all got regular 8-to-5 jobs. But because you took that oath to serve your city, I think that's where you take that extra level. You got to take that extra level to then stay up all night or do what it takes to find the answers or bring in another agency to find those answers. I don't believe that's a good enough answer to say, I've had a long day, I want to head home and have a nice hearty meal and go to bed. But that's generally the way he made it sound.
Do you think they kind of pushed it off on the BCA? Because remember, we got the BCA there too. You have the Apple Valley. You have sheriff's deputies there too. So you got all these different people there. Are they kind of just hoping the other one would kind of solve it? Because the BCA is pretty much done. Once they leave, they don't come back. No, I take that back. They do come back days later, 1 month later, but they're pretty much done. The Apple Valley police are there on January 18th, on the following day, taking out guns. So they're still there taking out stuff. So if they were going to look for any other bullets, if they had any plans to look for any other bullets, they had a great chance to. The fact that they know that they leave the house on January 17th knowing that they can't count for all of these bullets, and they're back there the following day, to me it seems like they have no intention of looking for any other bullets, which is a big problem. That does not make sense at all. It's one more reason to reopen the case.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Just as an example, one of the ride-alongs that I did with my friend who is the deputy coroner, and it was a single person. I think I've mentioned this case before. It was a single person gunshot. They were shot multiple times, and when it was a similar situation where, they had been looking for hours for a spent bullet. Same thing, cartridges, but not enough bullet fragments to go along. And they spent hours and they just couldn't do it, right? They couldn't find it. So they finally go back out to the van, and then they're looking at their photos, and then they see a part on the body where they hadn't noticed that this person had been shot. So then they're like, oh, that's probably where it is. So what they did at that point is then they contacted the coroner and the police department and said, hey, I think we found it, and I think it's still in the body, and blah, 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 blah. So as they're doing the autopsy, they do find the extra fragment that was quote unquote missing from the scene. But this person was noting that it was missing, was noting that, we have X amount of casings, we have X amount of fragments, and they're not matching, we're still looking. And I don't see any of that in any of these reports. Not one officer wrote that down.
Sean McKnight actually mentions it 1 month later.
Oh, a month later, yeah.
1 month later. But yeah, and that's only because it's kind of like now they're covering up. Maybe not covering up. Maybe that's not the right word. But now they're kind of doing some backtracking. They don't mention it before, but now that they know, now that somebody has shown them that there is a bullet that they missed, they start covering up their tracks instead of saying, you know what, we were totally wrong. Blah blah blah. Let's do something. I don't know what you would do at that point. You can't start over. Of course, at this point, they still hadn't done any other tests. You know, the tests weren't done. There was still a lot that had not happened. A lot of the testing, all that stuff, even talking to family, all that stuff doesn't start till at least 1 or 2 months later. So by that time, it's kind of like, well, let's just hope that nobody figures out that we forgot a bullet that rolled out of the carpet, for one thing, which is another ridiculous thing, and let's forget that we forgot a bullet that was in the attic. You know, there's some huge problems there.
Now, if one scenario that may come into play, if there was, in this case, all gunshots to the head, I could see the detective saying, you know what, the remaining ones are maybe lodged inside of the head or inside the body somewhere. Now, there was no damage to the body parts, and in this case there was no noticeable heads even left except for Ranny. So I can't see that even coming into play either, by saying, maybe during the autopsy we'll find the missing fragment. You see that kind of a situation like that. But this case, it really wasn't, the heads weren't there, and there was no gunshot wounds to any of those 3 bodies from the neck down. So there was little to nothing to speculate on at that point. But yes, Greg, that month later when they came back and found that they were off by that bullet in the attic, then I think fully they were in a cover-up mode at that point. Covering themselves up, sorry.
CYA.
Yes, they were in CYA mode at that point, because then the math didn't tie out. And so they had to keep pushing and dragging their feet and kicking the can down the road until it just went away.
Yep.
They weren't counting on us, and apparently they really weren't.
You little troublemakers.
Well, I wasn't counting on us either, to be honest. I didn't think we would have to take it this far, but apparently we do, and that's just the way that things are. My only last point on item 31 is it's still okay if it's a bullet fragment. Let's say that this is a bullet. The cases don't match, because they come back 2 separate times and find 2 extra bullets. So that would put the bullet count at 7 and the casings at 6. So they don't really explain item 31. Weird thing is, I believe item 31 is the item that they use to compare to the bullet found in the attic later on. So there's still, now do we have an extra casing? Is there a casing missing here? Any way that I look at this, these numbers are, the casings and the bullets are not adding up. Something is missing. Unless they can show that item 31 was part of one of these other bullets. But if that's true, then why did they compare item 57, the bullet found 1 month later, to item 31? And I'm guessing by this time they're just thinking people have moved on to other things, move on to other cases, and they won't ask these simple questions.
Right, and it doesn't make sense, because by that point they already had a test-fired cartridge from the gun that they found at the scene. Why did they not test item 31 against 1? Why did they not test 57 against 1? They do, against each other. So, it just doesn't make sense. How they did this doesn't make sense at all. And, yeah. Oh.
Well, and then they have item 7, which is the unspent round that was found there too, and that one really never gets talked about. And it's just found there, and I'll pull up where exactly item 7 was found, which is another interesting area too. So Item 7 is again found closer to where David was, where David's feet would be most likely. No, actually no, it is not where David's feet would be. It is okay. It is. It's kind of on the side of where. Yeah, it's way on the other side there. So by David's left hand, closest to his left hand, kind of close to the gun too, but. That one also doesn't make sense. It kind of looks like somebody stepped on item 7. I'll pull that one up here too.
Yeah, and so and looking at that, that's what caught my attention too, was when you wrote that item 7 is the unspent round compressed into the living room carpet. And when you look at that, it does. It looks like someone had to have stepped on it. It doesn't look like that little dog had enough weight to quote unquote compress that unspent round into the carpet, because it's in there pretty good when you look at it. But yet again, did it jam and they had to clear the gun, or was it something they were holding and they dropped it and didn't know it, and as they're walking around, they meaning the killers, and then they stepped on it and just didn't even know and ignored it? But this this item 7 is just out of place in so many ways. Yeah.
And it's one more thing that is not tested.
Yep.
Now, is that standard? I mean, if you find a bullet there, I mean, I don't understand that. Why test some bullets and not the other? Either test all of them, like you're saying, test them all, or test nothing, right? It doesn't make sense. I don't get that. I was trying to see if I have anything else here. I think I've basically covered everything that I wanted to cover here. I don't know if you guys have any points here. I'll see if anyone in the chat wants to make any points. We have Derek Davis that's joined us in the live chat room here, making some good points. I've chatted with Derek, and he's the one who kind of got my mind thinking about, well, okay, where these casings are found. You know, that should pretty much help us understand where the gun was fired from, where these shots came from. And the more that I looked at it, it's just a head scratcher where nothing is adding up. You know, any way that I slice it, like I said, anyway, it is not adding up. So.
And that's the point too, and I'm glad someone else sees it as well, because that's what I was saying earlier. When you see the casing number 30, you know that since his gun ejects to the right, he had to, whoever fired a weapon, because they're trying to say it was David. We know that's not true, but he would have been standing facing the door on the Christmas tree. You look at see where casing number 3 is. Whoever fired that would have to be standing facing the kitchen. Number 2, where that was at, would have to be pretty close to the recliner, facing the wall and the bodies. They're moving. There's constant movement, and so. And this doesn't even, again, this should be a major bell going off in their head. Whoever is shooting is moving. So then they had to have had either moving targets, or they're just deciding to walk around and shoot for who knows whatever reason. But these casings are telling them movement took place, and they don't even think they don't bat an eye at that.
They don't even talk about when I hear you say that, I keep thinking multiple shooters. You have a shooter from the front door and a shooter from the back door. That's just kind of what keeps coming back into my head. Multiple shooters while they're pretty much caught there. You have a lot of problems with that, because the neighbors who heard shots, and the dates that they heard shots are very different, but we're talking about at least 6 or 7 shots here. Nobody's hearing that many shots.
Nope.
The 2 neighbors who talk about, hearing the rapid fire shots. Well, rapid fire shots to me also show this could be several shooters, or possibly David shooting back too, which again shows more proof of intruder, not David killing everyone. There's nothing here that shows that David did any of this. So how they walk into this crime scene and think that David did this, is very baffling until you start looking at who they questioned, what the people that they questioned said, and what it seemed like family, friends, that there was a lot of them that were pretty much leading this story, leading the case, when that shouldn't have been happening. The police should not have been taking them at their word, and it looks like that's what they were doing. You know, this David was crazy and snapped, and that's what the police chief or the police captain later says. They think David snapped, went to a dark place, and killed them all.
Yeah, and you know, and that to me just screams someone who is either trying to be a writer or has been watching far too many quote-unquote crime scene movies or whatever, because people, they don't just snap. And that's, if you talk to any professional psychologist, therapist, PhD in this field, they will tell you, people, it's someone like David, he had no history. People who quote unquote just snap, they have a history. There's a build-up to that behavior, right? There's triggers, there's major losses, blah 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 blah. You don't nobody. David just didn't one day go, I'm going to kill everybody, and I'm just going to just do away with all of us. And that's what they want us to believe. And
right,
that
right.
that is not human nature.
Yeah, based on David's views, based on what he was working on, based on Gray State, is what they're really saying. That took him to a very dark place, and all of this happened. You know, nobody else was worried about David going into a dark place from 2011, when this project first started, up until 2015, even after his death. Nobody was really worried about, you know, this project taking David to a very dark place until he was dead, and until they could actually do something with David's project. Then, all of a sudden, he went to a dark place. It's sad, it's tragic, but let's go ahead and still make money off of David's project, and
right.
That'll be it. You know, I mean, he's a child killer, he's a wife killer, but yeah, you know, let's go ahead and do something with it.
And it's horrible that every last one of them all jumped on that bandwagon together. And, you know, here's somebody that they're saying, oh, he's my friend, oh, I spent all this time with him, you know, and immediately jump on the wagon and start screaming, oh, he did this, he's a horrible person. And another thing that irritates me about this case are those who keep bringing up, well, you know, he went to a dark place the last time he was writing, and he's like, the next time I don't do that. You guys know the story. And so now they're trying to say that's what he was doing this time. He must have gone to a dark place because like he did the last time. And to me, that entire conversation is taken out of context. Now, if you're a writer and you were writing something that you're really into, okay, when I actually moved states for a while, I left my home and moved to Oklahoma for 2 years to finish a book. And when I was in the depths of writing this book and getting it done, I didn't eat for days. I sat up writing 24/7, and that's the quote-unquote dark place. It's like, man, I was so involved, and I don't see anything. I forget anything's there. I forget food is supposed to be eaten, and I'm supposed to sleep. And they then turn around and they take David's statement and make it about how he was mentally unstable. He was saying he was afraid. And then that fits the narrative of he snapped. When in reality, you know, it could totally have been, you know, his dark place was, oh man, I went 2 days without showering or 3 days without showering. I was so into writing, I couldn't see anything else. Don't let me do that again.
Right.
And that's a
right,
far cry from what
yeah, because he didn't kill anybody those other times that he was going into this
right?
place and everything. There was he didn't have any issues then, so why all of a sudden would they think that, okay, yeah, that totally makes sense.
Right.
You know, it's crazy. Derek is also saying that he'd like to see the picture that shows up the hole in the ceiling the day they were there. I know we've talked about that. I still have not heard because of, everything that's happening. The Apple Valley Police Department have promised that they would get me that photo. I'm still waiting for it. So that's where I stand. I know both of you probably stand. You probably lean a little bit to a more certainty.
It's been 5 years and you don't have it. I don't think it exists.
They could Photoshop it at this point and just make it.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, they probably should.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing. Is like, okay, they should have just said, okay, well, we don't have it, or we'll get it to you. What they did was first they sent me a picture of the basement, of a hole in the basement, and I said, no, that's not the right one. So then they sent me a picture of the hole in the living room that was taken 1 month later. So I don't know why they would do that. I don't know. Do they not know what the difference is?
Oh, they do.
They have. Who was the officer? Was it Bone? Detective Bone? Either Bone or Booth that said that they went back and they looked at those photos and they realized that there was a bullet hole there. Maybe they looked at the photo from 1 month later.
Well, and it's really funny because in the writing when item 57 was found, the writing is very clear. It states, it was brought to Detective Bone's attention that there was a hole in the ceiling. That tells you he didn't know about a hole in the ceiling.
Correct.
This is where we get, Greg, to the concept of kicking the can down the road. They know. They know exactly what they're doing.
Well, they're not very nice for that.
Nope.
Anything else, you guys, here? I'm just checking the chat. Derek, if you have any other comments or any other questions that you'd like to ask here before we shut this down, go ahead and put those in the chat room now. But Dan or Catherine, any final words here?
Nope, nothing for myself.
Nope, nothing here. I just, again, not blowing smoke up your hiney side, but I really think you did a great job with this book, and it's been very helpful.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
Excellent.
Very well done.
All right. Well, with that, we'll shut this one down here, and next time we'll come back, and the next topic will be the focus on the blood wall and the Quran. We'll talk about those, and maybe we've already talked about the knife, so I think if we focus on the blood wall, the Quran, and then we can move on to some of the other things. This is a pretty long chapter, so we still haven't talked about the floor blood stains and some of the other items that were found in the living room. So maybe we can get all of that done in 1 hour show next time.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Look forward to it.
All right.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining, and God bless you all. Until next time.
The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The gray stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
Welcome to episode 8 of The Gray Stage. I'll be hosting. My name is Dan Hennon. Along with me is Greg Fernandez Jr. Welcome to the show, Greg.
Thanks, Dan. Good to be here.
So today is episode 8. We're going through your book. Your book, Greg, that you authored is called The Gray Stage. And this chapter that we're covering today is a continuation of Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is called The Living Room. We've had 2 parts already, episodes. This is the 3rd episode just on this chapter called The Living Room. There's so much in here, Greg, lots to cover. And for those following at home, with your book, we're going to be covering the blood wall today, and that happens to be on page 41 of the actual physical book. What page is that on the PDF file, Greg?
In the PDF, that would be page 57.
Okay. And so once again, the living room, all of essentially 95% of the crime scene is in the living room. So this is a lot to cover. Today we're going to be covering the blood wall, and what that means is there was blood writing on the wall. The word Allahu Akbar was written on the wall in blood, which really makes this case stand out, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. And just a reminder too, for those interested, we're getting a lot of members on the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. And just this past weekend here, we surpassed 3,700 members. So thank you all for joining the group. We've got a really good group there, and I enjoy listening and reading everyone's comments and an analysis, essentially. It's a good group, Greg. 3,700 members. We were happy when we crossed 1,000 threshold. Now we're at 3,700, so it is gaining momentum. And what I'm seeing is more and more out of our country members, non-United States members joining. And so this case once again has drawn considerable attention in Pakistan, in the Middle East, and in London, the UK, Europe, Central America. Lots are following this case, and so these podcasts are very important for that reason, because they can listen along and get up to speed, because there's so much to take in. So on the blood wall, here's what's written on starting on page 41 if you're following along in the book, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley noted, quote, "No latent prints observed on writing in blood on west living room wall."
end quote. And so, boy, that's a huge quote right there to begin with. Should I continue on, or should we discuss that section, Greg?
Yeah, I'd say let's talk about that for 1 second, because that was one of the first questions that came up. Was, well, were these fingerprints, or there were? I mean, we also have Jim Gummert also in one of the 21 questions for Jim Gummert. That was one of the questions that was asked too. Were there any latent fingerprints found? And he also said no. So, but here you have Cooksley, who probably said this that day, maybe walking in there, seeing it, maybe a couple of days after, which is strange. So, if there aren't any latent prints found, does that mean, or there's no latent prints observed? So, if there's no latent prints, does that mean, that there weren't fingerprints used, or does that mean that there was so much blood possibly on these fingers that they just couldn't find any? I think either way, I think this is one more thing that shows that David Crowley did not do this. How do they just go and they walk in here and they say David Crowley wrote this, looking at this, knowing that there's no latent fingerprints? Why would they just blame David Crowley? It's one thing I've never understood throughout this whole case.
Well, number one, it's the easy way out is to blame him, because all the evidence, all the circumstantial evidence, I should correct myself to say, appears to point to him.
Right.
The wife and child are dead. Now there's multiple gunshots to the head of his wife. A child is laying there with a gunshot, killed execution style, and her arm is missing. And David is there with, assuming a single gunshot, made it look like that he did this. And so, very strange. His wife was at one time Muslim, and so if that had something to do with this or not, I think this was, staged, of course, to make it look that way. But when investigators look at the blood writing on the wall, it's written Allahu Akbar, block case lettering, not cursive, block. And regardless if there was too much or too little blood, one could argue that there would have to be fingerprints in there somewhere. Either where the fingers are dipped in the blood and initially starting to do the writing, or at the end of each letter, at the beginning of each letter, or the end, or in those block letters where the letters. Capital letter A, for instance. And so you would have fingerprints. And so when they say they found none, the question is, did they test for it? I think the answer is yes, they did. They tested for fingerprints, and they found no fingerprints. And so, like you said, Greg, the first suspect in a case like that, you would think, in this case, points to David Crowley. And now we know he was right-handed. Did he write this? And if so, in whose blood? And so the tests came back that this was indeed Comel's blood. Yeah, but this takes, how many weeks did it take for the results to come back? So, first looking at the scene, you see it's just simply blood or something that appears like blood. Number two, David's right-handed, and his right hand was missing from the scene. His right hand was not attached to his body when it was found lying on his back. And his left hand was in a mummified state with no blood on it. And so the question is, if David wrote it, number one, there would be fingerprints. Number two, how could he write it without a hand? So right off the bat, we already have problems with this. We already have problems. And so when the investigators come in, the crime scene technicians, and they start looking for fingerprints, they don't find any fingerprints. And so one must conclude, did someone write it by a person that had no fingerprints? Doubt it, because everyone has fingerprints. Number two, was a glove of some sort used? Was a latex glove? a dishwasher's glove, someone, we call them a kitchen dishwashing glove, a latex glove, a rubber glove, any kind of glove like that you would wear, or the person doing it would have on, would not leave fingerprint, latent print marks. And so the question, and I think we've got a couple folks joining us here today for the call too, would be the question is, the only way there would be no fingerprints is if someone used a glove. Now, no glove was found at the scene, but you'd have to ask yourself, if David Crowley killed his wife, his daughter, and then himself, what would be the need, what would be the reason for him to wear a glove? And obviously, there is no reason to wear a glove. Only reason you wear a glove is to cover up who did it. And if he did this, he certainly wouldn't have worn a glove. Now, we have photos of the trash can in the kitchen and the other trash cans. There are no rubber gloves thrown away. So I think it's safe to assume in this case that whoever did the writing, which was not David, used glove or gloves and took them with them and threw them away or discarded them somewhere else. And so just by seeing that, an amateur investigator sitting at home looking at this would say, look, I've got no background in criminal justice, no background in law enforcement. Obviously, David or no one in that house wrote the blood. So then the question comes down to who else was in that home, and that's where things drop off. There's no follow-up, there's no investigation, there's no looking into who could have done the writing. And so there was nothing on David's right hand. His right hand was missing. And like I said earlier, his hand wasn't found at the scene. His hand was not chewed up by the dog, and the bones were scattered. The hand was not found elsewhere with the skin eaten off. The hand itself was missing from the scene. And so we've got much larger questions to concern ourselves with here.
We certainly do.
Some are saying that the police originally alluded to the fact that the dogs scavenged, and dogs scavenged some of the body parts. Well, that's fair to assume, fair to think, but David's entire right hand was missing. Now, we have to keep in mind, too, if we're going to go along the scavenging route, Comel, his wife, both of her hands were missing, and Ranya's entire right arm was missing. And so if we're going to go down that road of dog animal scavenging, did the dog eat all of those things? And so we've got problems all around here. And like you mentioned, the sergeant of the detective group, the supervisor, was Sergeant James Gummert. So this certainly would have been brought up to him in their detective meetings by the actual detectives on the scene. And we don't know what was said. We don't know how that was answered. We don't know when the test results came back that there's no latent prints on the bloody wall. I'm assuming the detectives would have said, to their boss, their supervisor, what do we do now? Where do we go now? Because obviously David didn't do this. And so our question from our group, and part of this podcast here, is, were those types of questions even asked? If they were, how did James Gummert, how could he have satisfactorily even answered those questions?
Right.
Because we're stuck there. There would be no glove if someone did this. So obviously someone else did it. Now, the other way to go, and we've already done this, Greg, is analyze the handwriting to see who would have written it. Well, we've done a preliminary review of the handprints, and it does look in some areas that a left hand wrote some of the letters, and in some other areas it looks as if a right-handed person wrote the letters. So it could be left or right. It could be
both.
It could be both. And some have suggested that perhaps David Crowley's hand was cut off and used to write this blood writing on the wall, so he would be blamed for it. But we have a problem with that too. If someone cut off his hand and dipped it in blood to do the writing on this, his fingerprints would be all over that wall.
Right.
So that's not a suitable, I'll call it a suitable explanation, because unless someone put a glove on his hand. So a lot of these things lead to dead ends, but what we like to focus on here, Greg, with the group is the facts. We don't want to go into the various theories. We don't want to go into the opinions of what could have happened, because when you're looking at the facts, there are no latent prints. There are no prints. Someone used a glove. Why would that be? Well, it doesn't matter who wore it. All we know now is that David didn't. And so once again, there is zero proof that David Crowley did this, because we already know by process of elimination, someone other than David or Comel wrote the writing on the wall. It certainly wasn't Rania, and it could have been Comel because she was the one bleeding. And that was a lot of blood up on that wall. So if you do a very elementary level investigation, just the very basics on this topic, things don't add up.
Now, just while it's still fresh, you know, we've always talked about how this could relate to David's wife, to the religion, all that stuff. What about the possibility that this could be tied to David's military service too? Any thoughts about that?
Well, it could be. Folks have suspected that this is an honor killing, a Muslim-related killing, a religious killing, something to do with his background in the military. But the answer to all those relates to David didn't do it.
Right.
Now, if we're going to spend the time looking at who could have done it, that's fair enough, and we could set our opinions out there and discuss that all day long, and there's really going to be no real conclusion to that. But that certainly could have been. All that we know is David didn't do this, and someone killed a family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota, around Christmas time of 2014. Now, I believe it's up to those with the badges, those in law enforcement, to actually do the investigation, to come up with who did it and narrow down the list, come up with a pool of suspects, persons of interest, interview and get witness interviews, and actually find out who could have done this. Look into David's history, look into his military past, to see if that could have been the case. The problem is, we aren't even there yet.
Right. Within 20...
We're just trying to expose the fact that there's evidence all over this case that David didn't do it. And that's not because we're friends and family of David Crowley. We're not buddies with him. We're not fans of his work. There's a lot of new members out there, and just to reiterate, Greg, you've never met David Crowley, right?
No, never.
Okay, and neither have I. I live 30 minutes away. I've never met the man. I've never even heard of the Gray State. I've never heard of the project. I've never even seen the trailer. And so we aren't doing this to try to clear his name. We're trying to clear his name because he was wrongfully accused altogether. And the people he's wrongfully accused of is the very police department where they live. So the question is it a cover-up? Is it not? Are they hiding something? Are they incompetent? And those are all fair questions, but the fact of the matter, at the end of the day, David didn't do this. And the family was killed. And that's what we're trying to get across on these podcasts, in your book, on these justice pages. We want justice for this family. We want justice for David, Comel, and Rania, who were murdered in a horrific style. And the problem with all this is that David Crowley was blamed for doing it. And the evidence all over the place points to the fact that he didn't. So there's lots of scenarios, lots of things that could have happened, a lot of what ifs, a lot of who done it. But I think once we get it into the public, into the mainstream, and get it into those the people investigating on groups like ours and people looking into this, is to let them know, number one, that it didn't happen this way. This is not an opinion. This is not an opinion of mine or yours, Greg. The fact of the matter is,
David Crowley didn't do this. And so we're trying to raise the awareness of a case like this, where law enforcement did get it wrong. And whether that was on purpose or accidentally isn't necessarily the point, but someone killed that family. A person or persons killed that family, and the thing that we're pushing because of the truth and the facts in this matter is that that person to this day or persons are still out there. That's the thing that should be sending shivers down everyone's spine.
Now we're going to have you read those couple pages there through my book, but before we get there, I want people, you know, when we're thinking about questions, when we're thinking about things, I got a couple lists here, a couple questions that I want people to think about as we go through this, knowing what we know now or what we don't know. And so these are some of the questions that I had. You know, what proves that David wrote Allahu Akbar in blood in the living room, which I think we've done a pretty good job at covering, and it's pretty much explaining that there's really nothing there. And we're talking within 24 hours or less, within hours of finding these three bodies. Second one, the DNA handprint, latent prints test done, not done, and what they found. We've also covered that too. Those are the two big ones, because I think whenever this story is told, it's always it's always a guess that David did this, that David wrote this, and then it's never really followed up on. They never talk about why they think David did this. And push come to shove, you can see that there's, just like how we've talked about, there's no evidence that shows that David did that. Number 3, why is Allahu Akbar spelled differently on the wall than it is in the notepad, which will be coming up later in a future chapter? But that's another interesting point too. If David did this, does that show that there are two people that wrote two different things in two rooms here in the same house? It's very odd that it would be written differently in one room and in the other room, with no indication of who did what. Number 4, were the fingerprints or gloves used? I think we've done a good job covering that too. You know, it makes sense that it should have been fingerprints. If it was David, it would have been fingerprints. If it's gloves, where are those gloves? And if it's gloves, that probably shows that it was not somebody who lived in that house. Also think about this, everyone that's listening. When and why was that wall painted white? That wall was painted white very early on. I mean, we're talking about by January 19th, maybe January 20th, that wall was painted white. Also, number 6, why was that hidden from the public? That's another big thing. We were never supposed to know that there was anything written on that wall. I think that's a big problem too. Think about how much blood was actually used to write that on that wall. Think about how many fingers per hand and which hand. Those are just some of the questions that I hope people will think about before they just start saying, well, David went crazy and he's guilty. You know, these are very simple questions that we all hoped would be answered by reading these documents, by talking with cops, by talking with friends, by talking with family. None of them have this answer. They don't have the answer. And it's very curious. Anyways, just a few things to think about as we move on to page 42. Dan, unless you got anything else to add there.
Nope, I'll continue on. Page 42. It starts off by saying, item 11 is a swab of blood writing on the living room wall. Specifically, this item is the second letter A, capital letter A, in Allahu. The blood pointed to a single source, matching Kamel, while excluding David and Rania. The writing appeared to be in blood, Detective Brian Bone wrote in his report, and written
with somebody's hand and fingers, as you can see individual finger marks in the writing. Similarly, the B in Akbar was swabbed and labeled as item number 12. However, item 12 was not tested for a DNA source, which is interesting since Joe Cooksley requested DNA analysis on both items. Very interesting here.
Hey everyone, you are listening to the Gray Stage Podcast. I really appreciate all of your support and your help. I wanted to remind you that if you haven't heard of Anchor.fm, it's a great, easy way to make a podcast. First of all, it's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more places. I love it. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast all in one place. So if you're thinking about making a podcast, go to Anchor.fm and check it out right now. Now back to the show. Yeah, why, I don't know why they only tested a couple of them, first of all. Thought that was kind of weird. But, I mean, this shows that it is Kamel's blood, like we've talked about. But that's really it. I mean, that is supposed to prove that David Crowley did it? It doesn't make sense. I do know that in one of the notes, I think it was maybe in Joe Cooksley's notes somewhere, that they do talk about David's left hand, and that they did find some blood in between his hand, somewhere, some blood stains or something like that. But it wasn't on the actual, fingers. But it's just things like that where at least I was expecting more. I expected a lot more to be done here. If you're going to test the A, why not test B? And why not do some fingerprinting? I mean, we know that when it came to handwriting, they didn't do any of those handwriting tests to show, well, look, this is what David would have written, etc., etc. But it's just, when you actually read these documents, you can clearly see that there's something missing here. Either they're glossing over a lot of different things, or there's something else happening here. And
I think it's important to note that just what you had said, Greg, is very important. When we get press releases and statements from the press and kind of talking points like that, it's easy to opinionate and put theories together. But once we submit the FOIA, the FOIA requests, and get those back, we're looking at the actual statements and reports.
right.
And that, I agree 100%. It gets to be very shocking when you see some of these things. There was a reference to, I think, some handwriting analysis and some email correspondence back and forth between the technicians and the detectives. And the technicians gave the answer to something, and then they said, would you like us to continue on and do any further analysis? And the detective from Apple Valley Police Department says, no, that's all we need for right now, that's fine. And so what you're stating, and what I believe to be true, Greg, on a case like this, you would want any and all information, and you'd want to dig to the very bottom of everything and overturn every stone to get to the answer. Now they take 2 swabs of blood on the wall, one from the word on the top, one from the word on the bottom, to both be submitted and tested. Well, all they do then is bring back the results of the one on the top. Nowhere does it say that the results were even done for the one on the bottom. So the question that I have is, that something where there would have been correspondence from Apple Valley detectives saying, no thanks, we don't want that, if it was offered, or by the way, you forgot to submit the second one, or inquiring about where the second one is. Thanks for the first one, but please do the second one, as it appears that you missed that one. We don't see correspondence like that. We don't see any communication back and forth with the detectives doing all they can to overturn every stone, it's almost as if it's lackadaisical. It's almost as if possibly there's extra charges for getting these tests done, and the department isn't interested in getting billed for them. It just seems like a shortcut was taken on many of these things. This is just a couple examples, but it seems like when offered, they declined to get extra analysis done. But I'd be concerned here if I submit two tests on swabs, item number 11 and 12, that I'd be expecting to get results back on items 11 and 12. Now, in the big picture, that being said, we know it's Comel's blood. Does it really matter about getting that second one back or not? Probably doesn't, because we already know that it's hers. But it'd be nice to see the detectives here fighting for their case, fighting to see, you know, we want both of those back. We want to make sure it's complete. We want to get a level of completeness on this report. We want everything tested. We want to know everything about it. And we simply don't see that. And those are just the facts. That's not an opinion that I'm making.
Now,
but you're right. He said there's written, you know, it looks like it's written by a hand or fingers. We know that. I think that's pretty obvious. They couldn't find latent, so they can't do fingerprints, although we all know fingerprints should be there. But like you mentioned earlier, how much blood would it have taken? You know, is this something that would have taken a pint, a quart, a liter of blood, and how would you get it up there to write it? Would you have to pour it into a bowl or something, and then, you know, you have to stand on top of that couch, and those are fluffy cushion couches you'd be sinking in. You wouldn't really have much stability, but someone had to stand on the sofa to write this. And how many times would they had to go up and down to do all the writing to do this? Or like I said, did they have it in a bowl, some sort of thing that they can just, that would contain it? But how would they know how much they would need? Was she bleeding that bad? Or was another person holding the body at such an angle that it was able to drain it out into something like that? Was there more than one person involved? Those are the questions that I think are all very fair. And yes, this is gruesome, but these are all very fair questions to ask.
Yeah, because it isn't like Comel's stomach was cut open. It isn't like we find any other cuts, anything where they bled anything out. They'd have to bleed out from the hands or from her head. But even that is kind of weird because it doesn't really match what the autopsies are saying. You know, just a couple shots. I mean, most of her head is gone. So, you know, how is the blood being taken out? They should have some. I mean, they got theories about everything else. They got theories about this dog doing all of this damage. I'm kind of shocked they don't have any theory about how the blood got out of Comel's body onto this wall. I just thought that they would have more on that. I can understand why they chose this A and this B, because that's where most of the blood, it looks like, you know, there's a lot more blood there. So to me, that makes sense. But if you look at that B, it's almost like it's not a full B. So it's, you know, when did they run out? Did they go over? You know, there's a lot of problems here. There's, you know, you got that clock there too. So someone was asking, well, why didn't they move that clock? We've also wondered about that couch. Did they pull that couch out? Because there's no blood that we can see on that couch either. And unless a person is 7 feet tall, maybe, I don't know how they're going to reach the very top of that ceiling. And so much so that if you look at the image with BCA 4443, there is a little blood on the top of the ceiling. I know some people, one guy, I forget his name, very nice guy, but he did a video thinking that the blood on the ceiling next to this blood wall, he thought that was a bullet hole, which it obviously isn't, but it is blood way up there. So somebody was really reaching, and it just, I don't know if they were pressed for time, so they didn't move that clock. Obviously, I mean, the biggest reason not to move that clock, because you don't want to get your fingerprints or anything on it, but that just seemed kind of strange too. And Dan, I know you did a great video kind of breaking this down, about that blood and about, you know, what it would take if they were on a couch, how they could do it, how tall they would be. But getting the blood from Kamel's body onto that wall, that takes effort, and that takes time too.
Yeah, it poses many questions, and all of them are good questions. We've got this Allahu Akbar written in all capitals, and then if we look at the notepad in the office that David had in his office, it says submit to Allah now, that's written in lowercase. And so the consistency here, I almost find it's almost easier, Greg, what I find is to look for the errors that were made. If you look at the errors that were made in this staging, they're all over the place. You would have simply a consistency in writing this in lower or upper, but one could argue David was forced to write the notepad because he did write that. That's in lowercase, and that looks exactly how he writes. Although the one on the wall is uppercase and doesn't resemble the way David makes his A's or B's or H's at all. And so they've got errors were made on the staging. Now, as far as the clock being there, I think that could have been taken down or removed if the perpetrators had gloves on that wouldn't have left any fingerprints anyway, so they could have done it. One speculation, which I think, and I still think to this day, is they didn't add that U until later. A normal, and I want to say, and I don't want to get this wrong, but a normal U.S. or American would think it's just Allah Akbar, you know, A-L-L-A-H, Allah Akbar. Technically, accurately, it's actually written Allahu Akbar. So it appears what I had, my opinion on this particular case was there was more than one person who did this. The person who did the blood writing on the wall wrote Allah Akbar, and then the person that was with says, you know, you got to add a U there, it's going to look wrong. So instead of taking the clock down, they went back later and added a small letter U above it. So that's just my opinion, but you can tell that mistakes were made here, and they were trying to make this a religious murder, a religious killing, an honor killing, something about the Muslim faith, because, and we had alluded to earlier, if the bodies were found January 17th of 2015, and it wasn't until later, I think it was sometime in March, that the public first became aware that there was any Muslim angle to this anyway. Nothing was mentioned about the note that says submit to Allah now. Nothing was mentioned about the Quran on the floor, and nothing was mentioned about the blood on the wall. And I think one answer was the Alam family, who are Muslim faith, specifically wanted that to be kept out of the public's eye, and I think that the Apple Valley Police Department honored that, and they kept it out. Well, maybe wasn't it a year later when the Fox 9 News investigators came out and leaked this whole story about the Allah
Correct.
Akbar? Was that when it came out?
That's when it first came out. Yep. I think
Okay.
up until that point, they were hiding it. The problem with the family being the ones who said no is that the family didn't even know. They didn't know about this until at least March of 2015, whenever they finally sat down and talked with the cops. That's when they found out about all of this weird writing and stuff. I don't think that they knew about that when this wall was covered over. I mean, they would have had to have known on January 20th at the very latest. So 3 days later, they would have had to have known, hey, there's this writing here, we're going to cover it up. You know, nobody saw that. Judy didn't see that either. She saw just about everything else, but she did not see that. So there were, you know, it just seems like, and even Hendricks too. When I spoke with him, from what he said, when they were there, it was already covered up. He didn't know what that was. Now they were already saying David Crowley was guilty, and they're all claiming that they don't know what's behind this white wall. We find out later what this is, and then all of a sudden their story changes to where, well, it was a parting shot towards Kamel and her family. And that's where a lot of the, you know, the distance between Kamel's family and David came in, and then you talked with Kamel's dad, and it's like, no, there was nothing really big there. They had their own fights and their own problems and stuff, but nothing like this. David served over there. I think he would know how to write this, and I think if he wrote it in 2 separate rooms, he would write it the exact same way. A lot of stuff like that. A lot of stuff.
And it's all very interesting because it's so strange. Number one, I don't think you would write it anyway. We hear of these terrorist events that people scream it out before they kill themselves, or scream it out before they set off a bomb. You hear this Allah Akbar, and it's kind of more in the psyche of the American public here that we hear this fear of these crazy Islamic extremists that do this. But I've never, on all my research, seen where it's ever written at a crime scene, or written down, or put on a wall, or written in blood at all. I've never seen it for sure written in English. It's usually it would be written in Arabic. So I think the mistakes that were made here is trying to point the finger as to what happened. And like you said, the bodies were discovered January 2015. The whole Muslim angle, I think, was kept from the family until they came into town to have a sit down and meet. That was March of 2015 when the family first became aware of this. And then it was January 2016 when this all became news in the public. And I think what happened there was Fox 9 News investigators, when they broke the story on TV, they leaked it. They got this out, and they were maybe told not to bring up this Muslim angle either.
That's right.
And they may have done so on purpose or not. But Apple Valley Police said that they were even instructed to Fox 9 News to cover this up. Sorry, not the blood writing, but to not mention the Muslim angle at the request of the family. So your question is now very fair. Why was it covered up? And if it was from the family, that's fair enough. They could have requested to push that. But why was it covered up for 2 months at the very beginning?
Yeah.
You know, so we got a lot of coverage. We got a lot of strange things. And then when the crime scene was closed and the house was opened back up, the cleaners came in that next day, and like you had said, it was painted. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 or 3 coats of what appeared to be white paint over this writing. And I don't know if any attempts were made to clean the blood off first, or they just painted over it, but it was what appeared to be a square, or a big square of just white. And so that's when Mason Hendricks and some of those friends came over into the house, and they didn't know what was behind it, but they knew that the wall was painted. And so I'm assuming they may have thought too, or assumed that it was blood spatter, but I've never seen where blood spatter would have been painted over. I don't even know if professional cleaners coming into a house would even carry a gallon of white paint with them. You know, is that something that they normally do? Is that their job to paint, or is their job to clean? And so how did that all come about? Who got the paint? Where did the paint come from? Who bought the brushes? A professional cleaning company is there to clean the carpets and the scrub and the tiling and the floor and things like that, to clean and get the smell out of the house. I don't believe it's their job to paint, but I could be wrong. We can always use comments in the comments section of this video. Definitely. As far as background on that. But it's very strange nonetheless.
Yeah, and why white? And maybe it's not that big of a deal why they painted it white, but it just seems like, you know, if I want to cover it up, you know, I'm painting it black, or so I'm painting it a darker color, because especially over green, it's gonna seep through, I would think.
Well, I agree. The white would have taken probably 3 coats on that square to cover it up enough that people wouldn't put 2 and 2 together. Whereas a simple coat of
or two of black paint would have done the job. Who knows? And that gets back to the question too: was there any black paint available, or maybe the only thing they had was white?
True. Very, very true.
Someone got tasked with painting the wall from, we assume, the cleaning company.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have been the detectives. Could have been them too.
Yeah.
But my question is, I'd like to know who did the painting and who ordered or who instructed some John Doe to do the painting in that house.
Yeah, we did reach out to the company, to the cleaning company, but I have never heard back from them just to find that out. I think it's very important to find out when that wall was painted over. I think that would probably help. I think that would help a lot.
Well, I think it would have been painted on the 18th or the 19th of January would be the only 2 days. But yeah, it'd be nice to know the exact date and the time when that was done, because it still would have had taken some time to dry and put another coat on. But it's very strange. Now, Greg, a point you brought up earlier was how much blood was there, and now we know that it's Comel's. But for those that are new here in the group, her body was there in front of the sofa, laying on her belly, on her stomach, laying face down. But there really wasn't a lot of blood there on that living room rug. And this amount of blood means there would have been a big, large stain somewhere, and there wasn't. So there is speculation that the body's removed. There's speculation that the blood was drained out in a different location or a different spot, perhaps. We found that strange rubber plastic tubing, I guess, in the downstairs basement bathtub, and some have thought maybe the bloodletting was done down there. That's, I guess, a fair question as well. But it does seem, without any injuries from the neck down to Comel, where would this blood come from? Now, her hands were missing, which does allude to the fact that for this much blood to come out, you'd have to be living, correct? So was she tortured? Was her hands cut off? Was she gone through and her wrists slit and drained into this as she slowly died, and then they shot her after the fact? So there's all this other conjecture as far as different location, a secondary crime scene. Was this family tortured and then just finally killed later? There's no blood spatter really too much on the walls or the ceiling here in this house at all to assume that 3 people were shot to death with 5 pistol from a handgun shot of a .40 caliber hollow point bullet. There would be blood spray and spatter all over this living room. So were they killed at another location? All those questions, I think, are safe.
Yeah, and here's the whole thing. There's a reason why. The reason why we're asking all these questions. We're not just asking these questions to ask them. We're asking them because there's no answers. There's no answer to show why David Crowley is guilty, why we should not be asking these questions. We're not asking them just because we want to be right, because we want to show that David Crowley didn't do this. We're asking what proves David Crowley did this, and because of the lack of any facts that show that David did any of this stuff, we have to ask these questions. It's normal to ask these questions. We don't just have to let this whole case die, to let these things die, because if David didn't do it, somebody did, and they could do it a second time. This doesn't mean that this is over, and it's very important that people also understand why we are asking these questions, why you created this group, why we are doing what we are doing. There's a big reason for it, and it's not, it's not because we want to put ourselves in this spotlight. It's because there's still a killer out there, maybe multiple killers. Something like this that can happen, that can be covered up so quickly, could happen to anybody, and that's not right. It's not right when children get killed. They deserve better. So even if you think David's the worst person, PTSD, Comel went crazy, all of that, even if you think all of that, it's very important to understand, to look at, well, what proves that David did any of this? And generally, when you start talking with people who are gung-ho, they are set that David Crowley is guilty, they can't answer any of those questions because they don't know either. And they just want to move on. But it's like, okay, well, fine, but you can do that.
But why just guess? Why just think, well, you know what, I'm just going to think that David Crowley's guilty and that's it, you know? I mean, don't you care about truth? Are we not here to, you know, find justice in these simple cases like this? It really baffles me. We're over 5 years now, and I think that's why there are 3,700 people in this group, and why it continues to grow. I literally blinked. We were at 3,600 something. I literally blinked a couple times, and we're over 3,700 now. You know?
Yeah, it's when I get up in the morning, when I go to the site, the first thing I have to do is to approve the new members, and lately there's 5 or 6 every day. Every single day, and most of them come after watching that documentary called A Gray State, done by Eric Nelson, and they watch it and they have an uneasy feeling that it doesn't make sense, and so they do start doing searches. They come up on our page and they join. The other thing too is that, once again, we're sticking to the facts, and if David Crowley killed himself, there would be a bullet fragment in that house with his blood on it. There isn't. There is no bullet. No bullet to this day was recovered with David Crowley's blood after he allegedly shot himself in the head. So we've already got that problem. Big issue.
Yeah.
Small neighborhood, 6 shots fired, even 7 when you count the one into the basement. That's a .40 caliber handgun with neighbors pretty close to each other. For any neighbor not to hear those amount of shots going off is another raised antenna that it seems goofy. And with all the staging that happened in the house, the killer or killers was not in any hurry to exit the premises. By the time that was all taken to do this, the writing, you had the notebook issue, we've got the laptop running, the music playing, a notepad program that says, "I have loved you all with all my heart," allegedly written by David on a template, on a Word document, text pad, but yet no suicide note. And all of the shenanigans that are in this house, the overstaging, I call it, was not something that could have been done in a quick manner for the killers or the perpetrators to quickly exit and leave the house. They were in there for a while, and they had time to do all of this. And we know when they left, those front curtains to that picture window facing out directly to the street was wide open when they left. So I think that they were closed when all this was going on. They left it wide open, exited the scene. We know that the rear slider was unlocked and left slightly ajar. And there's a gun laying next to David's left hand, and he was right-handed, and his right hand was missing. And so the whole thing, nothing adds up. But yes, we're doing this to get the truth out. We're doing this to raise awareness so people can look into this, because we've been bamboozled with this official narrative. And the question is, was it on purpose, knowing that the public is gullible, or were the detectives that incompetent to not follow up on this, to not look in any further, to not look at these things? And so those are our 2 answers right now. It's got to be either choice A or B. There are no options C or D. It's one of those 2. And so we're just doing our best to get some of this information out there. Is there anyone in the chat room or any questions coming up, Greg?
We got a few people there in the chat, but I think we've pretty much covered it all, and I say we shut this one down until I think we'll do one more show on the living room. We'll go through some of the other things that we haven't covered yet, but I think as far as the blood wall, I think we pretty much, hopefully some people out there will start thinking about some of these questions that we've raised here.
Very good. Very good. Well, thanks for your time, Greg, and look forward to this getting out there and being posted on the various pages and for those to watch, because there are a lot of new members, and we do welcome them and encourage them to watch videos like this.
Yep, we'll have that video out, and we'll also have this in a podcast version. Always on the 1st of every month, we always put out a new podcast.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Greg.
Thank you, my brother. Hope you have a good day. Now we're also going to look at a few of the comments here. We're going to focus on two comments. One made by Sidra Alam, Kamel's sister, and another by Mason Hendricks, who is the friend of David Crowley. So on March 13, 2015, Detective Gummer Brian Bone and Detective Sean McKnight spoke with Dan Crowley Sr., Dan Crowley Jr., David Crowley's mom, Kate Crowley, and David Crowley's sister, Allison Crowley. And they also spoke with Sidra, according to Brian Bone's report. Now, this is the first indication that the family was notified about the blood writing. This is dated March 13, 2015. So that's the first time that any of them know about this blood writing. And you can find this on page 86 of the 94 pages of police reports. Here's some interesting stuff here. Quote, "We presented the facts of the case to the family as of that time," Detective Bone reported. "No details or information were withheld. All information was discussed, and all questions were answered to the best of our abilities." Then we have this blacked out portion on page 86. We know that this is where they talk about the blood wall writing. Even though we don't know exactly what is said, we know that this is the first time that the family learned of the Quran. So it's also probably the first time that they learned of the blood wall writing. Here is a quote about the Quran from Detective Brian Bone. "We also advised the family of the Quran being at the scene. I showed them a picture of the Quran in the state it was found in. I advised it is unknown if that was the page it was left open to at the time of their deaths, because of the presence of the dog in the house. Sidra read the passage and said that it was open to the quote-unquote forgiveness prayer, which people in the Muslim religion say over their dead." Now remember, this is all before authorities had the information from their Dropbox accounts. This is before the authorities had the autopsy reports, and this is before the authorities had the BCA lab findings. Very important stuff right there, as noted by Detective Brian Bone. Still on page 86. You can check that out for yourself. So who knew of the blood writing and the Quran, and why wasn't this related to the family earlier? It's always been an interesting question. But who knew it? Did anybody know about this blood writing before March 13th, 2015? Remember, the bodies are found on January 17th, 2015. Now, the report also doesn't mention the many other pages of the Quran that's scattered throughout the living room. Hopefully Sidra saw those too. If she's seen the images, you'll clearly see that. If she's looked at some of the documents, you'll be able to also see the number of scattered pages around the whole living room. Another question, why would there be a forgiveness prayer? Why would the Quran be open to a forgiveness prayer and then pages are torn out? It's a little contradictory to me. So in the same room, all next to the bodies, including David's, that's the other thing. If you look at a map of the items found, you will see that the torn out pages go all the way from where David was to the other side of Kamel.